Aloha and good morning, everybody. We are here live from the HPU Esports Arena. My name is Keegan Olta, aka Clutch Key, and I'll be your MC plus a few of your casting opportunities here for some of the games. Super Smash, Rocket League are today, tomorrow. A bunch of action on League of Legends, as well as a show match for Valorant between Punahou and Iolani. You do not want to miss any of the action going on here. Also showing up as well, a couple of middle school teams, 3 of the middle school teams here for Super Smash, for Rocket League, as well as for League of Legends, and 4 trophies are there on the side as well to make sure that 4 champions are crowned all throughout the weekend. Also, you can watch the stream if you're not here with us here at HPU Esports Arena. You can check this out on Vanta Esports on Twitch, as well as the Olelo Community Channel 53. So check that out as well. So schedule looking today, kind of looking like this. Smash Bros will have the middle school semifinals as well as the high school semifinals coming up this morning at about 12 o'clock p.m. Right around noon, we'll get to the Lunch and Learn, which will have the topic of Hawaii esports and career pathways. Then after that, the Super Smash Bros. Middle school finals and high school finals, followed by the middle school Rocket League semis and finals as well. But before we get all the festivities started, I'd like to welcome in a guest, or a co-founder of Vanta, if you will, to the side right here. Please welcome Mr. Ed Lallier.
Welcome and thank you, everyone. Aloha. My name is Ed Lallier, co-founder and chief corporate development officer at Vanta Leagues. We are so happy that you are here today. This is Hawaii's first middle school and high school esports championship event. This competition has been made possible by a number of key individuals and organizations, and I would like to just say my special thanks to the following: Hawaii Pacific University for providing this amazing venue. Thank you so much for your support and your technology and your service. Hawaiian Telecom for being our league title sponsor and for providing lunch for today. EMP Live Designs for providing shoutcasting, live production, and emceeing of today's event. Aloha Community TV for broadcasting today's event. Hawaii Esports Alliance for speaking at today's Lunch and Learn. Mobile IT Force for providing affordable, accessible technology options for K-12 organizations. To all the Vanta staff and volunteers that made it possible today, thank you. And most especially, I want to say thanks to the players who worked so hard to get here today, as well as the parents and your unwavering support. And of course, to the faculty, advisors and teachers and school administrators who are leading their esports programs for this season. So thank you so much for your help and your support this fall season. For those who don't know, Vanta is a youth esport development program for kids ages 8 to 18. We started Vanta in response to my son unfortunately being cyberbullied early COVID. And so we created Vanta to be that safe place for kids to game with adult supervision. We provide adult coaches that teach kids meaningful skills that lead to college scholarships and positive digital citizenship. Esports is a massive industry and it's growing rapidly. And there are a ton of opportunities right now for kids in esports, either through college scholarships, career pathways, or inclusive communities. We have built something really special here in Hawaii, and we need your help to continue it to grow. I wish everyone best of luck in today's competition. I'm excited to see the games and the matches. So let's begin. Mahalo.
All right, thank you very much, Ed, and thank you too as well to the Vanta League for putting it all together. And before we get started, let's show you this video all about Vanta.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Klutchke alongside K-Tad now, here with you for the Super Smash Bros. Middle School semifinals that are about to set off here. Number 1 versus number 4 on the middle school side, which is Windward Nazarene Academy. And there's an interesting fact about this entire middle school setup here. 3 teams from Eva Mackay Middle School. I mean, that's impressive in itself. So there are 3 teams from Eva Mackay all the way over here in the HBU arena. But one of them, the number 1 seed overall, Windward Nazarene Academy. So a little bit of a stepping stone, if you will, to get to the championship. But 3 Eva Mackay Middle School teams to go through here for the semifinals.
I mean, hey, it shows to the strength of certain programs and the way that certain schools can really kind of build a program around themselves, right? When you've got a strong base, when you've got a solid base, especially at the middle school level, right? I mean, really not somewhere we expect crazy amounts of, high competition, but I think it's, the message of middle school competition, right? You want to compete, it's that entry level in, but if you've got a solid program, hey, that says a lot, right? That shows how strong you can be, and obviously getting 3 of 4 teams to the finals absolutely makes a big difference there. But I'm curious to see it, you know what I mean? Let's see, it's not just a unique way or a unique setup of teams we've got coming in today. It's also kind of a little bit of a unique format.
Yeah, a little bit of a unique format, and it's a little bit of a point system, if you will, if you haven't been keeping up for this tournament. It's 3 points for a win, and then the other things left to go are 1 point for remaining stock that you have left, and 1 point for any elimination. So, I mean, it's an all-around brawl. You could even get into the double digits if everything goes perfectly for you in the meanwhile. So, plenty of opportunities here, and it goes to show that that win really does count for something huge. I mean, I know in other collegiate esports we've seen 2 points for a win or even 1 point for just a win, but 3 points here could be very huge and could be very well a differential, especially only in a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing else to note too, right? And some of these matches you are going to see today, we are seeing a little bit of a mixed roster system, right? I think that's one of the cool, interesting things that when they were telling us about it with the Vanta guys, you're allowed to play with a 1-man, a 2-man, or a 3-man roster. So it's not always, I think that's kind of some of the struggles you see programs with, of like they try to figure out, do we have 3-man, a 3-man deep roster, right? Do we have enough players to make it, make a strong team, or are you trying to like build your anchor, right? We see that a lot in other competitive scenes where your anchor matters, right? Who the last man in matters, because that's when you can get the most stocks, or that's when you could potentially close it out with something like that. But here in this format, it really kind of gives, I think, a lot of people the opportunity to play different play styles, to just get in there and have a lot of fun, which I think ultimately is a big part of the messaging here. And I think that's awesome, right? It's just the idea of, even if you're a 1-man going up against a 3-man crew, you are the bastion for your school. You are representing your school, and you have to go in there up against every single opponent. And I think that's a lot of fun. I mean, just the storyline.
It's 1 versus all, and like you were saying, I mean, it could be the first man up, the second man up, third man up, or it could just be 1 for all to go the whole way through. And so, I mean, really, it could be a threat to have 3 players good at 1 character, but also 1 player good at 3 characters. I mean, that's just the trick of this whole thing, right? Just to get through this whole round robin system, if you will, to try and get through this entire pathway. So again, we'll get started here with the Super Smash Middle School in just a little while. Windward Nazarene Academy, the number 1. Eva Mackay Middle School 2, 3, and 4 as they get started to set up here, and we'll get to see a little bit of a look as to what the players will be. And I expect, I mean, a lot of times in the higher leagues, if you will, I mean, there's a lot of differentials as to what S tiers, A tiers, and all that are. But I mean, really, it couldn't come down. It could just be coming down to mechanics, right? It's so early on that it could just be who's got the better mechanics going into these matches.
Yeah, look, and there they are on stage, getting all set up and getting ready there. I mean, you love to see it, right? When you've got some kids, obviously these guys. Yeah, there you go. Wait, wave to the camera, guys. Wave, look up. Wave up. Yeah, look at over there. They're on the screen, ready to go. And I think this is going to be so much fun to watch. How are they going to compete? How are they going to do, in this crew battle, so to speak, right? And I think that's going to be a fun thing to watch. We have obviously no idea what they're going to play, who they're going to play, but I'm curious to see it. I mean, obviously, with Smash, and especially at this level, right, we're not looking at the top, like, pro circuit where it's really, really tough when you're not playing what they call the meta champions or the meta characters, where it's the characters that are definitely, the best ones, or, because they've got like a slight percentage fractional edge over the other characters in the game. No, at this stage, it's all here to have fun. Play your favorite, right? Play the characters you enjoy playing, and I'm really excited to see that, of like what these guys want to bring in.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, right, it's basically more or less just comfort picks, right? You're playing to the best of your abilities. It's not like you're trying to play, I mean, for meta or anything. It's not like you're trying to play, if you know how to play Samus, I mean, that's very impressive. I know one of our producers on the side loves spamming Samus for all given intents and purposes, but I mean, Samus, he's saying what? But it's true. I mean, if you play Samus fairly well, and you know, that's one of the meta characters, right? So I mean, plenty of options to choose from, and of course, a whole plethora. I mean, the last character we got was Sora from Kingdom Hearts. So I haven't really seen Sora in pro play, but who knows? I mean, these kids might like him here. These kids could potentially play him. I mean,
the hidden sleeper is always Steve from Minecraft.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this. Yeah, it's almost to the point where I've been hearing from from other collegiate pros and things like that, that it's almost like to the point where they're trying to figure out, do they even need to ban the guy because he's so good and he's so competitive. But right, it's a sleeper pick because it's obviously takes a lot of skill, right? It takes a lot of thought process of, okay, when do I want to mine? When do I want to get my resources in? Things like that. I'm really curious to see if any of these kids, if we're going to see it at all at any point today across the middle school or high school students, because honestly, could be a lot of fun, could be a interesting time. But outside of that, I mean, floor is open, right? I mean, really anything, take your pick. You've got, I mean, the roster is so expanded now, right? Across multiple games, you've got multiple franchises, multiple just variants of different things, right? I mean, you've got the whole Pokemon universe. You've got, all the Final Fantasy characters. You've got all of these old school Smash, legends and classics. You've got all these different things to pick from, and it's really going to be something to see of, what does everyone play? How are we doing this?
And so a game is actually about to go underway, and the very first matchup that we've got for you again, Winter National Academy taking on Kihei Middle School here, and Evan Mackay Middle School here, and this is going to be Link versus Samus. So Samus for the side of the Winter National Academy. Evan Mackay's side has the Link going on here. So again, points: 3 points for a win, 1 point per elimination, and 1 point per stock remaining at the end of the matchup. So we're just sitting on the sides just a little bit here, and right now, just comfortably playing, but remember, you've only got 5 minutes on the clock here. There's only 5 minutes to do something here with 5 stocks, mind you. So it's more or less going to be pretty much a quick game if they want to get any points here on the board to start.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what's interesting about this too. I mean, we didn't really go into too much detail about it, but let's bring that up now because it is 5 stock, 5 minutes. So unless you're averaging, right, a stock a minute, this is, it's not always guaranteed for you to see 9 points. Or the maximum points, right? It's not a guarantee. There's 1, so let's keep, chalk that up because that isn't, obviously now, out the gate, advantage goes over to, I believe that is,
Evan Mackay.
Could be Evan Mackay. I'm not 100% sure which team it is. We're going to have to double check that. But still, I like that, this is kind of like an opening round, right? I don't know if nerves a little bit, but you're seeing them kind of, feel out their opponent, right? See what is their tendencies, right? With Smash and everything, it's always that idea of, okay, what are you gonna do, right? What do you like to do? What are the moves that you like to use? And so far, we're seeing it from the Samus, just getting that lots of damage over across off the Snorky, and needs to be able to close out, needs to be able to capitalize on this 102%. Only 3 minutes left on the clock, mind you. A stock here would tie up the game.
Yeah, and this is kind of slow, if you will, right, for what a 5-minute game is, right? They've only taken 1 stock total, but this Samus has taken so much damage in the meanwhile, so it's just
nice block.
Good block, though. Oh, that was close. Super close.
Look at that.
Get that stick shot out. But again, it seems this is basically dodge and play, if you will, and Link kind of, the short-range character. Samus a little bit more long-range, so, there's a good hit. 132%.
Yeah, so I mean,
ledge grab there,
just needs to capitalize, right? Link in kind of like the medium class of weight, so should be able to clear out. Yep, there it is. I mean, at 132, what would you expect? I mean, that should be a win for them right there. But okay, now we've got a little bit more time on the clock, right? Back to even. Now it's pressure on the Samus here to stay up, right? To stay on stage. Keep it at a 1-1 game and you're fine, right? Otherwise, 2-1, you start to give away the advantage a little bit. 88% is a lot to have to hold on to, right? You're going to have to keep it up, and now you're in that danger zone, right? Samus a little bit on the heavier side too. Not quite a heavy, but definitely in the mid-range. But yep, there it goes. Samus gets dropped out after that, and that's the unfortunate one of it. But it is a reset right now. 0 to 31, pretty much even game 2 minutes in. If they play the way they started off this match, we could see kind of a 2-1 lead going over for the Link.
Yeah, but only 2 minutes left to go. I mean, if you're the Samus here, right, you really got to hurry here to try and get this knocked off, because Link right now only at 31%, so you got to find a way to just, even if it's just poke damage, if you will, even if you're just spamming the A, but just you're going to see, I guess you could say tickle damage if you will, but just to get him up to any point where you can just hit stick him all the way out. But right now, the Samus net is very disadvantaged right now, 86%, and looking at on the profile right now, 62%, but still 4 stocks remaining, and these are the kinds of hits you need.
Great
Samus, but good counter.
Yeah, great punish there. No, I mean, it's almost, now it's going to be on Samus there. Even if he gets taken out here, right, even if he loses the stock, which, okay, he does, he's got to capitalize on it. There was a bunch of big mistakes there from the Link player in that midfield, right? The skyward slash that he threw out gave him the opening and gave him the window to really get these hits in. And now, yeah, with that grab, 105, just needs one good hit. He's got a minute left on the clock to do it and to kind of just bring the game a little bit closer to his favor, right? I mean, obviously, at a disadvantage, it has to be something crazy for us to see a tie 2-2 out here. But, yeah, there you go. Nice shoulder hit. Needs one more shot. Yeah, charges up. Nice timing.
Good shot.
There it is.
Good shot. 3-2 scoreline here for the side of Emma Mackay, still in the lead, up by only a stock now, 37 to 30% here with only 30 seconds left to go. And you're right, it's a matter of who's going to get the advantage. Good punish though, good stun from the shot, and then plus another hit off. That's the kind of stuff you need coming into the final 25 seconds here. They're still just going to try to counter out each other. And right now, I mean, it's just for 20 seconds left. Nobody's going to necessarily outright win based on losing all their stock, but this is a matter of staying alive and good.
Yeah, you want to keep it up. I mean, you want to stay on stage. You want to make sure you don't drop this with the last 7 seconds left. It should be that they're able to do it. I don't think anybody's going to go down here. So it should be all right. A 3-2 advantage to Eva Mackay.
Wow, that was close.
Huge, yeah.
That would have been huge if that percentage was a little bit more. That would have been huge right at the end. But that is a win for the Link from the very get-go.
Yeah,
so
there you
it is
go.
Eva Mackay with a very good start for them. A 6-2 point advantage. If you include the win plus the remaining stock, that's excuse me, the eliminations plus the win. So now we go afterwards to check the remaining stock afterwards, which would be 3-2 for Link right now. So you're looking at pretty much a 9-4 scoreline right now in favor of the side of of Eva Mackay. So right now, as it stands, I mean, a 5-point advantage for this team of Eva Mackay. Yeah, I think I can do math pretty well.
I'm just checking the math in my head. All right, come on. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta make sure. Yeah, I mean, 3 plus 1 plus add the 1, carry the 4. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta make sure that everything's above board. You know what I mean?
Carry the infinity somewhere, or
Well, okay, so I mean, now this is where the fun part about this, right, is that it's not just a one-on-one game, right? For those of you who might be tuning in, if you're a parent watching from home or even in the audience, right, it's not just a one-on-one match. It's not just a one-on-one tournament in that regard. There is a team element to this, right? And obviously, some of these teams don't have quite the full roster like we talked about. But for those that do, it is something a little bit more fun to see, is because now we get to see, all right, who's coming in next? What are they bringing in? How are they going to change it up? What character gets brought in next? Is there a counter to it that they want to play? All of these factors that relates to Smash that we want to do, we'll see what ends up being the case, how they end up playing it out, because at this point now, who knows, right? It's anybody's game. We'd expect to see maybe the Link again. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, but they are. Okay, so I'm seeing it now. If we want to go take a look at the camps, it is 2 new players, actually.
Yeah.
Completely refresh the roster.
So,
we're going to swap new ones in.
So it's not like there's one player here that's going to have a certain advantage over the other. Now it's just 2 completely new ones, which means it's trying to maybe counter. It's now just trying to figure out each other's counter, or if you're playing comfort, just to see if you can counter the other side at this point. Because right now, I mean, we saw Samus versus Link. Link having that a little bit more of an advantage, doing a little more damage on the melee side, whereas Samus is a little more range damage. But for Link at the end, 3-2 scoreline, very well done. I mean, just to stay alive towards the end, right? Your goal, and there were a lot of dodges. You and I saw that. There were a lot of dodging. There was a lot of shielding going on, not much in terms of damage, especially in a 5-minute game. Only 5 stock got taken away total, which, I mean, 1 stock per minute. Not too much hand-to-hand combat going on at that very moment. But I mean, now we get to see what these teams decide, or players decide to pick here in the meantime. And right, I mean, if these, I mean, you know, sorry, a little bit older, but younger generation, right? Minecraft is sort of the thing, right? So Steve could be a pick here. I'm hoping to see Steve.
Don't do it. Don't date us like that. No,
okay.
don't date us like that.
Don't date us like that. All right.
Don't do it. You know. Please, just let's let it sit. The kids. This is middle school. This is the kids.
middle school.
For the kids. This is for the kids. We're not talking about generations here. Okay, let's calm down on that. All right, let's not even bring that up. We're not touching that at all.
Right,
but
right,
yeah,
right.
okay. Well, I agree, right? I mean, because to them, right, Pokemon is a brand new thing. All right.
Right.
I know you, Mister. I've been playing Pokemon all day, all night
Okay,
recently.
wait.
Yeah.
Hold on,
So I'm
hold
just
on.
saying, right? For some of the OGs in the crowd, for the generation, since we're going this route, right? There is a Pokemon trainer, right? For those of you that didn't know. We're not going to see it, of
We're not
course.
gonna see it.
All right, never mind. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
This is another weird one, though. It's another person from the realm of Final Fantasy, right? Or, I'm sorry, Zelda and then Final Fantasy, right? Cloud on Final Fantasy, Ganondorf, the villain from Legend of Zelda, right, as they come in. And now it's kind of very curious to see how this one plays out, because these are two fairly heavy guys.
But a little bit more interesting. While Ganondorf does a little bit more damage, Cloud has a better range to it with that sword. So right now, Cloud's got a pretty much advantage. And look, already has a limit, but uses it and is shielded away already. But you can see the damage already. This Cloud is just absolutely just putting it on the rails right now. 126, although Ganondorf is kind of a heavy character. Sure, he can go out of 126 maybe, but soon enough, it goes off the map already. So that's already, and 45 seconds in, so that's already a stock gone.
Yeah, but that was just a lot of punishment coming out from the Cloud, right? I mean, looking at this here, right, just the amount of slashes he's getting in every combo. I mean, that's what you need to be doing, right? As a Cloud, as in this matchup, right? It's all about you need to be trading across a lot of damage before, because if Ganondorf just gets on you once, look at that, right? 27% jump just from one hit, and that's this playstyle, right? I mean, you're seeing it here. I gotta say credit to, I don't know if either of these schools are getting coaching from Vanta, but credit to that, because at least, I don't know, for me, when I was at this age, defense was not a thought in my mind.
No, not at all.
Yeah, right?
Not
But we're seeing it from these guys. The way that they're playing, they're always trying to shield out. They're using the shields as best as they can to counter out the damage. And I'm really impressed by that for a middle school level. Really great job, you guys. You guys are doing awesome. Keep it up. But look at this. One more hit.
No, not yet. I mean, these two are super close, right? 148 to 144. Ganondorf being that tank character can take a lot more hit. Cloud's at limit, though, right now. I don't know how either of these guys are still in. There's the limit hit. Out punch. 5-3 scoreline. Good, that's 11 points now. And right back. So we're back pretty much set 0 here, but one stock differential. But what a trade-off in that 100-plus fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, really high damage, high level. They were really duking it out there for a second. And honestly, very impressed to see how that played out and see what was going on there. I like it, but now, I mean, the punish back now, right? All it takes, like we were talking about, a few hits from Ganondorf, right? Look at how much work the Cloud has to put in to slowly get this percentage to rise against Ganondorf. Whereas meanwhile, on the other side, it's just 1 hit, 2 hits. That's all he needs to find. He just needs to find those tight windows where just get 1 hit in, you're good. Slowly rack them up, and that's how the Ganondorf is going to start to pull ahead. And if that's the player from Nazareth, that's going to be the huge thing that gets them back in the lead. If they can win this series or win this set, it's going to be a big way to even up this point tally.
Yeah, and a win here would just basically make this a huge uphill battle. Good limit there from Cloud, but again, Ganondorf's such a tank that you cannot think about with just one. You got to think about with multiple, and got to be at least over 150%, I would say, to even have a chance of taking him out. Maybe a limit will take him out after 150%, sure, but I mean, but that's just take away damage. That's huge damage out to 168%, but still, I mean, Ganondorf is one of those characters that just doesn't have a range, especially against Cloud. If you're playing Cloud correctly, which this team from Makai is doing right now, you're just having so much range, and you have so much damage just being pulled out from that sword. Almost up to another limit there.
If that landed, he was gone.
Gone. Absolutely gone. 185 to 142. Oh my god. I mean, 150 plus.
Oh,
my god. And we're tied at 3 apiece.
Oh,
my god.
you hate to see it.
No, you hate to see it. And only a minute left too. I need for the Ganondorf to stay alive.
No.
Or try to fight
Well,
out for
see,
the win. Try to fight out for a win to get the point.
This is why it is, right? Cloud has the range and that's why he's meant for, right? Long range light damage, but he can't close against a Ganondorf without that limit. He needs high limit. That's why you see him trying to charge it.
You can't let's grab.
Oh, okay. Well, throw everything I just said out the window. Now it's just a matter of don't lose another stock. Okay.
45 seconds though, but there's still a lot. There's still some time left on the clock. The way these two characters do damage, I mean, this is going to be intense in the final 30 seconds here. If Cloud can find sudden death,
No, I mean, if he takes another one of those, he's out. That's all a Ganondorf needs. That charged hit, that can wipe you from here. 70%, you can get wiped off the map from that. And that is dangerous. This is not where you want to be, because the Ganondorf, he's chilling. But now if he can find this opening, even up the game, tie it up and not lose the 3 points for the win, huge.
Yeah, I mean, staying alive at this point, right? 10 seconds for the Clouds to basically get the 3 points here for Eva Mackay to put them up against such a huge potential. That's another good hit. You've only got 5 seconds left, though. Something needs to happen for this
One more hit.
to get any
Just
points.
run.
It will not happen, though. So, you see this hit
He was
right at the end.
connected. He was connected.
Oh, my goodness. Connected right at the end there, but it's not enough. Eva Mackay able to take another 3 points for the win, and now it's an uphill battle for Winter Nazarene Academy in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that was clutch. Like 2 more seconds, right? If that battle goes on 2 more seconds, 2, maybe even 3, I don't know if that's a win, right? That could have ended in a tie, because that last grab, right? The power of the Ganondorf to hit, massive.
Right.
And that's where it's scary for you if you're a medium to like a light medium character like Cloud, because you get hit by that, you're gone, right? It's almost, you could be too far to recover, especially with Cloud, who doesn't have a lot of great recovery options. Very, very dangerous, very, very impactful potentially to that. And all right, so at the end of our first series, right, 1 more match to be played, 1 more game to be played. Curious to see which of the 2 Winter Nazareth players we're going to see again, because I believe I was told that's the 2-man roster, whereas on the other side, new player for Eva Mackay.
Right. So, I mean, 2-man roster versus the 3-man roster. So here's where it comes down, right? So Winter Nazarene Academy, this is, maybe their anchor at this point, right? You got 1 more character left to play. It's a high uphill stretch for you at this point, right? You're down a couple of points. If that scoreboard's right for Eva Mackay's side, you've got a lot of points scoring for you. You don't necessarily need to play safe, but you don't have to, go for, complete kills here. I mean, you're just looking to just basically win this out in this you're looking at Eva Mackay's at the top of the hill, Winter Nazarene's at the bottom of the hill, but Winter Nazarene's got a lot to climb up to get to that top of the hill if they want to even tie this game right now. Because, again, that 3-point win plus the stock plus the elimination makes this point system right now a whole jump if you go up 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I'm seeing it, I do believe, okay, so it was the Samus player from earlier. So, all right, that's going to be the Samus again. We're seeing a run back of the Samus, but I won't spoil what the other side of the equation is. But
although I do like this pick.
Yeah,
I think it's a fun pick. It's a fun
awesome.
pick.
It's awesome, but we don't want to give it away yet. We can't give the spoilers yet.
I'm not giving anything away. I'm just saying it's fun.
All right, fair enough. Fine. But, just worth watching. It's, I got to give them credit, right? I think this is going to be fun, because if you are on the side of Winter Nazareth, you do get to kind of play the full match, right? They all get to play games. It's the Samus. And okay, there we go. Finally on stage. Samus into Little Mac. This one should be a fun matchup, because they're relatively within the same weight class, right? They both hit about the same. Their damage is about equivalent. Oh, what a great grab.
And you notice, too, for the last two games here for Eva Mackay, right? They picked the Cloud between it a little bit, and now you've got the Little Mac a charge before that huge knockout punch, right? So, right now, I mean, look for the KO here from Little Mac. 99%, though, gotta be careful, especially on a full charge damage right now. Gets hit, almost gets blasted away, and plus that ledge grab for Little Mac really, I mean, not a lot. So if you're far off with that, I don't know if Little Mac can get back onto it, especially on a big damage situation. But look, Little Mac already taking 143. So right now, Winter Nazarene Academy need to make a 10 points. The damage that this is being poured on right now, the Samus looking pretty good. Yeah,
I mean, at this point, right, if Winter Nazareth wants to take this set, I believe they'd have to pretty much win out. 5-0, full stop. But that might not be enough.
No. Wow, 155% into the Samus for one boost first spot.
Great edge guard there from the Little Mac. I mean, honestly, really impressive to see it. I mean, the ability for him to hold. See, he's just constantly edge guarding here, and at this percentage, really dangerous. Samus just needs to get one good hit in.
But isn't able to find it yet. That's the big thing, and this Little Mac is doing so well. Again, on edge guarding, I mean, look at this edge guard right now. Hold on.
He's getting punished, though. That's the second time we've seen that chain and that combo of interaction. Yeah, great grab. But, I mean, let's talk to that, right? That's the second time in a row where the Little Mac there tries to edge guard, goes a little soon, and Samus reads it perfectly. So far, so good from the Winter Nazareth player. He's starting to get his foothold in this matchup. Yes, he got dropped a lot of damage in that middle set, but overall, he is adapting to the series. Although, yeah, that is a tough one to lose Just a solid punch from the Little Mac.
I mean, you can go for the edge guard here, but if you can't get the rest of the sequence in play, right, then that's not going to work out for you. It showed right there, right? The Little Mac just goes right in, just knocks him out, especially just on the platform, not even edge guard. Just knocked him out completely outside of the map anyways. Already has another KO.
Okay, already.
There it is. But not, or doesn't use it quite yet, but a lot of landing punches to smash. There's the KO, and there's the knockout. Oh boy, and Eva Makai already at 21-9 right now. It's 12-point uphill battles. And the point differential right now means this is also go for Samus needs to win out the next 4 stock.
I mean, honestly,
even
really,
if they did.
really clever storage of the knockout, right? From the Little Mac there. Knows that he wants to burn it at time. Not when the Samus is high percentage, but right after he gets that first shot in, just gets another combo in, and all right, here it is. Just the edge guard again.
Oh.
No, doesn't get to the ledge for the invuln. Means that he just gets taken off the side. Oh my. And he's got another knockout ready. This could be dangerous. He just has to get him up a little bit more. He knows what range he's looking for. There we go. Little Mac does start to counter. Another big combo there. Oh, the jabs are just too much.
Just got that left-right, just going right at it. I mean, this Little Mac looking like Muhammad Ali right now.
Oh!
My gosh.
It repeats itself.
Oh, the story. What a game.
What a game.
What a
game.
game.
Good job. Good game.
And Eva Makai able to pull away with basically all 3 games there. 3-2, 3-2, and our first knockout win.
It's just full knockout.
4-0 on the stock line as well, which, I mean, just impressive in itself. You're playing your best players last. That's where it was. That Little Mac just absolutely crushing it in the final match.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, with that said now, we do get, I believe, a series refresh, right? It is a BO3. They are going to converse and discuss a little bit as they figure out what they want to do next. But as that's happening, we will be cutting to, I believe, a video about Vanta in a little bit, so don't worry about that too much. But it is something worth noting that they get to go again. They get to go again at least one more time, right? Winner Nazareth will get another shot at it. Hopefully they've learned. I mean, obviously, I like what I'm seeing, though. I'm liking the adaptation. We are seeing them, kind of learning from the tendencies, right? We talked about how Samus was learning about the edge guard, and then we see the Little Mac switch it up, right? So overall, I'm really impressed for I think the amount of adaptation we're seeing at this stage, at this level of the game, right? For middle school level, I'm incredibly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the coaching is great, the players' mechanics are great, and like if this is middle school, I mean, high school coming up next as well. I mean, this is going to be pretty impressive to see throughout the rest of the day for Super Smash. So don't go anywhere. I guess we're going to be taking a break here very soon here with the video, which we're going to show to you right now. We'll be right back.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles, including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social-emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
welcome back, everybody, inside the Vanta League here for the inside the HPU Esports Arena for the Vanta Middle School League. So K-Tad step aside now, but Eugen now joins me. And Eugen, I know a little bit of a interesting start for you, but you're here.
I
am love that you're here, and we're ready to go here for.
I'm excited. I'm excited. It's been a while since I've been casting Smash, and so I'm ready to get back into it.
Oh yeah.
Though a lot of updates here and there, especially a lot of balance issues lately with a couple of patches. So I'm pretty excited to see how these players have adjusted over the times.
Yeah, and we saw it. I mean, we saw it in that last match, right? I mean, these players. Should we get the refresh here of the match, right? Best of 3 situation. Samus has been played a lot, but you've also had that Little Mac going on as well. That Little Mac just showed up 4-0 as well. So this is going to be a very interesting semifinal, if you will, and I think we're going to get more information on that as we go along here. But for those that don't know, again, we're here on the side of Twitch on Vanta Esports. You can also watch this locally here in Hawaii on Olelo Community Channel 53, so check that out too. But yeah, so here at the HPU Esports Arena, if you aren't here, watch it online as well as on TV. So we'll get the players started here in a little while, as I think we're just going to figure out I guess the standings or the point system, just to make sure that everything's tallied up correctly. But for right now, I mean, your perspective on, like, I guess, I mean, you said you haven't casted Smash in a little while here, but I know you've been doing a little pickup studying here.
A little bit.
I mean, I mean, K-Tad and I talked about the Steve pick as well. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, Steve is pretty much broken. I know collegiate players that we know of are talking about maybe banning him in the system, but at this point, I mean, if you're good at the character you play, any character can be bannable.
Well, there was a point in time Piranha Plant was considered one of, like, the super troll, like, super out of pocket pick, and now it's like, maybe it's actually doable. But of course, back in the day it was all about Incineroar, it was all about Pichu, Sheik, all these other, like, really lightweight characters versus, like, the heavyweights.
Right.
So I'm pretty interested to see how that factors into a lot of the characters that these players choose nowadays, because weight class matters a lot in my opinion. Especially when it comes to, side smashes and all these combinations that, different characters have. So I'm, seeing, like, do they think that, are they going to play their main despite it being, not necessarily the best pick, or, will they switch it up just to, counter it a little bit?
I want to know like, for as when you play, because I know my pick, but, like, give me your top 3, like, picks just to play around with, if you will, for Smash.
See, they're not optimal. Like, it may
not be
they're not
optimal,
optimal, and they're awful. But I used to be a filthy, like, Bayonetta main.
Oh, Bayonetta.
I loved Bayonetta.
Bayonetta Game Awards, by the way, won a few things at the Game Awards too. So Bayonetta's not a bad choice.
Ooh, top 3. Like, this is in no particular order, but I'm pretty sure it was, like, I want to say Bayonetta, Ganondorf, and King K. Rool.
Oh, so you like the heavier characters?
Yeah.
You lean towards the heavier characters. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm no good matchup for you, because I'm like Pikachu, Pokemon trainer.
Oh, okay.
I'm just like Pikachu, Pokemon trainer, and like
less mobility, more tank.
And Lucina. I'm a little bit more mobile, but that's just because I don't know what the heck I'm doing. That's because I like.
See, I feel like the opposite is true. Like, I would be a heavier character because I can afford to make more mistakes, so I can take more hits. So if I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, the faster the game ends for me, the better, honestly. If I'm playing up against a good player that knows what they're doing, the faster the game, the better.
Yeah, of course.
Unless I'm spamming buttons here. But, yeah, so, again, just trying to figure out for the standings as well as to see if we get that refresh as well. Just trying to figure out where the teams are standing as of right now. 4 cups as well. If you don't know the schedule, we'll give it to you again. So, first and foremost, we're going through the middle school semifinals as of right now, as well as the high school semifinals that are coming up in about a couple of minutes from now. My clock reads 10:24. We'll get that started right around 11 o'clock, so about 30 minutes from now. Afterwards, we'll go to the lunch and learn at noon. We'll go to the Super Smash Bros. Middle school and high school finals following that at about 1 and 2 o'clock. And then afterwards, you and I get another shot at this, because we're going to change from a different game from Super Smash into Rocket League. So this will be
this will be a learning experience for me, though, because, I have seen a lot of Rocket League plays, and, like, especially dribbling. Like, dribbling was probably one of the terms that I learned first when it came to Rocket League. And these players are kind of insane to be doing all these, like, really, I would almost say, like micro mechanics in the air. It's so insane to me how precise you have to be. Like, the smallest mistake could really cost you the point.
All right, and it looks like we're going to get word right now about our situation. So that was actually the end of the series. So not a best of 3, but actually 3-player series, if you will. So we're actually going to go to Olelo right now for an interview with both of the finalist teams, and we'll in just a little while. But first and foremost here, again, we'll get through Middle School Rocket League and High School Rocket League later on. Middle School Rocket League, I should say, coming up in a little while. And again, I'm very interested to see, like, if this is the mechanics here that we've seen for Super Smash. I cannot wait for Rocket League, because like Rocket League, I mean, we've seen, like, there's so many things that can go on, right? Flip resets. We know what the pros are like. Like, this is Rocket League. If you know that line, the famous line from Justin and from Energy's time in the championships. But I mean, just to see what these middle schoolers can pull off, I don't think if what that was on Smash, what we just saw, is going to be the level of gameplay that we see in Rocket League. I know that I'm never going to beat any of these kids in here.
Well, I mean, you do have to realize that these are kids, and we're. Keegan, I hate to say it, but we're old.
We're old.
But it's okay because, kids nowadays, they're adapting to our, the new generation, what's hip right now. And, nowadays, I think they're really showing off their skills. For us, in our day and age, it might have been sports, but now, like, you can go into esports, something that kids truly enjoy nowadays, especially with all this technology.
Right.
So, them going to something like that does require, like, hand-eye coordination, something that requires really fast reflexes like Rocket League or Smash, like that is so good for them nowadays, and I think the new generation is like up and coming with this.
Yeah, and plus tomorrow too, I mean, a game that you know and love very well, League of Legends, comes up tomorrow as well. And
I love League of Legends.
I know I've heard that there's a couple of high-ranking players, way higher ranking than mine, but that's just because I don't play all too much. I play TFT for those in League of Legends, so I'm more of a TFT chill. Yeah, what do you mean one of those?
No, I didn't say anything. I don't mean anything by that.
Look at this face, folks. Look at this face. Just
I don't
the
mean
silence.
anything by that. I mean nothing.
She's been giving me this treatment for how many years now?
Oh, we've known each other for how many years now?
Yeah, we've known each other for how many years now? It's just ridiculous. But yeah, so I mean, League of Legends coming up tomorrow. Lots of high level gameplay there. You're also going to have the Valorant matchup coming up tomorrow as well. So you're missing out on a lot of tomorrow actually as well, because when we got League of Legends tomorrow.
See, League of Legends is my game.
Yeah, that would be your game as well. But I mean, just a lot of action here throughout the weekend as well. And plus, don't forget, folks, if you come down here to the HPU Esports Arena for the public, by the way, just come in and watch the games. There's also different booths as well. It's the Hawaii Esports League Championship presented by Hawaiian Telcom and a bunch of other sponsors as well here. So you got Hawaii Esports Alliance down here. HPU, of course, has their own stuff. I mean, we're in the HPU Esports Arena. Why not, of course? You got Mobile IT as well, checking out some Legion stuff. Oh, Mobile IT Force, excuse me. Checking out some Legion stuff here, and some pretty nice computers, might I add, as well. So plenty of good options and plenty of good booths to check out down here. There's also an arcade, and I don't know if you walked in and saw this, but there's a couple of like arcade machines. I know there's a Pac-Man machine in there.
Oh, I think I saw it earlier.
And there's also like a practice room and also like a public play room as well. But yeah, there's arcade machines in here, which I mean, during lunch break, if I can, I'm just gonna jump on one of those. Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna play Pokemon on the Switch like you've been posting about all the time?
I'm just being outed here on social media at this point. I really hope, I mean, I know my Twitter pops up here and there, but I really hope that nobody, if you check out my Twitter, I mean, like, it's just completely just Pokemon, like, half the time.
How many hours have you spent?
Not as much as I want to say. I mean, offline and online are two different stories, but let's not get into the details. Although I will say I completed at least the first part of the story here.
God.
But at least, I mean, I know I put up some hours to, get this all together. But let's go ahead and send over to an interview here for Olelo with the two of the finalist teams.
What's up, guys? I'm Sean with Olelo Community Media, and we're here with Eva Mackay Tigers. Thank you for being here, guys. Can you guys tell us a little bit about your program?
From what I understand, there's not a lot of elective classes in esports in middle schools or even in public schools in general. But our principal, Miss Sanders, over there in the back, it was her brilliant idea to kind of put it in motion, and then we just put some switches together, some consoles together, got some teams together, and then I know there's detractors saying that esports may not be as important as core classes, but I try to incorporate the design process in the projects that we do. We have a statistics project that we do where they keep track of their stats, and then after playing certain games, a certain amount of games, they make suggestions based on the analysis of that data, play the next game, and then do a review of that next game. We cover a lot of SEL components, social and emotional learning in our classrooms, and I guess this is the manifestation of all the things that we've been doing so far this year. We have had a lot of success so far during the season, and I'm just hoping that they're learning as much as they can.
So what are you guys feeling being over here? How's it been so far for you guys?
It's fine. Yeah, I'm kind of nervous though.
Very fun, exciting, and nervous.
Pretty good, I guess. Just exciting that I'm here.
So what can you run me through like your practice time? How do you guys get ready for matches?
I've been playing with my brother online. Though I've played for a really long time, like about 1,000 hours. So, yeah.
I like having a warm up before I do a match, because I get rusty.
I guess I just come in after school every day to the class and just play Smash Bros. For a bit. On the weekends, I play with my dad, so he helps me improve.
That's awesome. Obviously, guys, you're doing really good today. Are you guys trying, when you play, are you trying something new, or are you sticking to what you're used to?
I'm just, sticking to what I'm used to.
I'm doing the same, a little different.
I guess I'm just sticking to what I do usually. Sometimes I try and change to see if I can find a better play style.
So I want to talk to you, sir. How do you feel about the progress these guys have made ever since they joined this program?
One word to describe it: proud. Very happy for what they're accomplished so far.
So how's your families feel about you guys being part of an esports team?
I think my parents and my family are just kind of neutral, but they are really proud of me, I think, and I hope.
My family's really proud of me.
I don't think they care.
I care.
They're just happy that I get to spend some more time with them and that we can all relate to something.
Obviously, esports is great, but obviously school is very important. How do you guys keep yourself grounded and balanced between school and gaming?
I think I mainly focus on my studies, and like I said before, the amount of time I've had before with this game doesn't mean, or makes it so that I don't have to practice as much recently.
When I get home, I practice a little.
I just do my work first. I focus on that. Then when it's all done, I just start playing. I would do my work, but if I fall behind, I would stop myself so I can catch up and then start playing.
That's very good, very good. So, how do you guys feel about doing this in the future? Do you guys want to continue esports?
Yeah, maybe as like a hobby. Maybe if it's like any local tournaments nearby.
Certainly, it's very fun.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely, I wanted to continue.
And another question: do you guys have other games that you're interested in playing?
Yeah, a few. I don't know if I can name them off the top of my head though.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I think maybe League. I do, but it's probably just Mario Kart and Rocket League.
And obviously, you guys' school is here for Smash, but are there any other games that you guys offer for esports?
We're doing Rocket League, League of Legends. We had Mario Kart. Just off the top of my head, that's what we're concentrating on.
All right, right on. Okay, so let's see. You guys came out today. Do you have any other teammates that aren't here today?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? Okay.
Yeah, we have several teams participating in the playoffs today and tomorrow.
Very cool. So let me see. Sorry. How about, do you guys see esports as more than just playing? Do you guys see like career opportunities in it?
Yeah, one of the projects that we're going to be working on next quarter is how industries are connected into esports, and then having this venue today and having this event kind of gives everybody that's involved, especially the students, how things are connected to, in esports.
All right, thank you so much. And we're going to wrap it up for now, but good luck with you guys for the rest. Thank you so much. Kyler, we're going to head back to you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Back here inside of the booth now, Eugene alongside Keegan, and we've got, again, another great matchup coming up here, and it looked like the two finalist teams, both from Mackay. And look, I heard that entire interview, and somebody said playing Mario Kart. I think Mario Kart should be an esport. I think it should. I just think Mario Kart's a lot of fun.
Okay.
So,
Whatever
I mean,
you say.
yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking Mario Kart should be one. You know, could be a knockoff, but then again, this is the guy that played Pokemon for about 100 hours this past 2 weeks. So,
You know, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. To each their own. Whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, I
Whatever
guess.
makes you happy. Friend.
yeah, you'll be surprised to know as well. I played a little bit of. They also talked about League of Legends. You'll be surprised. I played a lot of ARAM lately, so I've got
You're one of those.
very minimal knowledge.
You're
the
one of
game.
those.
Yes, one of those. Again, one of those. Just
No, I mean anything by it. I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, that's what that means. So, okay, so I guess we're going to send it over now to an interview with, we're going to send it on over now back to Olelo's side with one of the co-founders who spoke earlier here on stream, but now with Olelo, Ed Lallier.
What is good, everyone? This is Sean again with Olelo, and I am here with Ed from Vanta. Ed, thank you so much for talking with us today. Can you tell us a little about yourself and how you started working with Vanta?
Sure. So thank you for having me today. Vanta was started in response to my son, unfortunately, being cyberbullied early COVID. And so that was around 2020. And, we sought out to create a safe place for kids to game. And so we tested the market and felt like the idea of having a safe and structured program with adult supervision and then to teach them meaningful skills that we can apply for higher ed or in the career workforce was received really well, and parents loved it and the schools loved it, and we said let's scale it up, and so that's where how Vanta was founded.
That's very cool. So can you give us some details on like what Vanta offers to people?
Sure. So we work primarily with K through 12 space. We're one of the only eSport organizations right now that's COPPA compliant. And so we have our own proprietary COPPA compliant platform, which allows us to actually provide athletic after school leagues that are no cost for schools. We provide summer camps. We provide team-based coaching, individual private coaching, and we're piloting professional development in the spring. We also provide a white label platform, which is really where we can talk to organizations where we can create custom athletic conferences or experiences on our platform. And I think this is something that's very unique in the market and something that people really like.
That's really cool. All right. Obviously, this event is partnered with HPU. Can you tell us how that kind of came about?
Oh, certainly. So I've known Jordan for some time now. We actually both co-founded the Hawaii Esports Alliance here in Hawaii, which is really an advisory group to actually support the growing ecosystem here in Hawaii around esports. And so when we talked earlier, later last year, about the opportunity about hosting a middle school and high school athletic competition around esports, he was definitely all for it. And I think this is an amazing venue, and we're so really happy to have this partnership. And just look at today. This is amazing.
Oh, yeah, today is certainly shaping up to be a wonderful time. So another question. You're talking about this event. Can you tell us like what kind of work goes into making something such of a scale like this?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, it takes a village to really do something great. And so thank you, Olelo, for being part of it. EMP. So when we're looking at building out this this event, really we wanted to make sure that like everybody is contributing in the ecosystem around esports, to the story and to our mission of really creating a safe and positive learning experience through competitive video gaming. And so we work with a number of different partners from TV broadcast, live streaming production, shoutcasting entities like EMP Live Designs, HPU, like I said, for the venue, Hawaiian Telecom for like the fastest internet here in Hawaii, but also to Mobile IT Force, who can provide affordable technology options for K through 12 space, and then nonprofit partners like Hawaii Esports Alliance. It really wanted to make sure that we include as many people as possible, just to show that for parents, players, and the school administrators that there is a large and growing community here in Hawaii, and we want that to be part of the story.
Very cool. All right. So you mentioned that this came about because of your son.
Yes.
Ever since this started, have you gotten personally more involved with any esports?
Yeah, I've been an avid gamer since the inception, from like the Quake days, in the late 90s. But for me, I think the excitement that I've seen with esports is I've seen it through the parents, where now they're actually starting to be more involved with their child in like playing games like League of Legends or Rocket League. They're watching more like Twitch and like YouTube, so it's really exciting.
All right, thank you so much, Ed. We're gonna kick it back to you guys, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back inside the booth here. Ed Lallier, co-founder of Vanta with Olelo, you just saw. And, I mean, what a program it is. I mean, look, you and I a couple years ago, we would not think that, or in our middle school days and high school days, that there was no esports
I think League
program.
of Legends came out when I was in middle school. Like, people were just hearing about League of Legends, and now it's like one of the biggest esports in the entire world. So, nowadays kids, they're getting opportunities that we didn't necessarily have. So I think that's really good for them.
I love how right away, like, we can just date ourselves like that, where League of Legends came out of middle school. I know K-Tad sitting here like, don't date us. Don't date how old we are. Just don't date us, but
well,
I guess the cat's out of the bag now.
Valorant was like super recent for us, but
and there's already leagues all over,
yeah,
right? I mean, we had
even Overwatch when Overwatch first came out.
That was dated back 2016. But anyways, well, I mean, we can get into more dates later. Anyways, going back to Olelo right now, Jordan Oliver from HPU joining Olelo right now.
Hello again. I'm here with Jordan, esports manager at HPU. Jordan, thank you for coming to talk with us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to work for HPU?
Yeah, so I'm Jordan, HPU Esports Manager. I've been a lifelong gamer, always been in the education space, digital media, and really esports kind of exists at the center of that. It's more of a subculture now. It's so big. So as a lifelong gamer, sort of putting those pieces together, connecting the dots of, wow, I can exist in education, media, technology, and gaming in the same space, was a no-brainer.
Right on, right on. So could you tell us more about your program, what it offers to students if they want to come in and maybe join the team?
Yeah, sure. So we have a Valorant team, League of Legends team right now. We're downtown at Aloha Tower, so we have a 3,000 square foot esports arena, so it gives us a lot of access for our students to not only live events and monthly tournaments, but also community events, team play, building out whether they're interested in streaming, analytics of esports, or digital asset creation. We're able to offer it all with the technology and the venue that we have here.
Yeah, this venue is really great. I would like to know more about it. Could you tell us what people could expect if they come in to this venue?
Yeah, so right now we have about 30 PCs out on the floor any given day. RTX 3080s, 240 hertz, 1 millisecond screens. So top of the line equipment. We have PS5, we have Xbox Series X, we have VR, we have everything you could want, Switch. So come down and open to the public every day. We're open late, we're open for students, we're out here. So yeah, we have everything, honestly.
Yeah, that's really cool. I've been here a couple times myself. So this event, really big deal, obviously really great. I want to know, does HPU have any future plans with this arena?
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll be actually doing the Hawaii Esports Alliance Valorant Finals next Saturday. We have some community events coming up. We have fighting game tournaments monthly. We'll also be pushing out, looking at towards KawaiiCon next year, sort of road to that event. Follow us on Instagram. We have events every week, honestly.
Very cool. All right, well, obviously you're manager of esports here. That must mean you have a bit of a passion for esports yourself. What is your esports background?
I am a lifelong gamer. I started as Luigi to my brother's Mario. That's my start of the journey. Really got into FPS, Halo games, RTS games growing up. But I'm really into Apex Legends. Rocket League is where I live. Across the map, though, super well-rounded gamer. Any given day, right now, you could probably catch me on either Valorant, Apex, Holiday Train for the next couple weeks, or Rocket League.
All right, very cool. Obviously, this event going strong. I want to know what do you guys think people who are here or viewing this would take away from an event like this?
Honestly, it's really cool to see the community come together. It's under a shared passion. It's cool to have people, this camaraderie under esports, but also enjoying good company, food, seeing all these brands and local organizations coming out willing to support and legitimize esports, and something that so many people are really passionate about, and they find themselves in the room or, not really getting eyes on them. So to come out here with Vanta and everybody and just get that legitimacy and really, see what a culmination of all this hard work can do, it's awesome.
Yeah, esports is really blown up, but obviously there's going to be some naysayers around. For people who are first-time esports viewers or maybe have some doubts, what are some misconceptions you would want to eliminate?
Honestly, I really think that esports can be a very healthy venue for not just, a career pathway, but also emotionally working on soft skills, that sort of team development, community development, speaking, self-confidence. There's so many good things in esports. The numbers in the industry as this being a good future move for your job alone are very compelling, but just the smiles on the kids' faces, watching them feel like, wow, something that I love and spend this much time on is getting support now from the state, from the community, from parents, schools. It's magic, and the foundation that Vanta we're laying here is going to pay dividends for the community in the future.
Yeah, there must be a lot of work going into this. So you can tell me what kind of obstacles have you gone through trying to legitimize esports and even getting a space like this?
Yeah, so it's just having conversations. It's really about conversations. It's really about community. It's showing that everybody has a valuable piece to play in this puzzle and making it happen. It's not just the players, it's the mentors, it's the coaches, it's the physical health, it's the emotional health, it's viewership, it's audience, it's event management. It's a very, very, very dynamic and nuanced industry, and just the evidence is already there. We're on the way. The future's looking bright. Come out, turn up, have a good time, and you will see for yourself.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned that esports is honestly more than just players. Has each of you had any plans, or are you gonna have conversations about educating on other sides of esports?
Absolutely, yeah. So I think that the education component of esports is the next big hurdle towards legitimacy. We have the money in the private sector, and the viewership's there, the numbers are growing, but really we want to teach students how to develop their passions into valuable esports skills. So we are looking at certificate programs. There's a lot of continuing education programs coming out, not only through HPU, but also through some of our partners that you might find in this room. To sort of help teach our leaders in the community or people interested how they can get involved, how can they become a coach, how can they get their program running, how can they make sure their student or their child is having a productive and good time. So we're sort of teaching all these things through local events. We have some lunch and learn series today, for example. That's one of the ideas behind that, is teaching people some of these key points that they might not be aware of as to how do we make this important, impactful. So yeah, the road is looking bright. HBU is going to have some esports curriculum coming out, and I know across the state there's some people doing good work in that space as well. So students, keep your eyes out. We have scholarships.
Oh yeah, the students are definitely rising up for this, and obviously you got middle school and high school, while HBU is a college program. What kind of excitement did you feel when you learned that other levels of learning were taking esports so seriously?
It's very exciting for me. As someone who has always been in the gaming space and education, I've taught at high schools, I teach at university level. It's very important to see that early on sort of foundation, that build in and buy in from the community at the education level. Now that these students in middle school can look and see, oh, HBU has scholarships for esports, that's a goal. Keep the grind up, keep showing up for practice. It makes you such a better person. But to see the scholarships popping up across the state, it's so exciting for me as someone that's so passionate about this, because I can see 25 students right here in front of me that now have a viable option towards a really valuable career and something that they love. So yeah, the sky's the limit, and the future is bright, but I'm very excited.
That's very cool. So one of the biggest hurdles, along with just getting space or legitimacy, is you're talking with students, you're talking about parents. Obviously, when you're older, your parents are of a different generation that was a little harder to, accept esports. Do you feel that has shifted with the younger generation?
I really think parents care about their children. And that is not going to change. It's never going to change. So it's on us. It's on us to prove why we're doing is worth doing. And I am always willing to have that conversation. And luckily we exist in an esports community where I think everyone's willing to have that conversation. And we have the numbers, we have the data, we have the social proof now with these events to show them this is why we're doing it. I'm honestly not too worried. I don't think there's less of a concern, though. I think the concern is always there to make sure we're handling our children and the youth's time as carefully and as productively as possible.
All right, thank you so much, Jordan. We're going to kick it back to you.
All right, welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. And, well, Jordan Oliver here from HPU pretty much signifying that HPU Esports Arena off in the last 3 weeks. I know last week, December 2nd on Friday, Twitch Hawaii Community Meetup. Then this weekend, Vanta League. Next weekend, he mentioned the Hawaii Esports Alliance Valorant Open Championship. So HPU Esports Arena pretty busy in the month of December here, but lots of fantastic games going around here. As I see that we're pretty much getting set up for this next part here. Coming up in a little while, high school. We get a chance to look at the high school side of the Super Smash Bros. And it's all online. Both sides online in this tournament here. So we're going to be seeing a completely different scenario. So nobody sitting inside of the chairs here at the very least, but we will get to see our first look at the high school side semifinals so that we can see who moves on into the finals later on this afternoon. And we'll try to get in as soon as we can, at least on the spectator side, to make sure that we've got that game going. In the meanwhile, I want to see if Jordan is around here because I want to point out something here. I know Jordan can hear us. Jordan, come here for a second. Come here. I want to point out something. Tell me not, when this man comes over, look at the camera real quick. Tell me not, this guy looks like he could be a teacher in a comedy movie right now. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. He looks like one of the. Are you? Here. You know what? Here, put on this headset real quick. Let's talk to him real quick because I'm gonna point this out. I mean, you look like, and this is like sort of a cool look. Right? You got the whole beard going on, right? You look like you could be just like the perfect teacher in a comedy.
I've gotten the Jack Whitehall comparison before. My front desk staff, this is all run by students, and they love to roast me on this. It's endless roasting. And once I start going with my hand motions, I'm very much a accidental comedic tragic character.
Yeah, you've got all the potential to look like it right now.
But actually, a tweed jacket.
Yeah, we got one more interview going on right now, so let's send it back on over to Olelo right now.
I am here with Garrett, of the president of Pueo Gaming at West Oahu. Garrett, thank you for speaking to us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your esports background?
All right. So my name is Garrett, and I have been playing video games for such a long time. And I have been very interested in the esports field in general, just playing League of Legends and following the League of Legends scene. And I finally wanted to, be part of an esports club. And luckily, when I went to West Oahu, there was one being offered, which was Pueo Gaming. And from then on out, I started competing with Pueo Gaming, and now I'm kind of on the administration background. Yeah.
That's very cool. All right. So when you joined, what kind of games and competitions were they offering?
Oh, so when I joined, they actually offered a lot of competitions, but it was mostly about participation, So the main team that was offered was League of Legends, so they offered League of Legends first. And then when I took over the club, it started to be more Valorant and Smash Brothers. So those are the three titles that we offer at Pueo Gaming right now.
And when you joined Pueo Gaming, did you immediately go into president, or did you kind of do other things? Were you just a participant?
Oh, so there was past administration, but I started as the captain of the Valorant team. We started in fall 2021, and we competed, so I started there. And then this past spring, I was the vice president for the club, and then we kind of reactivated the club where I became president this past fall.
That's very awesome. What kind of recruiting do you guys do now? Do you focus still on just participation, or are you looking at skill level?
I'm looking at both. Usually my main motivation to when recruiting students is someone who doesn't give up, you know, who has the determination and the motivation to keep playing. You could be really good at the game, but your mental could just be really bad. So we just want to make sure that we represent UH West Oahu well, and Pueo Gaming. And not just West Oahu, but like the whole UH system and Hawaii esports in general.
Yeah, the whole UH system is actually kind of coming up in terms of esports. How often do you train and skirmish with other UH schools?
We scrim like only once, like in the spring. But usually we did scrim with HBU's Valorant team for the past semester. So that was a really good opportunity and a great way to see the talent that Hawaii provides.
Have you guys gone on to do any competitions with like mainland or any other types of schools outside of the state?
Oh yeah, we have. So all of our teams did compete in national conferences such as NACE Star League and also the NECC this past semester. And we're just looking to continue competing against mainland schools and see what competition that just the whole country brings, you know.
So as the president of that, obviously you have a lot of responsibilities for the players. What are some of the things that you focus on kind of teaching them other than just the skill of playing the game?
Well, a lot of them are just interested in video games in general. So what I like to teach them is just kind of like, you know, just the determination, never giving up part. Because there are very skilled schools out there, you know, who are better than us, you know. But I just want to make sure that they keep trying and they don't give up.
That's a very good motivation. Does your group have any big plans in the future? Anything coming up for you guys?
We're looking to open up our competitive team selection in the game variety. So such as, you know, Overwatch 2, Apex Legends, and Rocket League. That's some games we're trying to look for in the next semester.
That's very awesome. I guess that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Garrett, for talking with us, and we'll kick it back to you guys.
All right, back here inside of the booth with you, Keegan, alongside Eugen, and so plenty of good interviews there. Again, we saw a co-founder, one of the co-founders, Ed Lallier. We saw Jordan Oliver. We saw UH West Oahu being represented as well, and plenty of good interviews as well going on, and as well as the Eva Mackay finalists that we'll see later on today. So plenty of good interviews, and thanks to Olelo for grabbing all of them. And early and soon enough now, we will be going into our final, or rather our semifinal matches on the high school side. Both of them, by the way, in online mode. So it'll be Kihei Charter taking on St. Anthony School. Both of them not here, so they will be playing this online, but we will have spectating options as well. And I know you and I in the background as well, we're not only watching this. I mean, mainly we're watching this. We're watching to see what's going on. We're also excited about the World Cup a little bit as well that's going on. I know we've got
Brazil lost to Croatia. That's all that matters. Brazil lost to Croatia.
And it's pretty interesting, too, because we're also watching this other game right now, France versus England. And one of our production bosses right now, K-Tad, he's hoping that right now he's hoping two things. One, that this game is going to go underway very soon, and two, that France wins against England. And right now,
okay, but England wasted 4 minutes on injuries. Injuries!
Yeah, well, let's not go too deep into the World Cup here, but 2-1 right now. I think they're about to go. Oh, England's got one more free kick to play here, so this is going to get interesting to see if they win it out. But anyways,
England flopped 2 really good opportunities because they aimed like 2 feet too high.
Yeah. Couple feet too high, but anyways, we'll get to see if this is a repeat of the Netherlands-Argentina game. That was yesterday.
Oh my gosh,
the last kick in extra time to win it. But anyways, go back to here now, and so many good opportunities. I mean, I know that, and actually we're about to go in to the game here. We're about to jump in, and this is going to be 2 interesting class types here. Again, on the left side of your screen, you're going to see Kihei Charter, St. Anthony. You talk about weight class. This is a huge differential on weight class.
Greninja versus Bowser. Bowser's one of the heaviest, the heaviest weight class out there. So right now I'm going to be seeing a lot of damage coming out, especially towards someone lighter like Greninja. But still, I think Greninja, you know, with the range differential, can, you know, do a lot. And looks like things are going underway. Lots of good defense coming out. 45 versus 37%, 62 now. But, you know, Greninja being forced to constantly resort to the edge, and, you know, Bowser's doing a great job in edge guarding and, you know, punishing him for constantly resorting to that.
Yeah, and look, a lighter character, you're a little bit faster, but if you get hit like
that great
oh my
kick.
gosh, yeah, that great kick out. I mean, already down to 1 stock, and that's again, you get for the rule set here, 3 points for a win, 1 for elimination, and at the end, at 5 minutes, if we get to that point, it's 1 stock or 1 point per stock remaining.
And that's another stock gone. It's 3 to 4
well,
right
no,
now.
but see, the thing is too, Bowser can keep doing this because
That's
they're still
true,
up 1
that's
stock.
true.
You can grab and just ledge them off, and this is what you call the pro gamer move.
That
if you
grab
will.
combination doing 22%, and you know, these hits after that combination bringing him all the way to 54. This is spelling really bad news because you do another kick, you do another grab into that combination, that is another stock loss for you. And again, with these combos, like lots of damage coming out, and Greninja doesn't seem to be doing well. That's another.
Oh, it's not. Actually, yeah, we're going to change that up right now. It's Maui High School taking on PH Charter right now. So Maui High School on the right end right now. They're already up 2. They're up 2 stock, 4 stock to 2 right now. And, I mean, this is looking pretty good. Bowser gets back up to the ledge, but only 66% lost. And this is a lot of stock. And this Greninja is just taking so much damage and having no way to counter it. And this is what the weight class advantage can give you, right? So much damage. But if you're not being countered either, this isn't going to help you in any case.
104%. This is a danger zone, especially when you're 2 stocks down. I mean, 1 side smash, if anything, could probably, spell disaster for you. But 93%, that, in my opinion, is not enough. He's forced to, again, resort to the edge, the up smash to bring him back up. And the grab, will it be enough?
Oh
and
God.
Yes, it is 1 to 4. Greninja down 3 stocks with 103% Bowser. Now, this is do or die time. You gotta go.
Yeah, and again, 1 stock left. And if you want to get any points out of this at all, other than just 1 point for the elimination, you got to survive 2.5 minutes. But
and that is 1 down, 2 to go.
Well, 3 to go now if you're this Greninja, right? You still got, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes left to go.
51%, 76 now. That's a danger zone already.
You technically
and another
could
grab,
pro
and
gamer
that's
right
the
there. That's game. That's just
game.
That's just game. You just grab them off the edge, right? You're up 3 stocks to 1. You might as well do again the troll and the pro gamer move. Grab them, take them off the edge, just end the game right away. We're not even 2 minutes left to play.
I mean, the grab sacrifices. If you're 2 stocks up, you can afford to lose a stock, and especially if it's a game-defining win like that, you might as well just go for it. Especially if you see the opportunity.
I mean, that was such a quick game, though. I mean, again, it's a 3-player series, which means we don't know whether or not we're going to see all 3 players go at, or all 3 games go 1 versus 1, or if the spectating side goes where we see 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 3 again. These guys can mix it up all the way they want as long as you get 3 games in. So for right now, as it stands, I mean, looking at that game already, if that same Bowser player plays all 3 games, this is going to be really tough for Maui to come back.
I mean, Bowser being the heaviest, character that you can play as in Smash, it takes in my personal opinion, it takes someone with a lot of skill and mechanics, especially with a lighter character, to really deal enough damage and make enough combos to just send him off the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sending him off, if it sends him off the edge entirely, again, you're up 2 stocks, and we saw the very first
and
grab
even then, Bowser's
off.
up smash isn't exactly the best recovery skill either.
Yeah.
So if you get him off the edge,
if you force him so far off the edge he can't recover, that's already a winning stock for you. And look, again, we're going to get pretty much the same lineup here, except instead of a Greninja, we stick on the Pokemon theme. Lucario is going to be in now.
Lucario.
So Maui is up again 10 to 3 in this situation. Maui on the right side of your screen, KH Charter on the left side on points wise, but you can see Maui player 1.
And again, you see that
KH
grab
player
combo.
2. Yeah, you see that grab combo yet again, right? And it's 68% to 7% and already. This Lucario just
and that kick, wow, 1 stock already gone. See, that's the danger about playing such a lightweight character against someone like Bowser. You have these melee opportunities, you have these grab opportunities, and you get caught, you're gonna get punished. And taking free damage like that Greninja bit with the neutral B, that is not good for you because that is, again, lightweight character against a heavier character, that is free damage that you don't want. And right here, we're gonna see it, the Edgar. Nice neutral B, 65% against 51, still a stock down, so I think they can bring it back really easily.
Yeah, and again, it's 65 to 65, but you look, again, stock differential. You could go for the ledge grab, and you might, and the ledge grab or the sacrifice grab here, and it might not even matter. Lucario's got a super good jump, but when you go to the middle and Bowser is there, that's another stock taken off you. And again, Maui up by 2 stocks, and you could just ledge grab the rest of this game and ledge sacrifice.
Again, we see like a lot of free damage, or just coming out, especially when Bowser throws out his flames. And I think we're seeing a bit of a more aggressive Lucario compared to Greninja, especially now that you see Bowser being forced to go to the edge more. And being forced, and really nice counter there. That is a mistake on the end of Bowser. He's going to lose a stock and right back into it, 81%. And then nice smash, and that's sending him flying 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an impressive battle right now for, at least the Lucario took off a stock for this point in time, but again, the Bowser knows how to counter that right away. If you're in that middle, then you're just going to get countered right away, especially with how much damage Bowser is doing. And look, again, 2 stocks up. We know that this Bowser can ledge sacrifice here, and that is exactly what they might do here. And again, I called it, they ledge sacrifice 3-1.
See, here's the thing. You know, like we saw with that last mistake from Bowser's, and that Lucario's extreme mobility and ability to evade can really, you know, work out in his favor because of the fact that Bowser might be a little bit cocky, a little bit too aggressive, and that's going to force him to be off the edge and not be able to recover.
But you just got to force him all the way out. That's
exactly,
the point
exactly.
here.
But now
Lucario has enough power to force all Bowser off the edge. The problem is they're not doing that right now, and Maui's just taking full advantage of this.
34-29, that's another grab ledge sacrifice, and that is game number 2.
And this is just so impressive right now. I mean, it's one play. It's the same player from Maui, and I think it's the same player from Kihei as well that's going at this. But right now, in a 2-0 series, again, this is 3-player series. This is not a 0. This is not a, you know, a 2-1. And credit to the Lucario for, yeah, sure, it's 2 stock remaining, even if it's a ledge sacrifice twice. But it still is a matter that you got 3. Now you've lost 2 games.
It's all about
right?
winning the game.
But again, you lost 2 games, right? That's 6 points given up, plus the eliminations, plus the remaining stock left to go as well, right? Now, if you want any chance at a win, you got to go 5-0 here, and that's that's a high hill to climb.
That
especially
is
if the players if the players stay exactly the same, that is a hill and a half. I mean, that's like you might as well just be. I mean, that's climbing up Coco Head and trying to run up Coco Head all the way through. You got to have that leg power to get up there. And right now, this Pokemon lineup right now, I mean, we saw Lucario, right? We saw Greninja out. None of those are working. Maybe you need to go to a heavy character to damage against this heavy character right now because it's not working either way.
I think the most important thing is that, you know, you see Lucario and Greninja and you see their hop dodges and stuff like that. Like, you can easily try to avoid it. But once, you know, someone heavy like Bowser grabs you, like, that's kind of the death sentence right there. So I think, you know, the thing that I would have to say is, like, you have to, you know, evade better, in my opinion. Like, really use your weight class to your advantage and avoid, you know, that close range as much as possible. Like, force him into the neutral B setting, force him into, you know, the forward smash and the up smash combination. But looks like we're going to be heading to game 3.
And who do we get? It's the Bowser again.
Toon Link.
So again, another lightweight character, but at least this one can avoid a little bit better at the very least. So you talk about avoiding. This is the one you really need to work out with.
This is game number 3. Nice dodging here, left and right. So I think that early damage is really going to help a lot in his favor. But again, that grab is just really working against him. And, you know, we're actually going to see Bowser play a little bit more defensively, a lot, you know, less aggressive than he was before.
Well, but again, you're up. Look at the score, 20-6 in terms of points. You don't have to play aggressive to win this game. You can just ledge sacrifice this entire game through, and you'd still win. Even if that.
That's a lot of free damage coming out. That's a 99% already. One hit could do it. One side smash and 114. Really close, and he's still not down. 129. Oh, and there we go.
And recovers as well.
In the air.
Saves the stock for you. And now, again, you're just playing safe this whole game. You don't have to go at it. Although Maui wants to make a point here to make it to the finals in the afternoon. They just want to make a statement here. Although the Toon Link is doing a lot more damage than they were earlier on in this game as well. So right now, at least the damage is provided. But you need to be doing a lot more if you want to win this.
I mean, that smash into the ground, you know, already brings them up to 29%. And again, that kick with all the way up to 53. Way too much damage with the flames at 82. And he hasn't taken a hit yet. And that's another stock down, 3-5.
That's another B slash that just takes you right out of play, especially up in the air. And a lightweight character, there it is. I mean, another ledge sacrifice. That's another ledge sacrifice. And you can do this twice more. I mean, again, it's going to be the same stock line, 2-0 at the end of this game. If you do that 2 more times. But the problem is with this lightweight character, with Toon Link, you're allowing him to grab you, and this is just not good for you right now. You just got to keep avoiding. But how do you keep avoiding without doing damage? I mean, this is just, every answer is right now just just juggled around for this teammate.
I think the most important thing is, like, seize the opportunity because of the fact that Bowser's lower character.
Here we go.
You can see that is another stock down, 1-4.
That's
I really have to hand it to this, this Bowser. He's playing incredibly well, and really, he's not overextending anything. He's not, taking any hits that he doesn't have to take, and he could really go for a ledge sacrifice right now. Just has to seize the opportunity. 47%, and that's a lot of free damage.
See, here's the thing too. Remember that in the air slash on the B, right? You got that twice now, and now you got to slam down, and now that's just game. 4 stocks to nothing. A near perfect game once again, and it is going to be Maui High School that advances on into the high school championship later on this afternoon, starting at about 2 o'clock here. So a great game for Maui, and that was the same player the entire way through. Remember, you can have 3 people, 2 people, or 1 person in a set. That was a 1-person show, and that was a 1-person performance.
I really have to hand it to that Bowser because, all of the stocks that he lost, except for that 1 stock, were basically ledge sacrifices. Except for that 1 stock with the Lucario game, they're all basically ledge sacrifice. And I think he learned from his Lucario game, like, okay, I overextended, I couldn't recover through any of my skills. I'm not going to make that mistake again. And so he really showed up in that 3rd game. All cards are off the table. I'm really going to show my stuff. Played it almost painfully patiently, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go right back into no, we are not. I think this one's just for a fun one, I guess you could say. But there's another matchup, I guess, on the spectating side going on right now. But we're not going to show it because, again, it is best of 3 series, or rather 3-person series here for the high school side. But in any case, a great game overall. And like you were saying, only one of those lives was a ledge sacrifice. I mean, that's got to be impressive in itself. The fact that you had 2-0, 2-0, 4-0 at the end. I mean, just the way that Bowser played, perfection, and that just shows you that this guy's got mechanics. This player has got mechanics like no other, especially on a Bowser. And if you can replicate that to the other side, I mean, it's going to be, if you can replicate that into the finals, that's going to be a very, very nice way to send you to a cup as well. We are going to, no, we're not. Excuse me for a second. And so right now, it's just for right now, we are going to go to the high school side in a little while as well. So remember, folks, a little bit of a schedule update for you. Again, Lunch and Learn coming up. My clock says 11:12, so about 45 minutes from now, we'll send it on over inside of the conference room to kind of get a little bit more things going with the Lunch and Learn. I know 2 of the guests here will be Sky Kawaloa from the director of UH Esports, as well as JJ Nanquil, a friend of ours, as well as the Hawaii Esports Collective here as well. And then tomorrow, you got plenty of things going on as well for the cyberbullying part. And you mentioned, you heard Ed Lallier on his interview with Alelo talking about that cyberbullying aspect. Well, Laura Dye, Special Agent from Homeland Security, John Koneko with the Honolulu Police Department, and Andrew Maddock from the Honolulu Police Department as well, all going to be here tomorrow during that Lunch and Learn, same time tomorrow at noon. So plenty of time for you guys to come down again. Today is Smash and Rocket League, but tomorrow Riot Games takes over for the Vanta League, so it'll be League of Legends plus Valorant. So those 2 games will be fun to see. But let's go on over now to Olelo side, where they have another interview lined up.
Hey, what's up? This is Sean with Olelo Community Media, and I'm here with JJ, Operations Coordinator for PAXA. JJ, thank you so much for talking with us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your esports journey?
Thank you for having me here, Sean. And yeah, so my name is JJ Nanquil. I'm the Operations Coordinator for PAXA. And for esports, it started in 2019. I was a coach for our League of Legends Gold team, which is essentially like the JV league. And the next year, I upped it up to R6, and I created another league team. So 4 teams overall, coaching, managing, and mentoring other students as well. And I've been doing that for about 2.5, almost 3 years. Afterwards, I became a consultant for True, which is a nonprofit organization, part of Hawaii Executive Collaborative. And then because of True, I joined PAXA. I talked to Kelly Oyoka from PAXA, who's the president. He was really impressed with what I was doing with esports, fully supportive about the esports scene here in Hawaii, and gave me the opportunity to work for PAXA. And now, not only I'm helping the esports scene here, but I'm also helping the tech side.
All right, very cool. Can you tell us more about PAXA, what exactly they do and what they offer?
So Paxa is a local IT tech solutions company. So we do a lot of different things where it's like value-added resales. You know, we have partners from like Microsoft, Oracle. We also do like managed services. You know, IT supports where local companies outsource their IT to us. And so like, we do a lot of those things here. We focus mainly on the local companies here. It is a local company in general. It's part of the Island Holdings insurance family companies. So we're one of many. And my role as operations coordinator, I'm a support, basically, like a support main in general in every game. Yeah, I support all of our tech teams, all of our senior management, you know, whatever they need to do, whether it be like inventory stuff or like getting the help that they need or even doing some small technical stuff. I'm there to help them out.
All right, can you tell us what kind of support you gave for this event? You were involved with this event, correct?
Somewhat. I mean, I was part of Vanta, I believe 2021 as a coach, but at the time, you know, I had a great time, but I knew that I wanted to do something different. So I'm really grateful to be part of Vanta in my own way and help build it. So I guess I was indirectly supporting this, but I support esports scene in my own way. Most are like behind the scenes, helping build up the esports scene here, the organizations. You know, we have the Waipahu Public Library Initiative, which we have like esports and game development program there, and so hopefully we can bring it over there and over there into other libraries as well.
Yeah, tell us more about that library initiative. Like, it started in Waipahu, and obviously it was a great success. What are the plans? Any immediate plans for that kind of initiative?
Yeah, so right now the state librarian, Stacy Aldridge, she bought 5 more PCs. So it's gonna have 10 more gaming PCs overall, or 10 PCs overall, and we hope to get 5 more. And the plan is to get at least 5 PCs to hopefully all 51 libraries, and so that we can provide these types of, you know, equipment to the communities where, you know, PC gaming, it's not cheap, honestly. Like, so we want to provide these, you know, equipment, these tools to communities with their kids, adults alike, so that they can get the opportunity to do esports or gaming or tech or anything like that, right?
Very nice, thank you. So what are you, when you think of esports, obviously there's a lot more to it than just the gaming. What kind of technology initiatives could esports provide?
One of the things that I believe esports can provide is pushing the latency, especially the internet connection. You know, like we all know here in Hawaii, right? Latency is a big issue, right? Servers are all the way in the mainland, whether in League or we connect to the Chicago servers or any other, like for R6 we connect to the Oregon servers. So gaming really pushes that technology level where we can bridge the gap between this latency so that we can reduce it as zero as possible, right? And so by having the esports team really push it here, we can hopefully build maybe some data centers and some servers here, which would be great for not only the gamers here, you know, like myself and for you as well, but also for the community and for Hawaii as well, right? It brings in, you know, investments here to Hawaii other than just tourism.
Right, everybody benefits from that. And we're here at this great event, and I want to know, as you see these games go on, what kind of feelings do you have knowing that there's something so cool like this?
It's amazing. Like, I dreamt about doing this, you know, or just seeing something like this in Hawaii, right? You know, I always think that this is something only you can do in the mainland, right? You know, or something that you have to go to Korea or any other place just to do esports. But now seeing that it's growing and that I played, you know, a small part of it to help get to where it's at today, and it's only getting bigger, right? And so I love it, and I love doing my small part for the esports scene here in Hawaii. And so I'm really proud of, you know, not only the work that I've done, but the work that, you know, Sky, even you too, Sean, and everybody else here, you know, we're all playing a part here to help grow the esports scene here in Hawaii.
Thank you very much, and happy to have you here playing a part. You know, you're a big gamer. Can you tell us a bit about what games you play? You know, what's your favorite so far?
Okay, so I just got a PS5. Woo! So God of War right now. But for the competitive aspect, Valorant is like my main, like, casual with my friends, but it's either Valorant, League of Legends, or Rainbow Six Siege. Those are my top 3. But if I'm not crying in ranked, I'm just playing God of War Ragnarok at the moment, or I'm just watching like Disney Plus or Netflix. Very
cool. So let's see. You know, you've been in quite a few different esports, like, kind of involved scenes. What are some key aspects of esports that you think people don't recognize as much as they should?
For me, it's the soft skills. You know, of course, like you have all these technical skills that you have to do, not just the gaming aspect, but it's the soft skills, right? You know, whether it's like interpersonal skills, communication, you know, management, leadership, all these kind of things. These are things that, you know, especially when I was part of UAG Sports, helped me grow and helped me learn and have the opportunity to grow, right? And so that's the thing that I believe not a lot of people really understand, is that it's what you put into it and then what you can get out of it. And I believe that soft skills is the major aspect that, you know, not only that can prepare you for the workforce, but also could prepare you for life, right? And so I definitely think that soft skills are the most important thing that you can get from being part of the esports scene.
All right, thank you very much. JJ, it was a pleasure talking with you. We're going to kick it back to you guys over there. Thank you. What is up? I am here with William Chang from Mobile IT Force. William, thank you so much. Can you tell us about yourself and what Mobile IT Force does?
Yeah, so my name is William Chang. We're a partner for Lenovo Computers in the state of Hawaii. So our MITF or Mobile IT Force is the company that provide technology to the K-12 public sectors. We have been doing this for over 15 years and mostly helping with all the different schools in Hawaii. Include both public school and the private schools.
Yeah. All right, very cool. So what are you guys providing today at this event?
So we're showing off the latest technology or the latest product from Lenovo, which is the Legion line for esports. And so we have the desktops and we also have the laptop for people to kind of experience and play with it. Yeah.
That's very cool. So tell me a little bit about yourself in terms of esports. Do you have any history with it?
I kind of do. We all kind of start playing because I was a geek when I was a kid. The last game I ever played, and I'm still playing, is the League of Legends. Yes.
Yeah, League of Legends is a real popular one.
Yes.
Big fan, big fan. So obviously this event is very cool. You get to see that the middle and high schoolers get to play stuff. What kind of things would you want middle and high schoolers to benefit the most from an event like this?
So to me, I think playing game is one thing. Working as a team and understanding the thing behind all these games is more important. So not you just playing game, you can also learn about the technology, how to build your PCs. You know, sometimes, you know, when you do installation of the games, you need to kind of figure out some technical issues that you can kind of have that first-on experience. That's important too. So I think the kids who are playing games right now, especially from middle school and high school, they get to have that first exposure, and that's important. Yeah.
Very true, very true. Obviously, the kids here are going to be very tech savvy. So what do you like? What would you say is important when it comes to technology in esports? What is something that a kid should focus on when it comes to tech?
Okay, so I come from a more technical side of the business, right? So the way I see it is that obviously you need to understand the spec. The spec will be dictated based on the type of games that they're playing, and so understanding the game, then you will understand what type of PC you need to purchase. And then as you install the games, play the games, you realize there's some bugs here and there. Maybe it'll lead you to like programming, maybe it'll lead you to troubleshooting, fixing the machine, this and that. These are all important part of the games itself.
Yeah, so obviously all these troubleshooting and stuff can actually build some skills for technology.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what are some like with your company? What are some relevant fields that you deal with when it comes to esports? Like what's some technology fields that you work with?
Can you clarify? Like,
So with mobile IT force, what you guys have different positions? Like, does any of that apply to gaming at all?
Yes. So Mobile IT Force is now an ambassador for Lenovo's Legion product. So we're offering all different Legion to the schools, and of course to also general public as well. Yeah, and the key thing that makes it different from working in the mainland or some mainland company is that we have a local team here that can support like in terms of warranties. So all the machine you purchase, you could actually get it fixed here locally here. Yeah.
Very cool. Is this your first time coming out to an event like this, or have a history with stuff like this?
Actually, this is my first time, especially at this arena. Yes.
That's very cool. How do you feel right now? What's it like to see all this happen?
I was amazed. I was shocked, and I'm really happy that everybody's working together to put up this event. Especially the facility is top of the line. I know it's an Alienware base right now. It's a competitor against Lenovo, but hopefully, we're all moving to the same direction, which is good. Yeah.
We're all in the same space. We're all about esports. A healthy competition is fine, but as long as you get the tech out for the kids,
Exactly.
Yes. So, growing up, obviously, people didn't have stuff like this. What kind of tech did you grow up with that maybe motivated you to go down this line of work for you?
Okay, so I start off. My first PC is actually 286. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. Very old, ancient legacy machines, and to be honest, I actually start into this industry because I like to play games. And back then, to install a game is actually very challenging. Yes, you need to understand a lot of codings. Everything's kind of like command based, a lot of typings and stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't just it was a plug in and play kind of thing. You had to know coding back then.
And it's not 3D for sure. It's definitely 2D with the green color. There's no graphics, literally.
Did you ever do any like text-based games?
Say that again?
Any text-based like?
I kind of did, but I wasn't really into that games. Yeah.
So as you got older and you saw technology advance, did you try to stay on top of it, or like did you maybe take a break from gaming, or did you keep gaming as you grew up?
I do keep gaming from time to time. To me, playing games is also a way to relieve some of my stress sometimes, and then at least have some relaxed time to hang out with friends and so forth.
All right, that's very cool. So for kids now, they have access to a lot of technology. What kind of resources have you seen come up that kids can use to get into more of the IT field or the technology field?
Well, with internet, informations are usually abundant, right? So they can always go with all different resources throughout the internet. Of course, locally here, I try to help out with the schools. So partner with the school that they can practice with fixing machines. That's why our company is open up for like partnership with various different programs that they can come to and learn about warranties and so forth, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
All right, very nice. What about? Sorry, it's a lot going on today. Personally, you look at these computers and you see all the tech in there, and Lenovo is obviously a big company. Can you explain some of Lenovo's products? Can you like what kind of different gaming based technology or products they offer?
Okay, so Lenovo has the Legion as the main product line. And they have the desktop and the laptop, right, with different model numbers. The main thing you need to look at is the different type of video cards, right? Because the processors are mainly for either Intel's or AMD, and then from there you have the different memory, which is at the minimum, I think for gaming you need 16 to 32 gig of memory. The space is also getting very important because if you have a lot of games, then average would be like 1 to 2 terabytes type of configurations. Now, the last thing, which is also the most important and critical part of the system, is the video cards. So standard would be maybe like RTX 3060 at least at the minimum. But if you have the money for it, 3090 would be another one, or the 4090 that just recently come out, right?
That one's very expensive. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We're going to kick it back to you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Key Middle School here, and or excuse me, Eva Mackay Middle School here, and this is going to be Link versus Samus. So Samus for the side of the Winter Nazarene Academy. Eva Mackay's side has the Link going on here. So again, points: 3 points for a win, 1 point per elimination, and 1 point per stock remaining at the end of the matchup. So you're just sitting on the sides just a little bit here, and right now, just comfortably playing, but remember, you've only got 5 minutes on the clock here. There's only 5 minutes to do something here with 5 stocks, mind you. So it's more or less going to be pretty much a quick game if they want to get any points here on the board to start.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what's interesting about this too. I mean, we didn't really go into too much detail about it, but let's bring that up now because it is 5 stock, 5 minutes. So unless you're averaging, right, a stock a minute, this is, it's not always guaranteed for you to see 9 points. Or the maximum points, right? It's not a guarantee. There's 1, so let's keep, chalk that up because that is an, obviously now out the gate, advantage goes over to, I believe that is, could be Eva Mackay. I'm not 100% sure which team is on which side. We're gonna have to double check that. But still, I like that, this is kind of like an opening round, right? I don't know if nerves a little bit, but you're seeing them kind of, feel out their opponent, right? See what is their tendencies, right? With Smash and everything, it's always that idea of, okay, what are you gonna do, right? What do you like to do? What are the moves that you like to use? And so far, we're seeing it from the Samus, just getting that lots of damage over across off the C Snorky, and needs to be able to close out, needs to be able to capitalize on this 102%. Only 3 minutes left on the clock, mind you. A stock here would tie up the game. Yeah, and this is kind of slow, if you will, right, for what a 5-minute game is, right? They've only taken 1 stock total, but this Samus is taking so much damage in the meanwhile, so it's just nice
good block though. Oh, that was close. Super close.
Look at that.
Get that stick shot out. But again, this is basically dodge and play, if you will, and Link kind of right, the short range character. Samus a little bit more long range. So, there's a good hit. 132%.
Yeah, so I mean, just needs to capitalize, right? Link in kind of like the medium class of weight, so should be able to clear out. Yep, there it is. I mean, at 132, what would you expect? I mean, that should be a win for them right there. But okay, now we've got a little bit more time on the clock, right? Back to even. Now it's pressure on the Samus here to stay up, right? To stay on stage. Keep it at a 1-1 game and you're fine, right? Otherwise, 2-1, you start to give away the advantage a little bit. 88% is a lot to have to hold on to, right? You're going to have to keep it up, and now you're in that danger zone, right? Samus a little bit on the heavier side too. Not quite a heavy, but definitely in the mid-range. But yep, there it goes. Samus gets dropped out after that, and that's the unfortunate one of it. But it is a reset right now. 0 to 31, pretty much even game 2 minutes in. If they play the way they started off this match, we could see kind of a 2-1 lead going over for the Link.
Yeah, but only 2 minutes left to go. I mean, if you're the Samus here, right, you really got to hurry here to try and get that stock off, because Link right now only at 31%, so you got to find a way to just, even if it's just poke damage, if you will, even if you're just spamming the A, but the sure you're going to see I guess you could say tickle damage, if you will, but just to get him up to any point where you can just hit stick him all the way out. But right now, the Samus net is very disadvantaged right now, 86%, and you guys on the profile right now, 62%, but still 4 stocks remaining. At least the kind of hits you need.
Great
Samus, but good counter.
Yeah, great punish there. No, I mean, it's going to be on Samus. Even if he gets taken out here, right? Even if he loses the stock, which okay he does, he's got to capitalize on it. There was a bunch of big mistakes there from the Link player in that midfield, right? The skyward slash that he threw out gave him the opening and gave him the window to really get these hits in. And now, yeah, with that grab, 105, just needs one good hit. He's got a minute left on the clock to do it and to kind of just bring the game a little bit closer to his favor, right? I mean, obviously, at a disadvantage, it has to be something crazy for us to see a tie 2-2 out here. But, yeah, there you go. Nice shoulder hit. Needs one more shot. Yeah, charges up.
There
nice timing. There it is.
Good shot. 3-2 scoreline here for the side of Emma Mackay, still in the lead, up by only a stock now, 37 to 30% here with only 30 seconds left to go. And you're right, it's a matter of who's going to get the advantage. Good punish though, good stun from the shot, and then plus another hit off. That's the kind of stuff you need coming into the final 25 seconds here. But they're still just going to try to counter out each other. And right now, I mean, it's just for 20 seconds left. Nobody's going to necessarily outright win based on losing all their stock, but this is a matter of staying alive and good win here.
Yeah, you want to keep it up. I mean, you want to stay on stage. You want to make sure you don't drop this with the last 7 seconds left. It should be that they're able to do it. I don't think anybody's going to go down here. So it should be all right. A 3-2 advantage to Eva Mackay.
Wow, that was close.
Huge,
I mean,
yeah.
That would have been huge if that percentage was a little bit more. That would have been huge right at the end. But that is a win for the Link from the very get-go.
Yeah,
so
there you
it is
go.
Eva Mackay with a very good start for them. A 6-2 point advantage. If you include the win plus the remaining stock, that's excuse me, the eliminations plus the win. So now we go afterwards to check the remaining stock afterwards, which would be 3-2 for Link right now. So you're looking at pretty much a 9-4 scoreline right now in favor of the side of of Eva Mackay. So right now, as it stands, I mean, a 5-point advantage for this team of Eva Mackay. Yeah, I think I can do math pretty well.
I'm just checking the math in my head. All right, come on. You know what I mean? We just got to make sure. You know what I mean? 3 plus 1 plus add the 1, carry the 4. You know what I mean? We just got to make sure that everything's above board. You know what I mean?
Carry the infinity somewhere or...
Well, okay, so I mean, now this is where the fun part about this, right, is that it's not just a one-on-one game, right? For those of you who might be tuning in, if you're a parent watching from home or even in the audience, right, it's not just a one-on-one match. It's not just a one-on-one tournament in that regard. There is a team element to this, right? And obviously, some of these teams don't have quite the full roster like we talked about. But for those that do, it is something a little bit more fun to see, is because now we get to see, all right, who's coming in next? What are they bringing in? How are they going to change it up? What character gets brought in next? Is there a counter to it that they want to play? All these factors that relate to the Smash that we want to do, we'll see what ends up being the case, how they end up playing it out, because at this point now, who knows, right? It's anybody's game. We'd expect to see maybe the Link again. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, but they are. Okay, so I'm seeing it now. If we want to go take a look at the camps, it is 2 new players, actually. Yeah. Completely refresh the roster. We're going to swap new ones in.
So it's not like there's one player here that's going to have a certain advantage over the other. Now it's just 2 completely new ones, which means it's trying to maybe counter. It's now just trying to figure out each other's counter, or if you're playing comfort, just to see if you can counter the other side at this point. Because right now, I mean, we saw Samus versus Link. Link having that a little bit more of an advantage, doing a little more damage on the melee side, whereas Samus is a little more range damage. But for Link at the end, 3-2 scoreline, very well done. I mean, just to stay alive towards the end, right? Your goal, and there were a lot of dodges. You and I saw that. There were a lot of dodging. There was a lot of shielding going on, not much in terms of damage, especially in a 5-minute game. Only 5 stock got taken away total, which, I mean, 1 stock per minute. Not too much hand-to-hand combat going on at that very moment. But I mean, now we get to see what these teams decide, or players decide to pick here in the meantime. And right, I mean, if these, I mean, you know, sorry, a little bit older, but younger generation, right? Minecraft is sort of the thing, right? So Steve could be a pick here. I'm hoping to see Steve.
Don't do it. Don't date us like that. No,
okay.
Don't date us like that.
Don't
do it. You know. Please, just let's let it sit. The kids. This is middle school. This is the kids. For the kids. This is for the kids. We're not talking about generations here. Okay, let's calm down on that. All right, let's not even bring that up. We're not touching that at all.
Right,
but
right.
Okay. Well, I agree. Right. I mean, because to them, right, Pokemon is a brand new thing. Right. I know you, Mister. I've been playing Pokemon all day, all night recently.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on,
so I'm just saying, right? You know, for some of the OGs in the crowd, for the generation, since we're going this route, right? There is a Pokemon trainer, right? For those of you that didn't know. We're not going to see it, of course. All right, never mind. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
This is another weird one, though. It's another person from the realm of Final Fantasy, right? Or, I'm sorry, Zelda and then Final Fantasy, right? Cloud on Final Fantasy, Ganondorf, the villain from Legend of Zelda, right, as they come in. And now it's kind of very curious to see how this one plays out, because these are 2 fairly heavy guys.
But a little bit more interesting. While Ganondorf does a little bit more damage, Cloud has a better range with that sword. So right now, Cloud's got a pretty much advantage. And look, already has a limit, but uses it and is shielded away already. But you can see the damage already. This Cloud is just absolutely just putting it on the rails right now. 126, although Ganondorf is kind of ahead. I'm sure he can go out at 126 maybe, but soon enough, it goes off the map already. So that's already, and 45 seconds in, that's already a stock gone.
Yeah, but that was, I mean, that was just a lot of punishment coming out from the Cloud, right? I mean, looking at this here, right, just the amount of slashes he's getting in every combo. I mean, that's what you need to be doing, right? As a Cloud, as in this matchup, right? It's all about you need to be trading across a lot of damage before, because if Ganondorf just gets on you once, look at that, right? 27% jump just from one hit, and that's this playstyle, right? I mean, you're seeing it here. I gotta say credit to, I don't know if either of these schools are getting coaching from Vanta, but credit to that, because at least, I don't know, for me, when I was at this age, defense was not a thought in my mind.
No, not at all.
Yeah, right? But we're seeing it from these guys. The way that they're playing, they're always trying to shield out. They're using the shields as best as they can to counter out the damage. And I'm really impressed by that for a middle school level. Really great job, you guys. You guys are doing awesome. Keep it up. But look at this. One more hit.
No, not yet. I mean, these two are super close, right? 148 to 144. Ganondorf being that tank character can take a lot more hits. Cloud's at limit, though, right now. And this, I don't know how either of these guys are still in. There's the limit hit. Out, punch, 5-3 scoreline. Good, that's 11 points now. And right back. So we're back pretty much at 0 here, but one stock differential. But what a trade-off in that 100-plus fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, really high damage, high level. They were really duking it out there for a second. And honestly, very impressed to see how that played out and see what was going on there. I like it, but now, I mean, the punish back now, right? All it takes, like we were talking about, a few hits from Ganondorf, right? Look at how much work the Cloud has to put in to slowly get this percentage to rise against Ganondorf. Whereas meanwhile, on the other side, it's just 1 hit, 2 hits. That's all he needs to find. He just needs to find those tight windows where just get 1 hit in, you're good. Slowly rack them up, and that's how the Ganondorf is going to start to pull ahead. And if that's the player from Nazareth, that's going to be the huge thing that gets them back in the lead. If they can win this series or win this set, it's going to be a big way to even up this point tally.
Yeah, and a win here would just basically make this a huge uphill battle. Good limit there from Cloud, but again, Ganondorf's such a tank that you cannot think about with just one. You got to think about with multiple, and got to be at least over 150%. I would say to even have a chance to think about that. Maybe a limit will take him out after 150%, sure, but I mean, but that's just take away damage. That's huge damage out to 168%, but still, I mean, Ganondorf is one of those characters that just doesn't have range, especially against Cloud. If you're playing Cloud correctly, which this team from Esports is doing right now, you're just having so much range, and you have so much damage just being pulled out from that sword. Almost up to another limit there.
If that landed, he was gone.
Gone. Absolutely gone. 185 to 142. Still looking. Oh my god. I mean, 150 plus.
Oh, no!
And we're tied at 3 apiece.
Oh,
my god.
you hate to see it.
No, you hate to see it. And only a minute left too. I mean, for the Ganondorf to stay alive.
No.
Well, see, fight out for a win to get the point.
This is why it is, right? Cloud has the range and and that's why he's meant for, right? Long range light damage. But he can't close against a Ganondorf without that limit. He needs high limit. That's why you see him trying to charge it.
You can't ledge grab.
Oh, okay. Well, throw everything I just said out the window. Now it's just a matter of don't lose another stock. Okay.
45 seconds though, but there's still some time left on the clock. The way these two characters do damage, I mean, this is going to be intense in the final 30 seconds here. If Cloud can find sudden death,
no, I mean, if he takes another one of those, he's out. That's all a Ganondorf needs. That charged hit, that can wipe you from here. 70%, you can get wiped off the map from that. And that is dangerous. This is not where you want to be. Because the Ganondorf, he's chilling. But now, if he can find this opening, even up the game, tie it up, and not lose the 3 points for the win, huge.
Yeah, I mean, staying alive at this point, right? 10 seconds for the Cloud to basically get the 3 points here for Eva Makai to put them up in such a huge potential. That's another good hit. You've only got 5 seconds left, though. Something needs to happen for
one more hit.
To get any
Just
points.
run.
It will not happen, though. So, you see this.
He was connected. He was connected.
Oh, my goodness. Connected right at the end there, but it's not enough. Eva Makai able to take another 3 points for the win, and now it's an uphill battle for Winter Nazarene Academy in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that was clutch. Like 2 more seconds, right? If that battle goes on 2 more seconds, maybe even 3, I don't know if that's a win, right? That could have ended in a tie because that last grab, right? The power of the Ganondorf to hit, massive.
Right.
And that's where it's scary for you if you're a medium to like a light medium character like Cloud, because you get hit by that, you're gone, right? It's almost you could be too far to recover, especially with Cloud, who doesn't have a lot of great recovery options. Very, very dangerous, very, very impactful potentially to that. And all right, so at the end of our first series, right, one more match to be played, one more game to be played. Curious to see which of the two Winward Nazareth players we're going to see again, because I believe I was told that's the two-man roster. Whereas on the other side, new player for Evan Mackay.
Right. So, I mean, two-man roster versus the three-man roster. So here's where it comes down, right? So Winward Nazareth Academy, this is, maybe their anchor at this point, right? You got one more character left to play. It's a high uphill stretch for you at this point, right? You're down a couple of points. If that scoreboard's right for Evan Mackay's side, you've got a lot of points going for you. You don't necessarily need to play safe, but you don't have to, go for, complete kills here. I mean, you're just looking to just basically win this out in this very, you're looking at, Evan Mackay's at the top of the hill, Winward Nazarene's at the bottom of the hill, but Winward Nazarene's got a lot to climb up to get to that top of the hill if they want to even tie this game right now. Because of, again, that 3-point win plus the stock plus the elimination makes this point system right now a whole jump if you go up 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I'm seeing it, I do believe, okay, so it was the Samus player from earlier. So, all right, that's going to be the Samus again. We're seeing a run back of the Samus, but I won't spoil what the other side of the equation is. But
although I do like this pick.
Yeah,
I think it's a fun pick. It's a fun
awesome.
pick.
It's awesome, but we don't want to give it away yet. We can't give the spoilers yet.
I'm not giving anything away. I'm just saying it's fun.
All right, fair enough. Fine. But, just worth watching. And it's, I got to give them credit, right? I think this is going to be fun because if you are on the side of Winward Nazareth, you do get to kind of play the full match, right? They all get to play games. It's the Samus, and okay, there we go, finally on stage. Samus into Little Mac. This one should be a fun matchup because they're relatively within the same weight class, right? They both hit about the same. Their damage is about equivalent. Oh, what a great grab.
And you notice, too, for the last two games here for Evan Mackay, right? They picked the Cloud between it a little bit, and now you've got the Little Mac charge before that huge knockout punch, right? So right now, I mean, look for the KO here from Little Mac. 99%, though, gotta be careful, especially on a full charge. Samus right now gets hit, almost gets blasted away, and plus that ledge grab for Little Mac really, I mean, not a lot. So if you're far off the map, I don't know if Little Mac can get back onto it, especially on a big damage situation. But look, Little Mac's already taking 143. So right now, Winward Nazareth Academy need to make a 10 points. The damage that this is being poured on right now, the Samus looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, if Winward Nazareth wants to take this set, I believe they'd have to pretty much win out. 5-0, full stop.
Oh.
But that might not be enough.
No. Wow, 155% into the Samus belongs to lose first spot.
Great edge guard there from the Little Mac. I mean, honestly, really impressive to see it. I mean, the ability for him to hold. See, he's just constantly edge guarding here, and at this percentage, really dangerous. Samus just needs to get one good hit in.
But isn't able to find it yet. That's the big thing, and this Little Mac is doing so well. Again, on edge guarding, I mean, look at this edge guard right now. Hold on.
He's getting punished, though. That's the second time we've seen that chain and that combo of interaction. Yeah, great grab. But, I mean, let's talk to that, right? That's the second time in a row where the Little Mac there tries to edge guard, goes a little soon, and Samus reads it perfectly. So far, so good from the Winward Nazareth player. He's starting to get his foothold in this matchup. Yes, he got dropped a lot of damage in that middle set, but overall, he is adapting to the series. Although, yeah, that is a tough one to lose. Just a solid punch from the Little Mac.
I mean, you can go for the edge guard here, but if you can't get the rest of the sequence in play, right, then that's not going to work out for you. It showed right there, right? The Little Mac just goes right in, just knocks him out, especially just on the platform, not even edge guarding. Just knocked him out completely outside of the map anyways. Already has another KO.
Oh, KO ready.
There it is. But doesn't use it quite yet, but a lot of landing punches. There's the KO, and there's the knockout. Oh boy, and Evan Mackay already at 21-9 right now. It's 12-point uphill battle. And the point differential right now means this is also go for Samus. Needs to win out the next 4 stock.
I mean, honestly,
even
really clever storage of the knockout, right? From the Little Mac there. Knows that he wants to burn it at time. Not when the Samus is high percentage, but right after he gets that first shot in, just gets another combo in, and all right, here it is. Just the edge guard again. Oh. No, doesn't get to the ledge for the invuln. Means that he just gets taken off the side. Oh my And he's got another knockout ready. This could be dangerous. He just has to get him up a little bit more. He knows what range he's looking for. There we go. Little Mac does start to counter. Another big combo there. Oh, the jabs are just too much.
Just got that left, right, just going right at it. I mean, this Little Mac looking like Muhammad Ali right now.
Oh!
My gosh.
It repeats itself.
Oh, the story. What a game.
What a game.
What a
game.
game.
Good job. Good game.
And Eva Mackay able to pull away with basically all 3 games there. 3-2, 3-2, and our first knockout win. It's just
full knockout.
4-0 on the stock line as well, which, I mean, just impressive in itself. You're playing your best players last. That's where it was. That Little Mac just absolutely crushing it in the final match.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, with that said now, we do get, I believe, a series refresh, right? It is a BO3. They are going to converse and discuss a little bit as they figure out what they want to do next. But as that's happening, we will be cutting to, I believe, a video about Vanta in a little bit, so don't worry about that too much. But it is something worth noting that they get to go again. They get to go again at least one more time, right? Winner Nazareth will get another shot at it. Hopefully they've learned. I mean, obviously, I like what I'm seeing, though. I'm liking the adaptation. We are seeing them, kind of learning from the tendencies, right? We talked about how Samus was learning about the edge guard, and then we see the Little Mac switch it up, right? So overall, I'm really impressed for I think the amount of adaptation we're seeing at this stage, at this level of the game, right? For middle school level, I'm incredibly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the coaching is great, the players' mechanics are great, and like if this is middle school, I mean, high school coming up next as well. I mean, this is going to be pretty impressive to see throughout the rest of the day for Super Smash. So don't go anywhere. I guess we're going to be taking a break here very soon here with the video, which is the game here. We're about to jump in, and this is going to be 2 interesting class types here again. On the left side of your screen, you're going to see TH Charter, St. Anthony. You talk about weight class, this is a huge differential on weight class.
Greninja versus Bowser. Bowser's one of the heaviest the heaviest weight class out there. So right now I'm going to be seeing a lot of damage coming out, especially towards someone lighter like Greninja. But still, I think Greninja, with the range differential, can, do a lot. And looks like things are going underway. Lots of good defense coming out. 45 versus 37%, 62 now. But, Greninja being forced to constantly resort to the edge, and Bowser's doing a great job in edge guarding and punishing him for constantly resorting to that.
Yeah, and look, a lighter character, you're a little bit faster, but if you get hit like
and
that
great
oh my
kick.
gosh, yeah, that great kick out. I mean, already down 1 stock, and that's, again, you get 3 for the rule set here, 3 points for a win, 1 for elimination, and at the end, at 5 minutes, if we get to that point, it's 1 stock, or 1 point per stock remaining.
And that's another stock gone. It's 3 to 4 right now.
But see, the thing is, too, Bowser can keep doing this because
that's
they're still up 1 stock. You can grab and just ledge them off, and this is what you call the pro gamer move.
That grab combination doing 22%, and these hits after that combination bringing him all the way to 54. This is spelling really bad news because you do another kick, you do another grab into that combination, that is another stock loss for you. And again, with these combos, like lots of damage coming out, and Greninja doesn't seem to be doing well. That's another.
Oh, it's not. Actually, yeah, we're going to change that up right now. It's Maui High School taking on TH Charter right now. So Maui High School on the right end right now. They're already up 2. They're up 2 stock. 4 stock to 2 right now. And, I mean, this is looking pretty good. Bowser gets back up to the ledge, but only 66% lost. And this is a lot of stock. This Greninja is just taking so much damage and having no way to counter it. And this is what the weight class advantage can give you, right? So much damage. But if you're not being countered either, this isn't going to help you in any case.
104%. This is a danger zone, especially when you're 2 stocks down. I mean, 1 side smash, if anything, could probably, spell disaster for you. But 93%, that, in my opinion, is not enough. He's forced to, again, resort to the edge, the up smash to bring him back up. And the grab, will it be enough? And God. Yes, it is 1 to 4. Greninja down 3 stocks with 103% Bowser. Now, this is do or die time. You got to go.
Yeah, and again, 1 stock left. And if you want to get any points out of this at all, other than just 1 point for the elimination, you got to survive 2.5 minutes. But
and that is 1 down, 2 to go.
Well, 3 to go now if you're this Greninja, right? You still got, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes left to go.
51%, 76 now. That's a danger zone already.
You technically
And another
could
grab,
go
and
move
that's
right
the
there. That's game. That's just game.
just game.
That's just game. You just grab them off the edge, right? You're up 3 stocks to 1. You might as well do, again, the troll and the pro gamer move. Grab them, take them off the edge, just end the game right away. We're not even 2 minutes left to play.
I mean, the grab sacrifices, if you're 2 stocks up, you can afford to lose a stock, and especially if it's, a game-defining win like that, you might as well just go for it, especially if you see the opportunity.
I mean, that was such a quick game, though. I mean, again, it's a 3-player series, which means All right, folks, in about 5 minutes here, we're going to have the Lunch and Learn coming up here. So you can see the countdown timer basically in the bottom right corner on your screen. But same thing, about 5 minutes from now, head on over into the conference room in the back. Or actually start heading on over into the back. It's pretty much open right now. Head on over to the back so that we can get the Lunch and Learn ready to go there. And you can see the guys. Wave over there real quick. Just wave. You guys are right there, right in front of the conference room where everybody's going to enter. And yes, just wave. Yeah, you're right there. You guys are over there, so they're setting up a little broadcast at Lunch and Learn as well. So stick around 5 minutes from now. Start heading on over in, and we'll get the Lunch and Learn started with Director of UH Esports Sky Kawiloa, as well as JJ Nanquil from the Hawaii Esports Collective. So again, everybody, start heading on into the Lunch and Learn. We'll get started here in about 5 minutes from now. Get pretty much the same lineup here, except instead of a Greninja, we stick on the Pokemon theme. Lucario is going to be in now.
Lucario.
So Maui is up again 10-3 in this situation. Maui on the right side of your screen, KH Shutter on the left side on points-wise, but you can see Maui player 1.
And again, we see that
KH
grab
player
combo.
2. Yeah, you see that grab combo yet again, right? And it's 68% to 7% and already. This Lucario just
and that kick, wow, one stock already gone. See, that's the danger about playing such a lightweight character against someone like Bowser. You have these melee opportunities, you have these grab opportunities, and you get caught, you're gonna get punished. And taking free damage like that Greninja bitch with the neutral B, that is not good for you because that is, again, lightweight character against a heavier character, that is free damage that you don't want. And right here, we're gonna see it, the Edgar. Nice neutral B, 65% against 51, still a stock down, so I think they can bring it back really easily.
Yeah, and again, it's 65-65, but you look, again, stock differential. You could go for the ledge grab, and you might, and the ledge grab or the sacrifice grab here, and it might not even matter. Lucario's got a super good jump, but when you go to the middle and Bowser is there, that's another stock taken off you. And again, Maui up by 2 stocks, and you could just ledge grab the rest of this game and ledge sacrifice.
Again, we see like a lot of free damage, or just coming out, especially when Bowser throws out his flames. And I think we're seeing a bit of a more aggressive Lucario compared to Greninja, especially now that you see Bowser being forced to go to the edge more and being forced, and really nice counter there. That is a mistake on the end of Bowser. He's going to lose a stock and right back into an 81%. And then nice smash, and that's sending him flying 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an impressive battle right now for, at least the Lucario took off a stock for this point in time, but again, the Bowser knows how to counter that right away. If you're in that middle, then you're just going to get countered right away, especially with how much damage Bowser is doing. And look, again, 2 stocks up. We know that this Bowser can ledge sacrifice here, and that is exactly what they might do here. And again, I called it, they ledge sacrifice 3-1.
See, here's the thing. Like we saw with that last mistake from Bowser's, and that Lucario's extreme mobility and ability to evade can really, work out in his favor because of the fact that Bowser might be a little bit cocky, a little bit too aggressive, and that's going to force him to be off the edge and not be able to recover.
But you just got to force him all the way out. That's that's the point here.
But
Lucario has enough power to force all Bowser off the edge. The problem is they're not doing that right now, and Maui's just taking full advantage of this.
34-29, that's another grab ledge sacrifice, and that is game number 2.
And this is just so impressive right now. I mean, it's one play. It's the same player from Maui, and I think it's the same player from Kihei as well that's going at this. But right now, in a 2-0 series, again, this is 3-player series. This is not a 0. This is not a 2-1. And credit to the Lucario for, yeah, sure, it's 2 stock remaining, even if it's a ledge sacrifice twice. But it still is a matter that you got 3. Now you've lost 2 games.
It's all about
right?
winning the game.
But again, you lost 2 games, right? That's 6 points given up, plus the eliminations, plus the remaining stock left to go as well, right? Now, if you want any chance at a win, you got to go 5-0 here, and that's near, that's a high hill to climb.
That
especially
is
if the players if the players stay exactly the same, that is a hill and a half. I mean, that's you might as well just be. I mean, that's climbing up Coco Head and trying to run up Coco Head all the way through. You got to have that.
All right, for everyone that's in this side of the room, there's free food in the next room over. So food, if you guys want or if you guys want pizza, there's in the room over there for the lunch and learn. You guys want to go over there? There's food. There's food. Go hang out in the next room over.
Someone heavy like Bowser grabs you, like that's kind of the death sentence right there. So I think, the thing that I would have to say is, like, you have to, evade better, in my opinion. Like, really use your weight class to your advantage and avoid, that close range as much as possible. Like, force him into the neutral B setting, force him into, the forward smash and the up smash combination. But
Let's
looks
see.
like we're going to be heading to game 3.
And who do we get? It's the Bowser again.
Toon Link.
So again, another lightweight character, but at least this one can avoid a little bit better at the very least. So you talk about avoiding. This is the one you really need to work out
Alright,
with.
this is game number 3. Nice dodging here, Lush. And right, so I think that early damage is really going to help a lot in his favor. But again, that grab is just really working against him. And, we're actually going to see Bowser play a little bit more defensively, a lot, less aggressive than he was before.
Well, but again, you're up. Look at the score, 20-6 in terms of points. You don't have to play aggressive to win this game. You can just ledge sacrifice this entire game through, and you still win. Even if that.
Ooh, that's a lot of free damage coming out. That's a 99% already. One hit could do it. One side smash and 114. Really close, and he's still not down. 129. Oh, and there we go.
And recovers as well.
In
so
the
now
air.
saves the stock for you. And now, again, you're just playing safe this whole game. You don't have to go at it. Although Maui wants to make a point here to make it to the finals in the afternoon. They just want to make a statement here. Although those Toon Link is doing a lot more damage than they were earlier on in this game as well. So right now, at least the damage is provided. But you need to be doing a lot more if you want to win this.
I mean, that smash into the ground, already brings them up to 29%. And again, that kick with all the way up to 53. Way too much damage with the flames at 82. And he hasn't taken a hit.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hi, everybody. Welcome inside of the conference room here. We're going to get things started in just a couple of moments, but we have two speakers up here, and today's Lunch and Learn comprises of the Hawaii Esports and Career Pathways, and we thought, why not bring in two very successful people, if you will, in the esports realm here in Hawaii. So first and foremost, on your right side, Mr. Sky Kawaloa, Director for the Esports at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. A little bit about Sky, good friend of mine as well. Great to meet him. I think it was a couple years back in 2018, I'm pretty sure that we first met. It's been like, what, 4 or 5 years now that we've known each other. And so in the last 2 years, I will say just on the top of my head, last 2 years, been part of the Esports Awards as one of the best collegiate programs, nominated for one of the best collegiate programs of the year as well. He's also a Doctor of Philosophy, Information and Communication Sciences, and also has a master's degree in communication. He's also previously a mentor and teacher at Halau Kumana Public Charter School and is on the board of governors for Electronic Gaming, the Federation. Is also a board member for the Voice of Intercollegiate Esports and co-founder, and is also on the board of directors for Hawaii Esports Alliance. So you're on a lot of things, Sky. Just point that out. You're on a lot of things, man. That's a big intro for you. But yeah, Dr. Sky Kawaloa here, as well as JJ Nanquil, another friend of mine, esports consultant with the Hawaii Executive Collective. He's also the esports consultant and coach for Hawaii Executive Collective and Operations. He's also a coordinator at PAXA. He's been a player, coach, and manager at Esports for 4 years. Earned his bachelor's degree in not in anything I would think would be esports, but biology. But it's not closely related, I would think. But someone in the sciences realm at the very least. Yeah, somewhere in the sciences realm. But also, and another fact as well, there's a esports tech lab, if you will, an esports tech lab that opened up at the Waipahu Public Library System, and that was opened up a couple of months ago, I believe. That was back in July, right? That was back in July. They opened it up, and JJ was part of that collective as well to bring that all together. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Sky Kawaloa and JJ Nanquil.
All right, thank you, everybody. Once again, I want to extend my thanks to Vanta for inviting me to this wonderful event. Really another milestone for the esports community here in Hawaii to have all these different community stakeholders and entities come together to support esports at the middle school, high school level, and of course at the collegiate level as well. So I want to thank Vanta and Ed and everybody in the group, as well as HPU, providing this wonderful venue. HPU has always been really a wonderful space for the community itself from the very origins back in 2017 when I was here helping to consult with this wonderful location, and to see it grow in a way that it has been really quite amazing. So thank you for this event, Jordan, as well. So yes, I'm Sky Kawaloa. I am a recent PhD grad at the University of Hawaii. I'm the director of esports, and I just wanted to kind of give you a background about myself, because within the context of discussing esports, it's really important to know who we're talking about and where they come from and what they represent. Being a native Hawaiian, I've grown up really both on the island but away from the island, in the sense that Hawaii has been really a special place to me, even though I spent a big part of my youth growing up in California and San Diego, and coming back to Hawaii and understanding how important it is to recognize just how amazing we have it here when it comes to just sheer talent. Often, a lot of folks either recognize that we have amazing talent when it comes to young, smart individuals and what they do and what they create and what they can do in this space. But really, I've seen it in spades for the past decade or more to say that we have amazing students, amazing leaders, amazing youth who really can push the space, whether it be in tech or games or in anything that we're doing here, that to really recognize what we're doing. So. To kick it off, I am the director of the University of Hawaii Esports program. This program, sorry, I'm going to skip here. This program is a program that has 8 varsity teams across 8 titles. Is a program that sits within the University Manoa campus, but now I've moved into my position as the director of UH Esports at Manoa, but also at the systems level. So what that means is that I'm charged by President David Lazar at the University of Hawaii to create programs, not just Manoa, because Manoa often gets a lot of the attention as we know it, but he wants to see these programs go across from the community colleges to Hilo to Maui to Kauai, and so I'm in the midst of creating something like this across the systems. Our competitors both comprise of students who are interested in top-tier competition, of course, games like Overwatch 2, Valorant, League of Legends, Smash, Call of Duty, Really, the titles go on and on and on. But also, as you can see in the picture in the top left, we have a group of students and a cohort of individuals that are not necessarily about competition. They really are interested in the grander scheme, the grander narrative of what esports means to them. And what that means is that we have a group of students who are interested in competition operations, for instance, content creation, media production, and you know, that is something that I really want to support here when it comes to the discussion around what it means to create esports and esports in Hawaii overall. Beyond that, we're looking at students who are also looking to get into the industry. So my goal as a program is to actually not just create amazing competitive teams, which has been icing on the cake. Often when I talk to different folks or media outlets, what I say is that to have a top championship team that's recognized from UHMO has really been icing on the cake. It's not something I've been planning for necessarily. What I do plan for is to have, for example, the head of Google executive or head of Google Games come to our campus and talk with our players. That's something I definitely have planned for. We had that happen last month. So for me, to look at esports and to say what it is really requires a broader understanding of, how are we defining it and what does it mean for our students overall? So in this presentation, I want to kind of give us both a broad but a detailed view of what esports means, but also what it means in Hawaii, okay? And to understand that broader understanding of what esports means, I think for a lot of us, when we say, what is esports? Again, I like to open up with that sort of proverbial question that everybody gets at an esports conference or esports presentation. What is esports, right? And so when I grew up playing competitive video games, I never called it esports, right? When I grew up playing Street Fighter II back in the late 90s, I'll definitely age myself here, we never told ourselves we're doing something, quote unquote, called esports, okay? But over the past 2 decades, really much longer, but over the past 2 decades, as you can identify, esports has grown significantly. And what that means is that esports is now an industry amongst itself. And it encompasses a skills and a set of talents that are not necessarily about skill, efficiency, competition, and performance. Esports at its core really is also about media production, content, and entertainment, okay? And when we say what is esports, we're really talking about this idea of what is sports media, right? So I built out a program in which a lot of administrators, a lot of campus presidents, campus provosts, when they say, Sky, we want you to build out a program, we know what they are looking at is looking at a program that looks very much like a traditional college athletics outfit, okay? But, when we're looking at this idea of games and competition and IP, we also have to understand that, there are a number of entities that sit outside the domain of education and community, and those domains are really important to explore. Number one, these different games themselves are not naturally born as esports, right? If we look at games like, for example, League of Legends, okay? This became an esport, not necessarily because the game developer Riot Games said this will become an esport, but back in, roughly around 2000, basically 9 or 10, you had a bunch of competitors saying that we'd like to run a tournament and we'd like to stream that tournament. And when they did that, Riot Games caught the attention of Riot Games, in which they started to develop this. So on one hand, yes, esports is actually quite community driven, right? It's not necessarily the publishers that are saying, we're gonna build something out and you're gonna follow our path. But over the past, half a decade to a decade, things have changed. Publishers are much more intentional, much more focused on creating this thing called esports. And so with a game like, for example, Overwatch, okay? Overwatch is a game that was created to be, quote unquote, an esport. And does anybody know, okay, so I'd love to kind of throw out a question to you. Does anybody know how Overwatch, or any publisher, any video game publisher, what did they do to say, we're now gonna create an esport? Does anybody know what they did? Okay, nobody knows? All right. It's an obvious thing, right? When anytime you develop a league, you're looking at creating locations, teams, venues, and page structure, okay? Activision Blizzard actually started to create a structure, an incentive structure in which they actually paid players. They had minimum salaries. They had health insurance. They had retirement benefits, okay? And so this is what we see now, is that when I ask the question, what is esports? it's taken on its community function, right, as being something that's competitive play. It's something in which you can happen anywhere, right? You can have competitive play at your house, in your room, in a bar and grill, but now it's competitive play within quote unquote arenas, okay? And so, one thing that is important to understand is when we talk about the discussion of what is an esport and why it's important and what does it constitute, the publishers are incredibly important in part of this discussion, but they're not determinant. Okay, I think that's really important for us to understand is that a lot of us folks here in this room do not come from an executive perspective or a publisher perspective. We're coming from this as a community perspective. And what this means is that a game like Smash Brothers, okay? So do anybody here that plays Smash Brothers? All right, okay, so this is a much more relevant discussion for you, right? Because this is a game that has a very strong community tie. I grew up playing Street Fighter 2, now I play Smash. Okay, and the only reason why I play Smash is that I can download Ryu and Ken. Okay, I don't care anything about any other character. I think it's actually quite ridiculous to say Ryu and Ken is my jam, and I love them, and that's why I stick with Smash. But Smash was never created to be a competitive game, right? The designers, the developers really actually took intentional moves to actually throw in random elements in the game so that it could not be something that could be determinate or predictable, okay? But it didn't matter. What happened is that this game ended up developing a strong competitive community within North America, especially on the West Coast and the East Coast. And these communities turned Smash into a highly, highly competitive game, right? Well, I mean, I would say I've never seen a more competitive community in my life than I've seen with Smash communities. Of course, the developer is still there. Nintendo, as we've seen recently, has laid their foot down on what can be considered a tournament that can be sponsored and what not can be sponsored. So within this discussion of what is esports, we have to remember that there will always be and continues to be, and I think that recent events with the Smash community, with the World Smash Tour and the Panda events, that there's always going to be this tension between what we're doing as a community and what publishers see is a benefit, and in what ways do they see the future of esports itself, right? And so with each of these games, with Apex, with Rainbow Six, with Smash Brothers, with League of Legends and Rocket League, right? This will always be something that we will have to have in the back of our mind, is that we're doing something that belongs to a particular publisher. This is not our IP, this is a publisher's IP. But at the same time, these publishers know that it is you that is doing the community work, the grassroots work that is actually bringing visibility and attention to the games themselves, right? So that's something that we always have to sort of keep in mind at the end of the day here. Now, when talking about esports, it's also impossible to separate from the larger, broader video games industry, okay? And so on this slide here, I have a quick snapshot of some recent trends, okay? And these recent trends are important to point out. Is number one, at the top, we roughly have 2.5 to 3 billion gamers around the world, okay? Now I want to ask you guys something. The word gamer has had a very interesting evolution throughout the decades. What does the word gamer, especially for the younger folks in here, okay? What does the word gamer mean to you? When I say if you're a gamer, somebody says you're a gamer, what do you think they mean, and what do you think you mean? I'd like to open up that question. Yes. Okay, so a person who has a hobby playing games. I like that definition a lot. Okay, I like that. We'll keep that one there. Somebody else had their hand up? Yeah. Okay, good. Very similar, right? So all walks of life, all walks of modalities. Okay, anybody else? How about the guys on the right side with the shark fin? Okay, good. One more time, yeah. Okay. Yes, right. Okay. So that's a very good perspective to have here, because if somebody were to ask you, especially if you were discussing this topic roughly about 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago, and you said, "Are you a gamer?" What does the first thing, or what would be the first thing that come to your mind? Most people would say, "Are you somebody that plays video games?" Okay, we have to remember that games span across many different genres, many different materialities, not just digital types of modalities, but again, if we're looking at games like, again, would you call your grandmother a gamer if she played solitaire? Well, yeah, why not? Okay. Of course, this statistics that I throw up there doesn't assume that. They're looking at a certain type of gamer, and that's a gamer that plays video games and most likely plays AAA titles. Okay. And so I think for the young folks here, again, I want you guys to really understand that when we talk about games, and especially in a context like esports, it's very easy to get lost in this very tunneled vision view of what games constitutes. Okay, and what was your name back there? Okay, and I liked your definition. It was a very mature definition. You know, it's very similar to what you had pointed out. Of course, you had more detailed, but yes, you know, games are something that are very broad in understanding. And that's also important to understand because play, the importance of play, everybody here grows up or has grown up with play. Okay, and play when I grew up was often something that happened outdoors. Play that happens nowadays is both outdoors and indoors. Okay, and so this idea of, you know, there being over 2.5, I did put quotes around gamers is to understand that really there are a far broader understanding of what that term should mean overall globally. Okay. Number two, that video games revenue is very large, close to 180 billion. I'm guessing that's even bigger now. And it is a figure that is often thrown out there because this revenue, this global revenue, is something that trumps most traditional forms of entertainment like music and movies. Okay? But at the same time, I want us to all understand is that there has been, over the past 20 years, a convergence of media types: music, movies, films, animation, and video games. And so at the same time, video games represents a big chunk of the global entertainment revenue, but it is something that is also merging with film, music, and entertainment overall. And so it is important to understand that these things are also quite blurred and quite mixed, but video games often can be a big part of that visibility. Esports sits at 1.8 billion. I think many people are very shocked that it's actually a very small figure. Okay, you're talking about esports representing only 1% of a much larger industry. Okay, this can be either good or bad depending on how you read it. It could mean that there is a tremendous amount of growth that's still to be had, or it could be a sign that, you know, something is wrong. But, you know, I believe that there is still a lot of growth and a lot of maturity and a lot of, there's a long pathway in which esports itself has a way to grow. And so I think this represents a floor, not necessarily a ceiling. Again, so, you know, these figures about year-on-year growth, global esports live streaming audiences, and esports as a college phenomenon. So I want to talk about that very quickly. In the United States, collegiate esports is a phenomenon in itself, and is really a very North American, activity. The first program that was created in the United States was 2014 out of the school in Chicago called Robert Morris University. They created a scholarship program for 20 other students. And that scholarship program was really the launch pad of esports and gaming programs in the United States. Over the next 5, 6, 7 years, you saw this accelerate with programs that reach from the UC school system to Rutgers, to Miami, to Ohio, to Texas, to Florida, and of course in Hawaii itself. And so, you know, this idea of the popular college esports is a really important one, and something that I want to say is going to be, you know, a key driver in the development of esports in many different states itself. In some locations like, you know, Washington State, Texas, in Seattle and LA, you know, those key drivers often are industry. But for locations like Hawaii and throughout the Midwest and the South and parts of the Northeast, it's really the intersection of educational institutions that become these main drivers. And so college esports becomes an important part of that. Okay, and so I want to put up this slide. It's a very common one. It came out of Newzoo, and it's an interesting slide because it starts to articulate how these different entities within esports itself work together. And this is a very grand narrative view, okay? And why I say it's a grand narrative view is that you have very defined and distinct entities that are coming to work together in this ecosystem. On the top left, you have your teams. On the top right, you have your publishers. On the bottom left, you have your events. On the bottom right, you have your leagues. Now, it's important that when we think about the development of esports in Hawaii, that often we're looking at some ways of, perhaps replicating some of these modalities, right? We're looking at creating teams. We're looking at creating leagues. We're looking at creating events. Perhaps not necessarily, creating publishers. That would be great because the whole game development scene in Hawaii is actually something that should be fostering games overall in our locations. But what's important to understand here is that this ecosystem is an ecosystem that feeds off each other. And it's an ecosystem which teams themselves, the events, the publishers, and the leagues have found some type of balance among each other. And with the events, this is something that I would like to discuss, is that esports has often suffered from a legitimacy problem, right? Many people have often said throughout the decade, is esports a real thing? Can it be an activity in which people will come out to? And so in trying to understand the legitimacy problem of esports, events have become very important. And you see really that there is no difference with what we see in the larger professional esports ecosystem happening in LA and Chicago and New York, and what's happening here in Hawaii is that events like this, right? This Vanta Hawaii Esports League event is something that's very important because what we're trying to do is we're trying to show that we can produce a product or an event that brings out students, and brings out people, and brings out parents and educators, okay? And so this idea of events, is something that will continue to drive the ecosystem, especially in Hawaii. Okay. Of course, we're looking at creating teams in the future, and these teams are actually already existing. We have a host of them here in the HPU arena, and we also imagine that we'll have more teams that will be created in the other high schools across the different islands. We have teams across the university system, both at HPU and the University of Hawaii. Like I said, we have close to 8 varsity teams at UH and 8 junior varsity teams at the University of Hawaii. So this is an important thing to understand, is that this itself is what we are trying to approximate. I'm not saying that we're trying to approximate a commercial model, because this is very much a commercial model, but we're trying to approximate an ecosystem that balances between each other, all right? And so, I want us to keep that in mind and say that is a really important part of this. The reason why I want to point that out is because this is what really esports in Hawaii looks like, okay? Esports in Hawaii is really a balance of community, business, education, and government, okay? Now, this is not unique to Hawaii. When we see the development of esports across different states, what we're finding is that each of these individual components are developing at different rates, and sometimes they're siloed off. In Hawaii, community has always been there, okay? I come from an FGC background. Like I said, I grew up with Street Fighter. I grew up with Tekken. I am now playing Smash. When I think of community esports, I think of the FGC. And in Hawaii, the FGC has always played a huge part in supporting esports. But there came a point in which the FGC community wanted to move out from their private spheres of play to their public spheres of play. They wanted to actually come out into different locations where they could actually gather to find other people and to say, you know what, we want to have a location in which other people could join and do tournaments. And so for the FGC community in Hawaii, that's what they did. And again, one of the most visible locations in which that public relationship has happened between community and business has happened first perhaps with PCGs, then with Osami Bar and Grill. Okay, it's one of these locations in which the FGC has just found a wonderful relationship between the community and the business. And that has worked for close to a good decade in which the community and the businesses have worked together to support each other. But we have now reached a point, I would say that point in Hawaii was roughly around 2016 and 17, in which that was no longer a threshold that could support a broader vision of what esports could mean. And that's what we have done with both education and government. The educational component has entered into the discussion, and the government finds very much an interest in supporting that. And that begins with, of course, with HPU. HPU is credited with having the first program here in 2017, a year after the University of Hawaii began their own program. Once University of Hawaii began their own program, I started to have more and more discussions with state representatives, especially Senator Wakai, in him asking in what ways could the state support esports in this larger ecosystem, right? So again, we're not talking about silos anymore. We're talking about community, business, education, and government becoming deeper and more collaborative in their working relationships. Okay, and so that is something that we're trying to understand here at HEA. So HEA is the Hawaii Esports Alliance, and I'm here in my capacity both as somebody that is the director of UH Esports, but I'm also somebody that is a board member of HEA. And I want to talk about HEA because HEA is one of the first nonprofits, really the first nonprofit in Hawaii, to say, you know what? Each of these silos are important and have individual benefits and interests of their own, but there needs to be a way that we can bring them together. Okay? And so the Hawaii Esports Alliance is an alliance in which we're trying to understand in what way can we play an advisory role. Okay, because each of these different communities, the business, the education, the government, and I already said each of them, are wonderful in their own sense, right? They're able to build their own community. I'm able to build my own esports, program. HPU is able to build their own esports program. But in what ways can we share resources and knowledge? In what way can we come together? And so I really wanted to take this time to just say that HEA is trying to understand itself within the context of being a nonprofit, that it can play that bridging mechanism. And that bridging mechanism is important because for esports in Hawaii to succeed, the community needs to understand there are different ways in which we can intersect with us as a community. We can intersect via communities, right? So the community part of esports is something that doesn't necessarily have an educational component. The community part of the esports side of Hawaii is accessibility, right? The ability for students who don't have access to PC towers and PC technologies that roughly cost $3,000 to $4,000 each. That's what they cost at University of Hawaii in our lab. That is beyond the scope of any person that I know, that JJ knows, in which you would have access to as a student. Okay? So the community function plays a really important role in providing a space and location and a point of accessibility for esports. And HEA is really trying to say, you know what, for those community groups that are wanting to do this can be something that can be very helpful, and we can provide that guidance in itself. And beyond that, I want to understand, or I want the audience to understand is that there has been some wonderful projects that HEA has taken a part of, in which we've been able to articulate those goals and actually have successful results from those goals. Okay, and so I want to actually discuss, number one, that the benefits of esports are quite numerous. And again, these are benefits that can happen only through the guidance of there being an intentional planning and organizing around esports with adults. Okay, I want to really emphasize that. The reason why is that esports, gaming, animation, all the sort of digital subcultures that we have are tremendously popular, and students will be attracted to them, will come together, create wonderful events. But if there are no adults in which we tell the students to sit, reflect, and think about what they're doing, this will be an event that will pass them by as an educational experience. Okay, and so this slide really gives you an understanding that there are many different ways in which there are benefits that can be had, but they have to be created, cultivated, and be intentional in their delivery. Okay, and ultimately, what we're looking at is the benefits of esports and gaming to be something in which we have career pathways transitions between what we're seeing in community colleges, universities, 2-year, 3-year, 4 universities, the majors that they're studying, and the actual performances that they actually can have when it comes to careers themselves, right? And so again, I'm just throwing up these facts for you guys to see that these are things that are real and are also mappable to direct outcomes. And the reason why I want to say that these things are real and mappable to direct outcomes is that I want to have JJ here start to talk about his own experiences with what was called the Waipahu Esports Library Initiative. And he is a perfect example of somebody who was a coach at the University of Hawaii Esports for our R6 team and our League of Legends team. And his direct experiences with the Waipahu Esports Library project was something that, landed him into a position at PAXA, being a well-known technology company locally. And so I'd like to hand off the mic to JJ to have him to describe what he did and how it went.
Thank you, Sky. That was a great introduction. I don't know how I can follow up on that. But good afternoon, everybody. My name is Janelle JJ Nanquil. And yeah, currently I am the operations coordinator for PAXA. So to really understand how I got here, you really have to understand how like my origin story began. So I was at UH 2014. I was a biology major actually, on track to pre-med, and I didn't do so well in school, to be honest. I neglected my studies. I was distracted a lot of the times. I actually got suspended, believe it or not. And then even when I came back, I still was just barely like a C student, right? And it really wasn't until 2019 when Kevin Nguyen, which is the assistant director of UH Esports to Sky, I saw a flyer where there was like, hey, they're looking for players and coaches. And I was like, hey, I would love to do this. This is something that I've always wanted to do, in a sense. Like, I've wanted to be a coach. I played sports in high school, so I always admire my coaches, right? And so I jumped onto the team. I was the coach for our League of Legends Gold team, which is Gold and Under. Think of it's like a JV team. And it was fun. I had a great time. I've wanted to be in a leadership, position like this. And, even when the pandemic happened, the following year, we still played. I still had to coach them, still had to play with them. And then that year, 2021, when I officially met Sky, I was like, hey, I saw this ad on Rainbow Six Siege. I want to create a program. And then he was like, yeah, sure, like, go for it. As long as there's an interest, go for it. And then I did that. I created an entire team, esports team, Rainbow Six Siege. So there's a varsity and JV. And with League of Legends, I didn't leave them. I still coached them. If anything, I actually upped the teams from 1 to 2. So I had 2 League of Legends teams. I had 2 Rainbow Six Siege teams. So for that 2021, 2022 year, right? And so I had to juggle like all these different players. It was like about 30, 35 kids. I had to like really coach and manage every single day, and not only manage them, but like understand the game to an extent that I can help coach them, right? And so during this time, like I said, I was a C student in a sense, still trying to pass my classes, but because of esports, I had to be a sub, and to be a sub or to play, you got to have a certain GPA. And I was like, oh crap, I actually have to take my school seriously. So I actually became like a C student to like an A, B student, because I was afraid that if one of my players was sick or had to leave, I had to play. And so because of that, I had to do good in school. I had to like do all these like hard science classes. Even though I wasn't passionate about it, I did it anyways just because I had to do it for the esports program, right? And so I was still coaching, managing for a couple of years. And then when I graduated, I was a grad student for a semester. Still trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I guess with a lot of young people in life, I don't know what to do yet. But I had an opportunity to meet with Leilani Farinas from True, which is a branch of Hawaii Executive Collaborative. She was meeting up with Sky, and she was looking for an esports consultant and coach for her Waipahu Initiative program. And I just happened to be there building the PCs for our esports arena and just fixing out the layout. And boom, introduced me to her. She hired me as a consultant. So I think I was like the 5th or 6th person to be hired specifically for esports in Hawaii. So that's pretty cool. And then over the course of several months of the opening, we met up with Kelly Oioka, which is the president of PAXA, which is where I work for now. And he's been a big help, especially within the private sector. And he really realizes like, oh, wow, like, esports is really big, right? And you see like Overwatch League came in last year and this year. That's a huge thing. It's kind of like, the Hawaii Bowl in the NFL, right? When they come to Hawaii, go to the Aloha Stadium, it's something like that, right? And so I met up with Kelly Oioka, and you're not going to believe this. The day before our opening, we did a rehearsal, and I had a voice in my head, and my voice was like, JJ, that's the president of a company. Why don't you just ask him for a job? And yeah, that's what happened. I just approached him. I was like, hey, Kelly, can you tell me about PAXA, so on and so forth. And then he's like, why, you looking for one job? I was like, yeah, I am. And so, of course, I talked about my experience and what I've been doing with esports. And he's not only very impressed with what I was doing, he also loves esports and wants to find a way to break into this industry. And so I was the key to that, right? And so it was kind of like perfect timing, with everything. And I was able to, use my passion to find a career that is not only fulfilling, but also make a difference here in Hawaii. And, Kelly told me, he's fully supportive of, whatever I'm doing with esports here in Hawaii. And even PAXA, I got the full support of PAXA. And so, yeah, now here I am, doing talks with Sky. And so I wanted to basically discuss like 3 main things that I learned from UH Esports. And the biggest thing that I wanted to lay out here is that yes, you have your hard skills no matter what degree program, whatever industry you go to. But the biggest thing that you need, I believe is the most important thing, is soft skills. soft skills are kind of like things that you really just have to experience and do it yourself. Hard skills is like you read a book, take a test, you got it. I know it's easier said than done, but these things are, soft skills are something you have to really work on and harness throughout time and experience. So my 3 main points I have is management, interpersonal skills, and leadership. So with management, I had to, not only coach and manage these teams, I had to manage their lives in a sense, right? I had to understand their schedules, what do they do after classes, and making sure that they're passing. That's the most important thing, right? So kids, do good in school. Don't ever fail like me. But yeah, I had to, I bumped up from 5, 6 players up to 30 in like the next year, right? And so that was a big task. So for me, I had to understand each and every individual person and how they can fit, not only just for the team, but also for their personal lives, right? So I really had to, it is like get to know them, right? And that's like the most rewarding part about being a coach and being a mentor for these players is that I had the opportunity to really learn their stories and help them out as best as I could. So management was a big thing that I had to learn personally. I made a lot of mistakes along the way. Of course, we have a lot of bad apples. A lot of the bad apples were on my teams, unfortunately. But, I had to get through that. And, with the guidance of Sky, it really helped me out, and Kevin as well. And so I learned how to not only manage my kids, but also my time, because I was also a student still. I had to take, still upper division science classes. Even anatomy, I didn't like anatomy, but I still passed somehow with doing esports on the side. Next is interpersonal skills. So no matter what industry you go into, it doesn't really matter if it's esports or not, you're going to have to work with people. Like, even if you get like a solo job, you still have a boss to report to or people that you have to work with. And so this is something that I had to learn myself. Although before esports, I was really like a bashful, really shy person. I always sit in the back, didn't really talk to my classmates, every so often, but I wasn't, upfront with myself, right? But then throwing myself into a leadership position, or any position, right, in esports, where I had to interact with people, I had to work with them, talk with them, and of course, there's always going to be clashing personalities. So how do you find that gap or that bridge so that you can work with them, right? So I had to learn. I'm still learning that right now, even within the tech industry. I still have to understand our tech workers and try to help them out as best as I could, right? And so this is something that I believe was the biggest thing that I learned was the interpersonal skills, right? So it's basically just making sure you can talk to the next person, and how to relate to them, work with them, right? Last is leadership, which kind of ties into management, but for me, leadership was more so volunteering and throwing yourself out there and being the one in the spotlight and taking responsibility, right? And so because of that, I had the confidence, to go up to the president and say, hey, I would like a job. I mean, I know it may not seem much, but for me personally, that was a big stepping stone for me, just to even go up to some random person and just ask him for a job, or just ask him, hey, how are you doing? Hey, can I get your LinkedIn, or can I, want to talk story for a bit, right? And so for me, leadership, and being in a position where I had to coach and mentor, it really built up these two things that I talked about, and it really helped me grow as a person and really find my passion and to really, find a career that is very fulfilling and helping out the communities here in Hawaii. And so I'm really grateful for the UH Esports program here that Sky has helped me out with as well. And so the pictures I have here, the first two up here, this is from the Waipahu Public Library Initiative. So the first one up here, this is UH West Oahu, HPU, and my gold team as well. And then this picture, Governor Ige, the previous governor, is here. You can see Paul Yonamine from CPB. My two bosses, Leilani Farinas from True, Kelly Uyoka, very supportive of the program esports scene. And then this funny picture, this is one of my teams, actually. So that's I think about 13, 14 people, including the stick figure. He was there too. And that's just one of the things that we had to do. Team camaraderie is a big thing, right? Especially college kids. You want to go out to eat after you win or lose. You just go out and have fun. And so, like what Sky said with the Waipahu initiative, was that we wanted to create a program and provide tools to the community where they have access so that they can pursue a career within tech. It doesn't have to necessarily be esports and gaming, but just within the tech field. As what Sky said, the PCs at UH Esports is $3,000 to $4,000, right? That's a lot. Even for me, I don't have a PC like that. But like, giving access to these tools to kids and adults alike, like it's amazing, that what they can do. If you provide these kind of tools to communities which are low cost or free, they're gonna excel, they're gonna grow, and you're gonna tech enable them, right? And so that was the whole purpose of this Waipahu initiative, is that we wanted to provide these top of the line gaming PCs and not use esports as like a carrot or gateway into the bigger tech and global game industry, right? And so for my program, which I was coaching and consulting with, was that not only I would coach them on League of Legends, and they would also do game development on the side or on the other days. We work with Jonathan from Game Dev HQ, which is basically a company that helps train folks from here in Hawaii to do game dev. They train on Unity using C#, and they find jobs in the mainland working like $85,000 to $100,000, jobs working remotely here in Hawaii. And so that was the biggest thing that we wanted to provide for these kids and for the communities, is that we want to tech enable them because we want to move away from tourism. As everyone knows here, like Hawaii's major income is tourism. So we want to move away from that and to diversify our economy. And so tech is a big component for here, right? And so in order to do that, you got to help the communities, the population, starting from a very young age. We need to support them. That's what Ed's doing here with Vanta League, supporting the middle school and high school scene here. And that's amazing, right? And so that was like my small part. I had to do that for Waipahu. And it's still growing. They got 5 more PCs coming along, so 10 PCs overall. And we hope to get, more libraries into this, getting more PCs into here. Because, when was the last time you went to a library? Like, I never went for years up until this event, right? So, I love it. And, these PCs are definitely better than mine already. So I use them sometimes, not going to lie, to play. Yeah. But overall, yeah. So because of what I was done, Paxo was really impressed, and they want to, like I said, get into this industry. And so now I'm still an esports consultant, but I also do the internal stuff for our tech workers. So we do, basically Paxa is a IT managed and tech solutions provider for Hawaii. We use companies from the mainland like Oracle and Microsoft, and we bring those products to local businesses here. They outsource the IT to us. We do cybersecurity, managed services, value-added resale, which is VARs. So a lot of those kinds of things. And so I'm kind of like the man behind all those teams. I support them. It's a tech position where I'm still learning like all these different fields because I have to interact with them, right? And I have to not manage them, but work with them and help them out as best as I can. While at the same time, I'm learning, I still have to learn cyber on the side. I still have to do Azure. Like, I have to get my certificates for all these stuff. And so because of like my initiative with UAG Sports and, gaining this confidence in myself, I got this tech job. It's not esports related in a sense, but they're supportive of esports and it's tech related, and they understand the value of this industry. And so we want to bring, events and companies to come to Hawaii and invest here. So that's what I do at Paxa, and because of UAG Sports, I'm here where I'm at. So
great.
Yeah.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, it's really it speaks volumes to how important community initiatives are to supporting folks that, in JJ's case, I'm just extremely proud of what he has done and where he is now. And I think what's important to understand with the Waipahu Esports Initiative is that the tech is an important part of it. It's a crucial part of it. You need to have the tech there, and it needs to exist within the community. But this project would have not been anything of the success it was if JJ was not there, right? And so it's actually important that the tech complement, or at least at the same time, be a part of the community. And you need to have those community stakeholders and the community leaders there to support the tech, all right? So it's I think us in the tech community are often very keen to say, if you build it, they will come. Right, I think it's an ethos that you see very often, is that you just need to buy the technologies and everything else will take care of itself. That was certainly not the case here. JJ's presence as a community leader in Waipahu at the library 2 or 3 times a week, I believe, yeah, in which he was the coach and the mentor and the advocate, is what made this excel. And that's why I really, when Leilani first met JJ, I was adamant that there needed to be somebody like JJ there at the Waipahu Esports Library for this to be really the success that it was. And so once these things come together, it's not a surprise that there is success, right? This is not a surprise, okay? And again, I think, going back to the discussion of the Hawaii Esports Alliance, this was one of our first projects that we all brought together, in which we brought HPU, University of Hawaii, Vanta, EMP Live, who's working here, doing the production here, and Olelo as well was there. And we brought everybody together on the community side. And then we also, of course, had the state. Okay, we had the educators and we had the state. And so, of course, we have the CPB president there who was part of that initiative. We had the president of PAXA who was part of the initiative. And, of course, we had the former governor, Ige. And to have this all come together was, I think, a testament to how important an organization like HEA is, in that once we all get together, we really can pull off a fantastic set of objectives and goals that are community-based at the end of the day. And finally, I just wanted to touch upon, did I turn off a light? Apologies. I don't know if I did or not. I wanted to touch upon the University of Hawaii esports internships with Overwatch League as another initiative in which it is important to get students and community leaders involved in these initiatives. Activision Blizzard is one of the biggest video game companies in the world. It is awaiting a purchase from Microsoft, which is going through some regulatory hurdles at the moment, but the company is valued at $69 billion. We had this company come to our campus 5 times last year. It is unheard of to have a company that large come to one place for 5 times. They also came back this year as well. I turned that partnership into 20 different internships in the summer of 2021 and 15 different internships in the summer of 2022. Once again, just highlighting that there are opportunities here in Hawaii, that Hawaii is not on the outskirts of global discussions around esports. We are central to these discussions. And for the Activision Blizzard Overwatch League to come and choose and select the University of Hawaii at Manoa's campus as their summer venue for 5 different tournaments really did flip the script, I think, internally for a lot of us in the community to say, you know what, actually we are important to this community and to this global discussion of competitive video games. And so, I just want to point to these 2 cases to say that we really are just on the precipice of what really could happen here. And I'm in continued talks to have the Overwatch League come again in a bigger capacity. And they're also wanting to work with our local engineers at the College of Engineering at the University of Hawaii and to forge these relationships in a way that they are bringing jobs locally to our campus. So I just wanted to end on that and say I want to thank everybody. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're doing something that can get everybody involved here at this event. And sort of the call to action for us at the Hawaii Esports Alliance is for you guys to just come up to us, talk with us, sign up for our emails, get together, let's have a discussion. We have so many different ideas in which we can really forge these community links. And I think that's one of the goals of this event, is that as we move forward as HEAs, that we want to have these tournaments happen at the same time as we want to have these serious discussions with the community. And this is a very innovative way of looking at how tournaments are actually locations of not just competitive play, but also the sharing of ideas for our broader vision of esports locally. And with that, I want to thank everybody at the end of the day, just to make sure that esports itself is something that you can get involved both at the community level, but also at the local level and even at the level of your own family, and to also discuss esports and competitive play with your children, your grandchildren, if you have any grandchildren here. It's a topic that you should not feel that you have no place just because you're not a gamer to have a point or a perspective on. I think a lot of folks and a lot of parents really are kind of shy and reserved and don't know where to have those important discussions with their kids. But I think at the very least, you can discuss, the type of experiences they have, for example, in Fortnite or in Call of Duty. Are they meeting people that are, suspect and having experiences that they should, have discussions with your parents or with your guardians. And so even if you aren't able to have that call to actions with us at HEA, I just want to extend that offer to say that just have these conversations with your kids. They're really important, and I think they'll go a long way with you. And yes, with that, thank you everybody, and mahalo, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the events, and thank you. We wanted to open up with some Q&A if anybody had questions before the end of the hour. Okay, local colleges or mainland colleges? Yeah. Yes, so there are a number of mainland colleges, namely Boise and Miami and Rutgers, who have asked me repeatedly, when am I going to have a Hawaii Invitational? All right, so as we have here, the Vanta sort of like Invitational Hawaii Esports League for middle school and high schools, at the university level, I do get that question quite often. Most likely I'll get that question probably tomorrow as well when I land in Vegas and I do meet with the Boise folks, is that they really want to have Hawaii as being a location for a broader collegiate invitational on our campus. And that is one of many. There's even international interests. So I'm part of the APRU, which is an association of Pacific Rim universities, which is universities that extend from Canada all the way down to the UC side, down to San Diego, hooking around to Hong Kong, Singapore, China, Japan, and Korea, and of course Hawaii's in the middle. And this is a coalition of Research One universities. It's a very prestigious coalition of 60 Research One universities. And they have been interested in saying, we would like to hold an international college competition in Hawaii. And so that, again, that's tapping into not just a North American market, but you're looking at students in Hong Kong, China, Singapore, Korea, Japan, and so on and so forth. So yes, there definitely is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I'm Wayne Fagaragan from Eva Makai Middle School. Is there any work toward making more curriculum for esports? I know that most programs here in the state of Hawaii are after-school programs, but we ourselves have it as an elective. And I've been trying to develop some stuff, but I would like to kind of incorporate standards and also standards in which the esports industry is creating so that we can meet whatever goals you guys have in the future.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about it and then pass it off to JJ, because also JJ may have some really important points about this discussion of development of curriculum. Curriculum is very important because there is a lot of interest by teachers and administrators to say, what does esports look like beyond competition in high school and K through 12? And curriculum is really a key part of that. I think there's a number of issues that need to be addressed. And it's number one, in what way do we get teachers involved and excited about this project? Because we've seen this we've seen this type of interest in technology take place with robotics, of course with programming, with all sort of different initiatives that are kind of tech enabling students. And in what way does this become just another add-on? Right? And I believe it is not another add-on, because competitive gaming has always been part of young folks' lives in a way that robotics has never had, or in a way in which programming has never had. There's a natural appeal, a natural inclination of this being a part, especially because it's been part of their leisure lives, in which it's taken on a more seriousness, in which this has deeper roots into digital cultures for youth that can lead to careers. And so my question, I think, is, how do we inspire teachers to say, you really need to pay attention to this particular industry itself? It's not a flash in the pan, okay? Games from the very origins of computing technologies have been fundamental to computing development, right? We're going back, the very first video game tournament technically was 1972 in Stanford. in which PDP mainframes for nuclear research against Soviet Union was used after hours by graduate schools to play space wars. And the reason why this is important to bring up is that the graduate students were using these games to actually push these technologies to their limit, graphically and also computational-wise. And so I think, again, going back to this idea of curriculum, we need to make sure that we have the right folks that are interested in it. And that's a very hard slog to go through because teachers, as we know, are already extended very quickly or very much. And also beyond that, I also want to figure out curriculum that is not just focused on, I mean, we've been talking about industry a lot, like, you know, it's a careers path discussion, but I also want to have us understand that it doesn't only have to be about careers, that play and development for play and development's sake is good enough. Play is very important just for youth development and kid development. If you are having a program in which kids just enjoy themselves, but at the end of the day, they just want to be something different, that should be also counted as a success, right, in that sense. But I mean, JJ also has some probably interesting perspectives on this idea of curriculum at Waipahu as well.
So with the Waipahu initiative, what Sky and I have been doing with Leilani was that we wanted to use this as a case study. You know, we wanted to use these kids and for future other programs at the libraries as a case study so that we can present this to Hawaii DOE, right? One of the schools that we work with, Hawaii Technology Academy, which is one of the campuses is on Waipahu, and they were giving the kids credit, career-based learning credit, because not only that they're doing esports, but they were also doing game development so that they can build a portfolio, right? At the end of this 9 weeks, they built they actually built it in 6 weeks. These kids built an actual video game, which is crazy. It was very simple, but it was very like amazing to see like what they can do. And it was only just 2 hours a week, and that was it. So, you know, imagine what these kids can do if they got a full access or more time into it. And so, but for Waipahu High School, we approached their admins, and although like at first they were very receptive, they saw the potential of this and they loved it when we presented this idea to them. But the biggest thing was that because it was not a DOE sponsorship, like, which means like DOE faculty wasn't part of it, they cannot do anything about it. All they can do is just, okay, we can help you, you know, spread about it, but like that's it, right? And so that's one of the things that Sky and I were working on, with talking with the parents and following my cohort of kids, see like how they, you know, grow up and start playing and then getting more kids involved. We want to see how this affects not only the kids, but the parents themselves, because they're the ones that are also part of this program, right? You know, they're the ones who are sending these kids to the libraries, to these programs, you know, so that you want your kids to succeed, right? And that's what the goal of us is, to help them succeed, whatever industry they want to go to, whatever career, you know, esports and gaming can help them, you know, whatever aspect that they want to do, right? And so right now it's a work in progress, but we definitely want to create, some sort of a curriculum or credit-based learning platform, or even like just having electives or just esports teams in general will be a huge success for us, right? We want DOE to really see the potential in this and to really want to, you know, put money and resource into it. Every school has their own, like they're all like their own like little island in a sense, from what I've learned about DOE. But we really want to have a unified front, you know, some sort of a curriculum or initiative, so that we have, you know, so that these kids have access to esports and gaming, or to even just having computers. At Waipahu High School, there's like little to no computers for the kids, which is, it shocked me because I thought every school had at least some computers, right? But for them, they don't. And so having these, you know, these computers in a public setting, especially in a library, right? You know, you want your kids to be safe in a safe environment. Well, better place than a public library, right? And so that's what Sky and I are doing, continuously doing right now with the Waipahu initiative, is that we want to promote this, have a case study, and present this to DOE so that they can put more resources into this. They can take this more seriously.
And so, yeah, we definitely, apologies. We have case study research on the Waipahu Esports Initiative that I've conducted, so if you would like to talk about it, we're happy to share that.
More about the social aspects of gaming, right? Maybe some counter judgments about this would be the lack of socialization, the person-to-person conversations, the risk factors that you also mentioned, and also that I think you have very good ideas about diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, as you guys were talking. So can you talk more about how this actually can promote rather than silo some youth?
Yeah, so discussions around inclusivity within the community itself is such an important part of the overall success of this, and I'm glad that you brought up discussions around even disability, because esports itself is a activity that a lot of students who do suffer, I mean, it could be disabilities that are acknowledged or unacknowledged, but the fact that people can come into a location in which they are not encumbered, or there are little, in a sense, of physical obstacles to take part in this competitive activity becomes very appealing for this particular cohort of students. As you rightly point out, I think we also have to be keenly aware of two minds all the time that, again, esports and gaming provides a community in which there is just a tremendous amount of possibility. But at the same time, there's also a dark underbelly that, if left unobserved, can be quite traumatic, right? And so that balance is something that always needs to be taken into consideration. And like you said before, there needs to be the right folks in these locations. You can't just have somebody who opens up an arena who just likes video games, right? It doesn't work that sense. Of course, it's wonderful to like video games, but you really need to have individuals who are progressive in their thinking to understand that you're going to be inviting folks who have been traditionally marginalized from this type of environment, or have found to be harassed in this type of environment over and over and over again. And so they actually bring trauma into the location. And if you have individuals who don't recognize that, or who may belittle that, or who may ignore it, we just tend to perpetuate what has already happened. And so, for me, myself, at the University of Hawaii, it's really important that I engage with the LGBTQ Student Union as we make our code of conduct for the spring 2023. We're actually revising it so that when marginalized folks come into our arena, they'll see a certificate that our leadership has gone through LGBTQ training itself. And that leadership training will filter to our coaches in the coming semesters as well. And so, I really appreciate that question, because this question is never given the due respect it should have. And it is a personal mission of mine over and over again to say that, at least for University of Hawaii, we are not going to replicate the same type of practices that we've seen in different locations. And I've seen them often, over and over again. And so, yes, that is very important. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, I think we'll stop there. Thank you very much, everybody, and really appreciate it.
part for Super Smash Bros. Keegan alongside Eugene here with you. And again, middle school coming up first, high school coming up. But before that, we want to say thank you very much to Dr. Sky Kaviloa of the UH Esports, Director of UH Esports, alongside JJ Nonquil of the Esports Consultant for the Hawaii Executive Collective. That was during our lunch and learn that you just saw. Now, coming up later tomorrow during the same time around noon, it'll be the cyberbullying prevention. And again, you heard co-founder of Vanta, Ed Lallier, talk about cyberbullying and prevention of it. So 3 special guests coming up tomorrow. Laura Dye, Special Agent for Homeland Security Investigations and Cyber Crimes. John Kaneko from the who is an acting detective with the Honolulu Police Department Cyber Crime Unit, and Andrew Maddock, Lieutenant at the Honolulu Police Department, all going to be here tomorrow at noon. So again, 2 days of action, second one coming up. But first and foremost, we got to get through the first one, and the next match coming up is going to be a middle school matchup that is very interesting. It's all Eva Mackay here in the finals, but the question is which Eva Mackay team is going to win. Is it Team 2 or Team 1? You can see them on your screen. They're just chilling out. They're just having fun, just a little bit swiveling in the chairs, and why not have fun while you're in the chairs, you know?
You know, this is like the weird thing, right? You're going against someone you know,
right?
Which is like, how do you go about that? Like, oh, they're my friend. Like, I know them really well. I practice with them. So, you know, theoretically speaking, you should know exactly what their weaknesses are, exactly what their strengths are,
but the school is, in the end, right, the school and the team will get the trophy, right, obviously.
Yeah.
But the question is which one is going to get bragging rights. And see, the interesting thing about this, too, is roster-wise, it's 1 versus 3.
Oh.
And it is 1 versus 3 the entire way through. So now we get into
Luigi
it here.
versus Link.
Yeah, Luigi versus Link here to start off. And I believe the one we saw pretty much go through the whole thing was Link in that last one. So now in the first match that we saw in the semifinals on the middle school side, so now it's this Link that comes back up. Remember, 3 points for a win, 1 point for an elimination, which we just see.
One stock gone, so 22% going to be going into this next start.
And then you get 1 more point for each remaining stock if it goes past the 5-minute mark too. So this all becomes oh so real here in the final minutes of what is the middle school finals. We're going to go right along here, and we already see 1 stock lost, and that's big, especially for Luigi. And both of these are midweight class characters too.
I think it really comes down to who can get more combos available, because, you know, you go to Luigi and you look at his forward smash and his neutral B, that in combination in and of itself can, you know, do a decent amount of damage, especially to someone like Link. But, you know, as you see it with the up tilt and, like, the neutral B, like, there's just not a lot that you can do against Luigi, in my opinion, if you are Link. I think when you get into the close range, Link can do a lot more in the long run, but, you know, if you're not as aggressive, I think Luigi's perfect. And right when I say that, Link comes up close and knocks him off to the side. That's 4-4, all tied up.
Yeah, and it's great tied up too, but you still got to make up a lot of percentages, right? 75% to basically nothing,
108
which is now 109 to nothing. You got to make up so much space here, especially on the percentages. And look, Luigi's taking absolutely nothing, and there goes another one. It's 4-3.
All right, so it's, you know, fresh, clean slate. Everybody at 0-0. The only difference is that stock. But now, you know, 30% and rising. But I think, you know, Link is doing a pretty good job, especially, you know, trying to get that advantage on the stage. That platform is there for that use. But really good counters here from Luigi.
Yeah, and you can see how much space is being created here by Luigi, right? Like, it may be a one-on-one, but you talk about how much pressure they're being put on. And look, again, another one, and that's going to get another one, too. Another stock gone, 4-2. And this Link is just in so much trouble right now. You got to make up 2 stock here within the final 2.5. You make up maybe 1 here if you get ledge guard, but it's not even going to happen here.
I think right now it's really like, you know, 102%. You could easily knock them out and, you know, get another stock. But it's a matter of, can you make up that distance? Can you get close enough to do it? And, you know, 120, this is the danger zone. And right now we're going to see a little bit of a missed opportunity, in my opinion, to edge guard, especially against the Luigi.
Yeah.
You know, he could have capitalized on that opportunity, you know, while, you know, I think it was a little bit of a struggle getting back to that edge. Link could have 100% did a little bit of edge guarding.
Yeah, and you see a lot of these matches, right? A lot of the matches that we've seen, right, have been all ledges, right? Or even if it's in the air, or even right by the ledge, right? It's all ledge guarding, and it's coming down to the point where right now, I mean, Luigi's sitting at 130 health. You need to get rid of him soon. Off the edge, Luigi hits him off the edge of the ledge and sends him downwards.
Great defense by Luigi here. 130% and 3 stocks up. He could honestly go for a grab combination, and unfortunately, still going to be 3-1. Still up 2 stocks. stocks, 23%, 36 now. And I think right now you have to really think about, okay, I'm 2 stocks down. How do I make up that? 57%, 70%. You are in a potential zone to get eliminated.
Well, yeah, and right now, I mean, again, you still got a minute 30 left to go for Link. It's basically try to deal damage enough, I mean, to try to maybe get one more stock off. But again, it's 3 points for a win. You really don't want to leave that deficit in the air. So for Link, this is all systems go. You got to find a way to get Luigi out of this, and you're at 97. This is a really, like, tough spot to be in, especially with only 1 stock left to go. As, I mean, right now, all Luigi needs to do is buy time, right? You only need to buy time with only a minute left. You can be aggressive as you want, but you need to be able to, I mean, you only need 1 kill. Link needs 3.
One side smash should be able to do it for Luigi, and then, you know, Link is gone.
And there's the grab, and there might be it, yep.
And game.
Wow. I mean, I think a lot of that combination, too, was, I mean, you saw it a lot, right? A majority of those endings was grab into the up, was grab and lift up in the air, and that was pretty much the wombo combo that was that matchup. So for right now, I mean, the whoever's playing that Luigi character is probably going to go all the way here. They might switch off, and I don't know who here, or the 1 player versus the rest of the 3, but for right now, I mean, the Evan Mackay team was strong back in their game against I believe it was against Winward Nazarene. When they played against each other, that game was strong for Evan Mackay. Now you're seeing the strength of the 2 players combined, but whoever was playing that Luigi, big time mechanics there.
I think now you have to realize, like, okay, you know, it's 2, you know, on paper, they're equal weights, technically, theoretically, well matched, well versed against each other. But now you have to think about play style. You as an individual player, like, oh, am I going to play more aggressively? Am I going to play more passively? And I think, you know, Link naturally is a little bit more aggressive in play style, and I think that kind of worked against him in terms of, you know, being up against Luigi, who's in my opinion a bit more passive. But, you know, we saw the opposite happen. We saw, like, Luigi going extremely aggressive in the early game, and, you know, Link was just not able to keep up.
Yeah, and Luigi, again, I mean, it's not a very common pick. I know we say that sometimes, but it's not a very common pick. But as we go back into it again, this is a 1v3 situation, so the Luigi character is the one that stays on the whole time. The ones that will change here is the one on Evan Mackay 1. For right now, Cloud is the one that scored them big. Same thing with the last one, too, that Link started them off. And so right now, this Cloud did so much, and the Cloud is going to continue doing a lot here, too, because now he's already at limit at 67%, already getting a lot of the damage. Doesn't hit much of anything. But again, 2 middleweight class characters, especially with that sword. For Cloud, I mean, the ideal is get the first stock, because that will win you the rest of this game.
I think the main thing about Cloud is that you have that limit break, and that's the most important thing. You want to kill Cloud before that. And he already used his up smash, and unfortunately did not make the recovery.
Got to reset off a hit, but is so far away, right? I mean, Link is considered middleweight too and weight size, but has kind of the characteristics of the heavyweight. You don't have much of a ledge grab ability or.
Well, the thing is that, like, Cloud, you know, if you play your cards right, you can definitely recover with Cloud. It's just a matter of are you the correct amount of distance? Like, you know, another hit happening. And 110% against Cloud, you know, Cloud is almost at that limit. He can do it, and there we go. So I'm trying to see if something's gonna happen. 110%, he could easily do that. A great combo from Luigi.
This is the limit break.
This is the danger zone. 120 against 110, and breaks it again. Great defense from Luigi from the ledge. And this is what we're talking about. This is the great edge defense that we're talking about from Luigi, and Cloud simply can't compete. You have these combinations that Luigi can afford to do, and Cloud just can't compromise.
This Luigi is scary. I mean, like, just the way that he's defending the ledge. You don't even need to do this against Cloud, by the way. Once that V-up is gone, like, you can't even recover anyway. So, like, you really don't need to do that. This is just kind of like, at this point, to me, it's BF. I mean, it's just like you're just
look at how far, okay, in that previous skirmish, like, look at how far Luigi got launched, and he was still able to recover so beautifully with the side and the up. And look right now, like, Cloud is back at 96%. One combo could easily set him off the edge, and you know, Luigi 147 still, you know, in the danger zone, and that's another stock gone, 5-2. And you know, you're starting from grade 0. There we go. Okay. There's the equalizer, 4-2. But you still have to make 2 stocks.
Yeah, equalizer would be kind of an overstatement there. But I mean, you're down 2 stocks. But again, I mean, a couple of mistakes there too. Cloud misses the limit break, right? You want to be able to hit that limit break. And right now, look again, it has the limit break available, but can you hit it? It's a question. No, uses it again. So missing a lot of these limit breaks here. And so this Luigi's just taking advantage of it, and that's big for them. Again, another grab, another grab, another combo here. That's working out for Luigi so well. Up 2 stocks. Now you don't have to play safe with 2 minutes left. You want to get points. And to win this one is such a huge uphill climb for the other Eva Mackay team right now.
I mean, you have to realize that, you know, this Luigi really needs to capitalize on the fact that, like, Cloud doesn't have that good of a recovery compared to Luigi. And at 133, 140%, now these launches are going to be the death of it. Exactly, just send him. Another grab combo will probably do it, if not more. And great dodge by Luigi, but unfortunately does suffer with that combo. And, you know, you really have to decide, like, are you going to continue playing back, or are you going to try go, you know, capitalize on the opportunity? 156% of rising. Great up smash into the loop. Cloud going to get launched on his last stock, 108% remaining, 125. Can he do it? No, he can't. Launches it pretty well. Can he make it back to the ledge? He does. And this is their chance to capitalize on that edge. Like, they don't capitalize on that edge opportunity. You look at these launches, you look at these recoveries, and they're just not capitalizing on that.
But see, you need a really good hit stick here, and right now it's just not happening.
But right now he's getting it. You see these launches across the stage.
Right, you have to build up to a limit break, and then you have to hit it at that very most. So right now you just got to build up to it. Maybe that'll send him up, but again, 186. You can see how long this Luigi's lasting.
This is a danger zone. Gotta edge guard a little bit, and you know.
But again, limit break. Look, I mean, just close to it, but 1 stock left to go. You really need to kill him now or never. Another combination. Limit break available here, and finally gets it. 3-1. Good limit break.
3-1. So, you know, this is like 2 stocks up, 66%. And this is like how you're going to do it. This is a reset mode, a little bit of peace, but 95 and rising. That's a bit of a launch there. 106 now. But, you know, now you have to realize, like, I have to, you know, take a step back, really play it safe. But no, that final smash will do it.
A little bit of a pause. Just wanted to get that screenshot, you know, right at the end
just
there.
Really zoom in on the face.
Really zoom in on the face of just terror that is Cloud just coming out of play. And so another win here for that Luigi. 1 more to play here for the same person. Again, a 1v3 situation, and the points just rack up at that point, right? Had 3 stock remaining, had the win, had 5 eliminations as well. So that's, I mean, what is that, a total of 11 points in 1 round? I mean, 5 plus the 3 plus the 3 for the win. So, I mean, you've got 11 points in 1 game, and now it's pretty much a very, very big uphill climb if they can even make up that differential right now.
I mean, I think the main thing is that, like, Luigi compared to Cloud, that recovery from Luigi, especially when it's getting launched across the stage, you know, the combination of using 2 different moves and bringing him back to the edge, it's probably what saved him in most occasions. And unfortunately, Cloud, in my opinion, didn't really capitalize on that. And we're going to get to game number 3. We have Bowser against Luigi. And this is what I'm here for. This is like the heaviest character in the game against Luigi. And someone with a lot of mobility, a lot of cards up his sleeves. I'm really, you know, this is a battle of grabs here, really.
Yeah, and this is, you said it, right? The heavyweight class versus the middleweight class. They both have super good grab combination. And, right, we saw this in the high school version, right, with this Bowser ledge grabbing and ledge sacrificing. If this Bowser can go up one stock, this is going to be very much advantage Bowser right now. But look, Luigi is just making up this differential right now.
Great throw, great edge guard, and 5-4, 154%. And climbing, great defense from Luigi here. 80%, you know, he could easily do a grab and, you know, try to do it. Try to make his neutral special, didn't need it, 4-4 tied. Unfortunately, just didn't make it back. I think, you know, it's a matter of who can combo better.
Right, but that was best case scenario for Bowser right now. You're tied up at 4 stock apiece right now. So if you can, again, make up that differential and go up a stock, these ledge sacrifices become that much better for you. And yet, again, another up smash there from Luigi just sends him out of play. And this is Bowser on the back end. You never want this as a heavyweight character. You want to make sure you're still on the front end all the way through, even if you're a stock down. Now you need to make up basically what is 2.
Luigi really has to capitalize on the grab into the throw into maybe
hasn't taken a percentage.
One up tilt could probably do it. And he will be sent flying.
Again, there it is.
And there it is. 4-2.
Again, and through that whole thing, in 2 stock, not a single point of damage to Luigi. Not a single one. And this is, again, look at this performance here. I mean, this is just unreal the way this is working out right now. Not a single tick of damage at all from this Bowser onto Luigi. And that's the speed difference between this middleweight versus this heavyweight, right? You have so much damage coming out from the Bowser, but if you can't, or if you aren't fast enough to get there, or can't counter anything, then what's the point? Now, look, 2.5 to what is another 131.
I think really what it comes down to is how much mobility you have. You have the forward smash coming out from Bowser, and that in itself does so much damage, but can you catch Luigi? Can you catch him in time to do that? And right now, it doesn't look like that's the case. We've seen a couple of missed forward from Bowser, and that's 160 cents, 4-1 on this Luigi here.
Yeah, it's not looking
and
great.
This is an uphill battle if I've ever seen one.
It's not looking...
Bowser just is too heavy, and there's not enough mobility in comparison to Luigi.
It's not looking great. I mean, you can already see the points at the top of your board, 26-5. I mean, at this point, the point differential, I mean, pretty much set in stone as who's going to win this. But now it's just the battle of can Bowser make up 4 stocks here? Because, again, I mean, like I said, you needed to be 1 ahead to even do a ledge sacrifice at this point, but now you're 3 behind, and essentially 4 behind. Need to get out the whole thing, really. So, I mean...
Luigi can do a grab into a throw. Ooh, there's that up tilt, and misses it. He needs a good up tilt.
50% damage in 3 stocks. I mean, this is insane the way this is playing out right now, and this it's probably going to land up being an up smash. No, it counters.
Nice counter by Bowser here, and that is not enough. And unfortunately, that is game. Woo,
I mean, it would have been game either way. Let's put it this way. It would have been game either way.
That's true.
But the Luigi getting that smash against the field stage and down below, GG's
that's how
on
to go
both
out in
sides.
style.
That's how to go out in style on both sides. What a game from either side. Again, that was the championship for the middle school side. So Eva Mackay is going to get the trophy as an entire school for the Vanta League, but it is the one player that played the Luigi all the way through that gets the ultimate bragging right, if you will, and probably lifts up the trophy on their own, but the ultimate bragging right, if you will, for all of Eva Mackay as a school. The player just got a little bit more though. It was all spicy all 3 games for this Luigi.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think the capitalization on that up tilt, especially when you're fighting against a character who's a lot like you, or even against that Bowser who has less mobility, getting him up in the air, making sure that he doesn't get that reset off of the ground is instant, points for you, because you get free damage, you get more damage, and you have the opportunity to get in more moves.
Right, and the point being as well, too, I mean, you got to realize, again, in 3 stock, there was only 50% of damage on that Luigi at one point before it finally got up to like 80, 90. But that's still, again, 4 stock to nothing. Think about that. 4-0 was that final score on that final game line. And that's insane the way to think about it. And that Luigi, I mean, I'm sorry, there's a lot of talent here from what we've seen so far in high school and middle school. There's a lot of talent out here for like Super Smash. And if you know the name Small Left, in this community, Small Left's in a little bit of trouble the way this is going right now. There's a lot of people that are coming in right now. So let's go ahead and bring on our winner right now. And for you, what a performance for you on Luigi. I mean, Luigi got to be your favorite character at this point, but is it like your favorite character? Maybe not your best, but your favorite character to play?
No, I think I like Joker a lot more.
Or
Falco.
That's respectful.
Yeah, we're very respectful. I mean, Joker. I don't think. Well, Joker not the part of the original side of it.
Why did you choose Luigi to run through for all 3 sets? Were you just comfortable on it? Did you really like his skill set, or?
I have a lot of experience with a lot of characters, and so I felt like Luigi has the most flow, and like you can autopilot very well. So.
Yeah, and so going on that, I mean, you guys as a team, right? 3 teams here in the Vanta League semifinals as well as going into finals. How did it feel having to get the extra bragging rights in the end against your own? I mean, it was against your own school, but getting that bragging right at the end for the whole thing.
Honestly, I don't feel really any different than just play normally. So, yeah, I don't know. Don't really know what to say.
So again, I mean, great job. And then one more question for you. So I mean, you're in middle school right now. I mean, are you looking to compete in any other game besides, I mean, Super Smash? You've got all these things, and I know some of the players we're talking over with Olelo as well. Is there any other game that you may be interested going in for besides just Super Smash?
The only thing I can think of is maybe Rivals of Aether, another fighter game. It's not so popular, but that's all I can think of.
So soon enough, we might see you at EVO going down on all those fighting games, pretty much.
I don't know. Probably not.
That's more confidence just a little bit, but thank you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job to you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, and again, that was a good performance there, and you can go ahead and take the headset off. You're good to go. But what a wonderful performance as well from all of Evan Mackay. No matter what the the gameplay was, I mean, no matter what the performance was, to get two of your teams into the championship. Mind you, 3 of these 4 teams overall were basically all Evan Mackay. So to have 3 of your 4 into the semifinals, very impressive on its own.
Well, even then, you have to realize that these are middle school kids. The amount of talent that you see, we talk a lot about the pros, we talk a lot about high schoolers and the talent, but, starting as young as middle school, like, I don't know about you or me, but when I was in middle school, I was just worried about, doing homework, right?
Yeah.
But now you have people that are, like, capitalizing on their talents, like, actually training skills that, they could enjoy. And so I think, there's a lot of potential here, especially in Hawaii. We're so isolated from the rest of the country, the rest of the world, that, building something from the ground up, building a gaming community of all things is really a spectacle in of itself.
Yeah, and mind you, again, in middle school, like you said, we were worrying about homework. If I was in middle school playing this game, it's button smashing.
Yeah.
Even now, it's just button smashing. To see the mechanics here is just absolute. It's scary to me. If I had to go against one of these kids, I would like it would be 5-0 in about a minute and a half. I swear.
Like, you have to realize, like, where are these kids going to be in 5 years?
Right.
Where are these going to be in 10 years? You look at Hawaii's own GSM Void. He's up there in the big leagues playing for, huge esports organizations. Yeah. So one of the kids now could, can foreseeably do that in a couple of years, like after they graduate high school or even before then when they get scouted out. Like, it starts now, and it's building the foundation towards the future.
Yeah, and so I mean, like you said, a lot coming in the future here as well. And don't forget, speaking of future of today at the very least, again, that was middle school here. So we still have high school coming up as well later on, in just about right about at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, top of the next hour, we'll have the high school stuff, and then we'll also have the Rocket League semis, Rocket League finals coming up as well. But before that, we'll send it on over to a video coming up right now. This is basically a coach's montage that you might want to check out. So here it is. Completely forgot. Yeah, there are mute buttons here. Keegan alongside Eugene here, and welcome in. A little bit of a blunder on my end, but welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. So we went through middle school, as we know that Eva Mackay would have won either way, but now it's a little bit more of a competition, if you will, for these two teams. All of it online, mind you, so this will be a game of an online series between Kihei Charter School and Maui High School. So Maui versus Maui, basically.
Basically.
Yeah, so, I mean, an old Maui thing, so at least we know that the trophy will be going out to Maui. Trophies, by the way, presented by Hawaiian Telecom, as is the rest of this tournament, so big mahalo to Hawaiian Telecom for bringing on the entire Esports League plus the championships here at HBU Arena. But, yeah, so it'll be Maui versus Maui here in this final. But the difference here is we saw, and you and I saw this earlier on with the high school side, if that Bowser is in play, oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, at this point, it's like, what do you do against one of the heaviest hitters in the game, right? And not only that, like, his ability to flawlessly and seamlessly, like, connect his moves together is actually really, really beneficial, because especially when you're, when you're a slower character like Bowser, every second that you can, minimize delay between those moves is all the more beneficial to you.
Right, and the thing about this too is, right, so, I mean, we saw this, right, the ledge sacrifice down the entire way
The ledge
through.
sacrifice is such a free.
It's a totally troll move, but one that I think is kind of necessary if you want to just separate out the field just a little bit more, and especially on the fact too that you want to be able to, take that stock advantage, right? As soon as you get that one stock advantage, that's when ledge sacrificing can start.
Like, when you get up to the 2 stock level, in my personal opinion, a 1 stock is not enough. Like, a 1 stock advantage isn't enough to be considered of ledge sacrifice. And we have Ganondorf against Bowser. Now, this is interesting because Ganondorf and Bowser are both, in that heavy weight class. And this is a grab into that downside. And into, like, this is what I mean.
Well, we've seen this Bowser before, right? I mean, we've seen a little bit of the Ganondorf, but we've seen this Bowser just absolutely pop off. There's the ledge guard. That's not going to happen anyway, so just
But the
times
thing
it out
you have to
perfectly.
realize is that both of these characters have pretty awful recovery when it comes to,
the ledge. So
going to
you
the
want to
edge.
play, yeah. So as soon as they get so far off, like below that ledge level, it's pretty much over if you get too far off of that. And right now, I mean, as it stands for right now, they've got a big opportunity here, at least to go up a stock. At least in heavy hitting characters, going up 1 stock is huge for you. And right now, that Bowser trying to make up the differential of about a few. And there's the ledge. Oh my! In the air special. There's the in the air slash that we saw earlier on. But instead of it being above the ground this time, it was below the ledge that it happened. And Bowser now up a stock.
Well, I mean, the main thing is that, that grab into the side special combination is so devastating, especially even though Ganondorf is a heavy class, as a heavy weight class. However, that neutral special doesn't do anything to delay that side punch from Ganondorf. And, 74% here on up. Bowser really wants to capitalize on this ledge opportunity. And great forward aerial from him. That's going to be another stock on. So 4-3, Bowser against Ganondorf. Clean slate, 0-0. Really good defense on both of these players. A little bit of damage onto Ganondorf, but it's not really going to matter because that grab is kind of devastating. Even against Bowser, already up to 28%.
This game is going to be a game of ledges here, and there's a reason why. You were talking about it, right? Recovery is really bad for both of these characters. So it is the ledge opportunity here that's going to be the biggest differential in this game. If you can launch off somebody so far off of that ledge level that they can't recover, that's going to get you a free stock anyways, and you don't really need to play after that. So right now, the score being 2-1, in terms of stock left, 4-3. Maui High School looking pretty good, but you can see the damage differential now about 80% along the way here. So a grab and a ledge shot here from this Ganondorf should be the stock difference to bring it all the way back.
27%. That launch, even on a heavy hitting champion, is insane.
That smash right there would have killed any other character. Now, again, right at that ledge, it sends them off. But that's how much percent you need. At least 150 even have a chance to send them off unless you've got that ledge opportunity.
So 67% on that Ganondorf. Clean slate 96. That hit was huge from Bowser. And, again, this is a battle of ledges. This is a battle of what can I do? How much damage can I do? This character is a lot like me. How do I damage him? What are my weaknesses? And how can I use it against my opponent? 108% against 32. 122 now. These launches are really good. And it's a battle of the air. And nice recovery back to the stage for both players. And great hit from Bowser. Can he capitalize on this opportunity? And no, he might have made a mistake back on that ledge. But that throw is going to equalize it 2-3. great advantage for Bowser.
But that's the big thing, right? At least 150% before that grab right off the ledge to send him away. That was the big thing for that Bowser to make sure that they keep the lead here in a 3-2 stock situation. But now you can see this Bowser knows that they want to play that ledge area to give him a chance. For Kihei Charter right now, your biggest opportunity to try to make this comeback, again, play that ledge and do not make a mistake off that ledge. Because one mistake, no up, no special,
nice
right?
Throw
Again, off
forward
the edge,
aerial.
perfect. That's not even gonna matter. He's up 3-1.
See again. Okay, that forward aerial from Bowser and getting the angle on that correctly just instantly kills any opportunity that Ganondorf have to recover. And that is what I mean by the battle of ledges. 87% and percentages don't matter at all if you can't even get back to the stage.
Right. It's the like I said, the ledge game matters in the two heavyweight characters here, unless you can get it above 150. Right now, Bowser's leaning on that, but you're still 2 stock up. You got plenty of time to make that
We
up.
could see a ledge sacrifice. 2 stock up. Might as well exit the game, and we might see a potential mistake.
Ooh.
Really good recovery from both of these people. You playing off of each other like that, but now it's 2-1. This is where you decide. Do you? And
you don't even need to.
Great kick.
Great kick just to end. Just drops down and just says hello. Just knocks him out of the way in a 2-1 victory now. No ledge sacrifices. So we didn't see a ledge sacrifice at the end there, but in the end, it was still the Bowser that wins, but a much closer game still. Even if it was a win, it was still a close game. It's just that now if you're Kihei Charter, you cannot lose another one here, especially with the points the way it stands. You cannot lose another one here.
And we saw, like, compared to the last games, Bowser didn't really use a lot of the neutral special. We saw him, kind of use and abuse it to, back off of these players, but we didn't see that a lot in his game against Ganondorf, which is kind of odd considering that they're both close combat characters.
Right, and that Bowser has that Flame Breath opportunity, right, to kind of just neutralize and out and get a lot of that damage out. We saw that in the middle school one where that Bowser just absolutely using that Flame Breath to kind of get that damage on. Not happening this time around, but instead we're going to go in to game with this new set, and wow, I mean, this is completely different.
Okay. Changing it up. Still on the Bowser. Now, this is where you have the battle of range now. This is the battle.
Yeah, so this is Bowser's biggest thing right now. I mean, your opportunity to get in close combat really doesn't happen here, so that flame becomes also more important unless you can get close up.
The thing you have to realize is that you have to kind of use and abuse where you're going to use your magic. You get what I mean? Because you can only have so much that's happening, and 80%, this is kind of an uphill battle for Bowser because you don't have the same opportunities as you do against Ganondorf, and already in the danger zone, 113% does get back to the ledge, but that edge guard is just insane. It's really unfortunate, and we could see a stock loss. There it is, 4-5. Bowser, 1 down. The first time he's actually been on the losing side this entire series since he's been playing. And very unfortunate recovery opportunity lost. That is 3-5. Now 2 stocks down. Corrin just going to capitalize on this. Oh, sorry, not Corrin, but...
Yeah, and see, this is the biggest difference now, right? If you can play a ranged character against the Bowser correctly, that is going to be your biggest thing. And now look at the ledge guard, but look, can recover so easily off that edge that if you make a mistake off that ledge trying to do that, you're going to be out of it. So really, I mean, it's just a great range character here that is being played against this Bowser.
The thing about Robin is that Robin eventually runs out of magic. Like, you have to, Robin has to, you have to utilize, when am I going to use my skills? When am I going to, combo correctly? And we are both equal at 100% each. Bowser still down 2 stocks. This is where you really want to try and utilize your grab opportunity, your throw opportunity. You have to use anything that you can to get close. And there we go. There's a throw. There's a launch. But the thing about Robin is that his amazing recovery, something that Bowser doesn't necessarily have. This is a time to edge guard. Can he do it?
No.
And no, he's going to get launched to the other side. Really good counter from Robin.
But this is great because, again, you have two range abilities, right? Thunder and Fire, and then you've got that sword at the end. If you can deal enough range damage and then go up for the sword afterwards, it's going to be big for you. However, it's a great toss-off and a great punch-off, and Bowser makes up a stock but needs to make up another one. Already 148% damage, though.
155 now. You can only do so much using the neutral special to its best ability because, you got to fight range with range at times with, like, and, what do you do as Bowser? You're already in the danger zone getting launched completely off the stage. But you as Robin, 30%, you have a little bit of wiggle room. You have a lot of areas to capitalize, and you have to get Bowser off the edge. You have to abuse that recovery, the ability to just, you know, edge guard the life out of Bowser. And great!
Great smash there.
0 to 45, 2 to 4 stock. Again, really abusing that range. What can you do against a neutral special from Robin like that? You have to mitigate the range. You have to get into close combat. And what are you going to do against
You
that?
have to take advantage of the fact that when Robin pulls out the sword, that's your biggest chance. Yes, Robin will do a lot more damage with the sword, but if you can take that opportunity to get up close, that's when the range really doesn't matter. Now
look at how much damage that throw does, bringing him all the way up to 88%. When you are Bowser, you have to do this. You have to do the grab. You can't be, you know, doing these really risky moves at close range combat, because Robin's going to immediately counter that with something like a neutral throw, with something like an up tilt. You have to prevent him from getting back to that edge, or else he will capitalize.
But the thing about that too is that we've seen this, even if it's a ledge guard, if you make a mistake right off that ledge.
Great throw! That's 2 to 3!
But again, you cannot play that ledge all too well, because if Bowser makes a mistake, you're done. You cannot get back up. The recovery is really bad for Bowser off the ledge too. So be smart in not taking that opportunity.
There's about a minute left.
Yeah,
He's still one stock down.
You gotta play risky here. You gotta play risky here.
We have to see a little bit more aggressiveness from Bowser. You know, Robin makes up for that, added aggressiveness by mitigating range. But 115%, you are at risk of losing another side. There it is! 1 to 3!
Big stock kill there too. I mean, that puts Robin up 2 to 3. And again, no more ledge sacrifice opportunities for Bowser either. Right now, down 2 stock. You can't really do it otherwise. Again, game. And right now, 12 to 7. I mean, TH Charter, this is their back foot right now. And yes, you're only down 5 points total, but the win plus the eliminations plus the stock left, it's not going to look good here if TH Charter goes down here.
The thing about Bowser is that you're taking so much free damage, and for what? Like, you know that Robin is going to capitalize on any opportunity he can to get, you know, these small percentages. He may do smaller hits. However, the volume of those hits matter.
But that's the first one that he got off the ledge too.
But that's 109%. He has to bring this with 13 seconds left. I don't know if he's gonna make it in time. He has to start making a lot of risky decisions, or else he's not gonna do it in the end.
Right, and got to find a way to out here. But 5 seconds left to go. Can he get one more? Got to find a way to get one more stock. You have to tie this right now. Now or never here. But it's not gonna happen. It is it's time. He doesn't lose the last stock in the end. Time happened right before he left.
Victory lies within.
Wow, that was close. That could have been another point there. But instead, even if Robin gets the win there, it's a huge 3-point opportunity. But now you don't get that extra stock off for the elimination. Wow, I mean, that was super close. Like, it was a frame.
See, now you have to realize, like, as Bowser, you know, you saw him just roll through everyone else, doing ledge sacrifices left and right, all these BM moves. But now he finally found his match, Robin. Yeah. And now he has to, you know, I feel like personally, if I was Bowser right now, I'd be like, okay, I gotta, like, you know, regroup. I have to figure out, you know, now they see an opportunity to bring me down. They see what I'm weak against. And, you know, if I was Kihei, I would be like, wow, we finally found something to work against that. But now the idea is now strategy. Okay, do I change up character? Do I keep the same thing, or do I just play a little better? Because it's not like Bowser was playing bad at all. 2 to 1, you know, in that last game, that was extremely close.
Here's another thing, though, because they're going to go a little bit more ranged, maybe one Pokemon makes the difference, because Pokemon Trainer is the pick here for this side. So now, TH Charter, I mean, the point system, the way this works out, they're pretty much tied 1-1 at this point. So now it's whoever wins out here is probably going to win this all.
I think he really has to abuse Squirtle, and, you know, if he wants to save a little bit of health and switch to Charizard. But Squirtle is really the name of the game here. You want someone with a lot of movement, a lot of a lot of evasion power to mitigate, you know, Bowser's ability. Neutral special the wrong way, and that is going to cost time. That's going to cost frames and seconds for free damage. 64 up until 44% right now. He has to capitalize. 83 already off the ledge. Will you edge guard? No, he won't. And almost goes off the edge himself, but misses the grab onto Squirtle.
And the thing about Squirtle's kit is you can't really ledge guard on that, so you either have to switch off to the Ivysaur or the Charizard, which really isn't going to be helping out your process out in the meantime. So you can't really ledge guard. While you can't really ledge guard with the Squirtle, you can get enough of that speed to go in on this Bowser and make a difference, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
I mean, at 122%, what do you do against someone who has more mobility? It's not even, you know, a bad thing. It's just a fact of the matter. He tries to get that front aerial off and does it again. 5-4 at 122%. Can he make up for that? He's stuck on Ivysaur. Great up E, but it doesn't do enough damage. It does it again, and and that is equalizing it 4-4.
That is a big thing for them too, because the Ivysaur here, right? Ivysaur may provide you a little less chance at mobility, but it's got that range to do so, and you saw it right there at the end there. Ivysaur's now got a little bit more of a chance. You don't want to pull up the Charizard just yet, because that's your end game move if you're this Pokemon trainer right now. You're taking a lot of damage, so you might want to switch to this Charizard soon to get maybe a little bit more defense, but maybe not a switch in the middle here. So this Ivysaur really needs to come up big here,
Tries to do
making
the
up
neutral
70%.
special, doesn't do it, does the side smash really well, does a little bit of that, switches over to Charizard. This
There.
is what I mean. To mitigate that health loss, you need a heavier character, and that's when you switch to Charizard instead of Squirtle, instead of Ivysaur, and great tail whip from him. This is what you want. You want Bowser on the edge, and you want to capitalize on that opportunity, especially at 140%. Will he get the front aerial off? No, he won't. Misses it completely. 68% getting a lot of free damage, but will he capitalize? Will he get the up tilt off to get him into the side spot? And he does! 4-3!
This Bowser played that perfectly well, right? That Charizard you said mitigating damage, but it doesn't mitigate what this Bowser needs to do. It doesn't change anything. Play the aggressor, play the damage dealer, and right now, again, the Squirtle, the best option for what Maui High has to bring out. So Maui High, or actually, no, I'm sorry, KH Charter is the one that needs to bring out the best in their abilities right now, especially with the Squirtle, who has done you so much, but it does not have an end possibility until maybe 150% on the Bowser.
61% after 3 moves. 3 moves already up to 90. Great side smash, 1-2. 109%. Doesn't take any damage during that entire stock fight. 123. If you are Kihei, you must do it now. We've saw the same situation before. 4-2. We can see Ledge sacrifices. He's at 123, 136%. We have seen this opportunity once. We shall see it again. Neutral specials. Lots of free damage coming out. Bring him all the way up to 89%. Will he do the Ledge sacrifice? Switches over to Charizard. Misses, and it's 4-1.
Fire beats grass, right?
Yes.
That's basically what happened. Fire beats grass. I mean,
and there's the ledge sacrifice,
that
and
just
game.
ends it. Game. I mean, that's a great performance and a great comeback overall. And I think we're going to count up the points here to figure out who won in the end. But it should be this Bowser from Maui High who did spectacularly there in the end, and especially on the fact that they played. Well, I mean, it looked really bad to start, especially against that Squirtle when you really didn't have any opportunities to end it. But because Squirtle was such a light character that as soon as you get hit by anything big, you are done for, especially in the 80-90%
But we talked
area.
about the strategy of, using Charizard as a meat shield and Squirtle to really try do small hits in large volumes. And that's exactly what we saw. And we got the strategy behind that. Unfortunately, it just didn't really, work out for them. We saw that 3-1 stock differential in the end with the ledge sacrifice. And it didn't really work out in the end. We saw a closer game with Robin, and in my personal opinion, I think Kihei should rerun that, that thing. It's 1-1 right now in terms of games. The Robin worked the first time, and, why fix something that's not broken?
Right, and so, I mean, all 3 games had already been played at this point, but once again, I mean, the Ganondorf didn't really work out because you're going heavy against heavy. And I guess the thinking is pretty much the same if you're on the side of Maui as well, because you're thinking that if you're going heavy against heavy, once that Charizard comes out, you can abuse them because you've been winning the heavy fight. Your only opportunity really was that Squirtle or to end it with the Ivysaur. And we saw that on one stock where the Ivysaur did a double smash up and basically just ended that stock. But again, did not take advantage of it. I don't think was switching well enough because you want to switch right at the beginning to get that first mobility damage. Then you switch to the Ivysaur to get a little bit more damage. And then once you get that heavy damage on, you switch to the Charizard.
We saw the up tilt abuse from both sides. That up tilt, it, really is the nail in the coffin for a lot of these characters. And we see it in Bowser. We see it in Ivysaur. And I think the main thing is man, how do I strategize enough? When do I switch Pokemon to really get the most out of my skill set? And that's the benefit of having someone like Pokemon Trainer. You have 3 different options for 3 different situations. You have Charizard for the heavy meat shield. You have Squirtle for that quick evasion and lots of movement. But, each side has their drawbacks. You have, once you're caught by Bowser as Squirtle, you get a lot of damage thrown at you. Charizard, no mobility.
Yeah, and so, I mean, and we saw it at the end too, right? I mean, we said it, fire beats grass, right? And that's so when that fire breath from Bowser hit that Ivysaur and just dealt a lot of damage, that was pretty much a momentum turner, and that pretty much just sent it off the entire way through.
You have to abuse a neutral special when you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, right now, again, I think it would be, in the end, Maui High School that won it, especially with Bowser winning 2 of those. So, Maui High School is going to be the one that pretty much wins that series and will be your high school Vanta champion. So, right now, that's 2 games in the books. You got your Super Smash Middle School determined, which was already Eva Mackay. Maui's going to win the Vanta League for the high school side of Super Smash, but coming up very soon as well, it will be the Rocket League Middle School side. So this is going to be another trophy that's handed out. So 3 today, 1 tomorrow, plus a show match tomorrow in Valorant as well. And we're getting the teams set up for that right now. But as it stands, I mean, the 4 teams here already here and ready to play, as well as we take a look at what these teams are for Rocket League. And right now, 2 teams from Kailua Intermediate School there in the 3 and 5 seeds that are here, as well as in the 1 and 2 side, Kalakaua Middle School, as well as Eva Mackay. So Eva Mackay being represented pretty well here in day number 1.
I think their coaches should be very proud of them, especially with what they accomplished, winning the Smash Finals and in great fashion, might I add. And, I think they've really made a statement of stuff just for Hawaii esports in general, especially at such a young age. So I think, all these kids, especially their coaches and their parents, should be very, very proud of what they've accomplished here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to be said when you're Eva. If you're looking at Eva Mackay all the way through, right? You have 3 teams in Smash, 1 team in League of Legends as the number 5 seed, and then Rocket League, you've got 1 team as the number 2 seed in the middle school side as well. So I mean, you've got a team representing every single thing in the middle school division in this tournament in Vanta League for the entire weekend through, except for Valorant, which is a show match, obviously. But it's still, I mean, basically speaking, Eva Mackay is one of the big threats here in this entire Vanta League tournaments.
I'm going to be real honest with you, Keegan. If I were to go up against them, I would be scared too.
Yeah, I think I'd be scared. And any of these games. I mean, I don't play any of these games per se. I mean, if the Overwatch was happening a little bit more, we had a little bit of Pokemon battle. I don't know. I mean, either way. Again, that look coming out from me saying, okay, all right, dude. All right. Yes. All right. She's looking away. All right. Anyways, we'll get it to middle school Rocket League here in just a second, as these teams look like they're pretty much almost ready to go now. So we're looking to see if we can get both of them. Now, originally, we were supposed to have just 1 of the semifinals, but it looks like we're going to have 2 of the semifinals here to show up. So this will be pretty fun to see. And the first match coming up would be Kailua Rocket League. They call themselves the Dream Team. And why not? You're the number 1 seed so far. And against the other side of Kailua Intermediate School, Rocket League Intermediate C team, or excuse me, Intermediate A is what's the matchup is looking like right now. So that should go down. Or actually, oh no, I'm sorry. First we're getting the 2 versus 3. So Eva Mackay is going to go first against Kailua Intermediate A, and then it'll be Kalakaua Rocket League Dream Team taking on Kailua Intermediate C. So again, brackets are already set in stone here. We'll get to those in a little while as well. And we saw this earlier. I mean, we saw the plays that in the middle of the videos that were being played in between our breaks here. We saw a coaching montage. Now, I'm wondering if like all the moves that we saw on Rocket League when the coaches were playing, do they replicate with the kids?
Well, I mean, if you think about it like regular sports, the coaches are here to implement strategy, implement moves from their own experience. So I would assume, with a coach like that, like, a lot of it would be reflected in the kids. That's what you're trying to achieve. That's what you're trying to teach. And that just, doesn't go for esports or sports in general. It just goes for anything you're trying to teach.
Yeah. And so, speaking of that coaching video, we're going to take a short break, and let's take a look at that coaching video to see what some of these kids might learn off of this.
Let's say we're playing defense here, right? We're on blue team. And the ball's coming at me from, say, this side of the field, right?
Yep.
Right there. Now, where do you think is the best spot to be defending this from? It could be anywhere on the side.
Probably more on the net, right?
Okay, yep. You bring your left arm over like this, and then your right arm is kind of horizontal across, and you pull towards your chest, and it kind of stretches out your whole upper arm and your shoulder.
I'm back, I'm defending.
Trying to get a demo here. Really good pass, Nolan. This is gonna be a tough save. Ooh, good shot, Lauren. That was tough. That was a good play, yeah, that's tough.
You want challenge?
Go for a reset.
Setup a little bit. Harry, to you?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm back. Oh, back to me?
Nice job. Get there, Noah.
Oh, yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes,
Well
sir.
done, Noah.
Yes, sir.
Very well done.
Yes, sir.
50 there, going. It seems like when you're playing, you say a lot of the right things, which is really good. Just practice doing it a bit more, right? The more you do it, the better. You can't really, unless you're talking like 100 miles an hour, you can't really talk too much to flood comms. The more info you're giving your teammates is usually the best thing.
Welcome back, everybody, inside here for the Hawaii Esports League from Vanta, presented by Hawaiian Telcom. Keegan alongside Eugen with you for the rest of the day here. We saw Super Smash Bros. In the first side. We saw both high school and middle school side, but now we're getting into a different game entirely. It is Rocket League, a.k.a. soccer.
With the FIFA World Cup going on, you're really going to say that?
Yeah, I know. I'm getting looks from producers. I'm getting looks from you.
With the FIFA World Cup going on.
Okay, to be fair, it's not that bad of a pun to explain what's going on.
Brazil lost to Croatia, and you're going to say soccer.
Soccer.
You're awful. Awful. Awful.
I'm already getting devious looks saying you're not doing this ever again.
Anyways, so we saw the coaches highlight montage. We saw what their coach is capable of. So, we're really trying to see, does it reflect onto the players? And, of course, they are in middle school. So, I'm not going to expect, professional levels of gameplay. You know what I mean? But I am ready to see these people duke it out on the field. Yeah, and
these kids are going to duke it out pretty much on Champions Field from the looks of it here. And why not? You're about to crown a champion here on this campus right now in the HBU Esports Arena, all 4 teams being here. So right now, Kailua Intermediate, you can see on the right side, playing near us right now in the Eva Mackay Middle School side. They're playing on the side closest near Olelo. So the Olelo guys just waiting right there, waiting to see what's going to go down in the meanwhile. But you see the teams lining up, and they're very excited to be on camera. I mean, it looks like they're pretty hyped to be there. They're just making faces.
Well, I
at
mean,
it
if
right
I
now.
was in middle school and I had the opportunity to be on TV and be on camera, I would 100%
Oh, yeah,
do it too.
Absolutely.
I'm 12 years old. I'm here doing what I want, doing my hobby, and representing my school.
No, but see, if you're like the esports players, right, a little bit old on the older side, you're just giving it a little bit of a wink or something like that, right?
Maybe.
just getting the hype out there with the wink.
Well, I think the most important thing nowadays is really getting your name out there and really representing yourself and your school really well. And I think everyone who has participated in the series so far has done a great job of that.
Yeah, and this is the very first one out here at the HBU Esports Arena like this, where you've got so many different titles, right? And this is now going to be an opportunity for them to show, and I mean, very later on, show that, hey, we were doing this on stream, on a professional level broadcast here, that we're here to show up. And I mean, if this keeps going as well, I know that in different leagues as well, even the HHSAA, right, when they get to high school, they have the different leagues as well in there too for a state title for your own school too. So I mean, hey, up there alongside the Vanta League, got plenty of opportunities to win championships, and right now this is one of the ways to do so. And in middle school, very few opportunities. Take them all you can.
Exactly, and you have to think about high school and even college. The collegiate scene in terms of esports is absolutely amazing. Not only here in Hawaii, but across the mainland, across the world, actually. And you have to think about these organizations, these professional organizations that are recruiting people straight from high school. And this is really setting up kids for success. Pursue what you want to do.
Right.
And, if esports is the way, then so be it.
And we're being told right now that both of the sides are just trying to get into lobby right now. So while we wait here for that, I mean, both sides, again, these two teams, you got 4 teams lined up here, and we're going to see if we can get all 4 of those teams in. Again, Kalakaua Dream Team right now, I think the name there, Kalakaua Dream Team. We're going to see League of Legends tomorrow, and you might not be here, but there's a name here that's very interesting. So these teams can come up with their team names, right? Super Smash Test, Winter Nazarene Academy, Blue Storm. Shark Bites was one of the high school teams in the Super Smash as well, which is pretty funny considering their other school name was Tiger Sharks. But the best one I think I've seen here, not besides Dream Team for the League of Legends tomorrow, when we see New Valley Middle School, one of their team names is 1 third pounder. A third pounder. Not a quarter pounder. That would be a little interesting there, but a third pounder, not a quarter pounder.
Interesting.
Yeah, so these team names they can come up with, it's pretty fun.
Well, we will just have to see until tomorrow.
Yep, so we will see till tomorrow. I mean, maybe their number 1 seed could have been called the Half Pounders. I mean, that would be pretty funny as well to get it there. But anyways, speaking again, teams loading up right now between in the Rocket League side again. We are getting the 2 versus 3 scenario. So Evan Mackay Middle School taking on Kailua Intermediate A. And for Rocket League, for those that don't know, again, the best thing we can say is it's basically in the world stage football or on the American stage soccer, but right now it's a 3-on-3 scenario, so that's why on the cameras you saw only 3 players on each side, even though the row of 5 computers here at HBU Arena, it's basically for League of Legends and Valorant coming up tomorrow. But with the Rocket League side, right, you've got 3 versus 3, and they're driving around in car. They're driving around these little, like, maybe, I guess you could say
little Hot Wheels, right?
The Hot Wheels, yeah,
Hot
the
Wheels
Hot
from
Wheels
back in the day.
Right, the Hot Wheels cars that we had back in the day, or should still have right now anyways, but the Hot Wheels cars that go around and basically kick around this huge ball trying to get it into the net. It is soccer, but it's cars in the middle of it just driving around.
I mean, the really tough part is that, of course, it's not like regular soccer. How boring would that be? But, it's the physics of the game, and also the fact that the ball is so much larger, and the field itself is actually pretty ginormous in comparison to the cars and stuff. So you really have to, in my personal opinion, like, Smash is a very individual game. Like, you can have all these people tell you what you need to do, but in the end, it's an individual game. Like, of course there are, like, duos and multiplayer, but in the end, like, these one-on-one things are exactly what they are, one-on-one. But in my opinion, Rocket League, and even more so than, like, League of Legends or Valorant, they're extremely team-dependent.
Yeah.
Because, one, it's a smaller team size, bigger field, and so each individual just makes that much more of a difference.
Yeah, and there's so much impact when you get stuff like, I mean, when you see the stat lines, even if it says assists or saves or whatnot, it really is a team game, right? I mean, it's a really team-developed game where you got to figure out, right, who's going to be goalie or who's rotating in, who's not going. But now if you can get the mechanics down besides the team aspect of it, right, you flip resets, you've got the rotations down. If you can get all of that down, your team is pretty scary, and we see it all over the place, even the pro leagues, right? The pro leagues focus in on that rotation, focus in on making sure that everyone has that same mechanical skill so that they are able to go into any of the positions possible, especially goalie, forward, and midfielder. If you got to rotate out, at least all of them have the potential to do so. And especially with this ball, like, going to the corners, I mean, there's no such thing as, by the way, folks, there's no such thing, if you're learning this for
yellow
the first
card?
time, there's no such thing as yellow card. So there's no such thing as yellow card fury like we did yesterday in Netherlands, Argentina.
Oh,
but
okay,
anyways,
we don't talk
about that game. But anyways, so there's no such thing as cards. You will see the cars demolished or destroyed, but that'll take them out for a couple of seconds before they're respawned back in. But there's no such thing as cards. There's no such thing as corner kicks or goal kicks. There's none of this whole thing. It's just get the ball into the net. That's pretty much it.
But I mean, I think communication is probably most important in Rocket League compared to, like, League or Valorant or Overwatch, like these bigger team-size games, simply because the field is big. Like, you as an individual have such a big part to play, because it's like, okay, like, do I have to play defense? Do I have to get offense? Like, okay, like, where should I position? And, I think, in my opinion, these mid-air battles are going to be, like, the most important thing, especially when you're going head-on in that first bout when the ball first drops. That is, in my opinion, the most important moment, because that will set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it does. It really does. And if we're going to be able to see right away from the very get-go, as soon as they pick up those 100 boost packs on the sides, on the entire sides or the corners and midfield sides of the field, as soon as they pick up that 100 boost, you're going to be able to figure out who's making the best of their boost or who's going to be able to go off. And we saw it in that coaching montage earlier as well. I mean, that's what the coaches can do. But that's just the video we just saw earlier when the coaches were going one-on-one with the players and going through their practices as well, going through their entire thing, playing in regular games. We saw that these coaches really implement the strategies involved, and now if they can replicate that strategy here, that's going to win them a trophy, especially on the fact that, I mean, we see these kids in the air, we've seen these kids go around as well, and if what Smash showed is anything, I mean, Rocket League mechanics are going to be very impressive as well, knowing that if those are the mechanics we saw in a fighting game like this, the mechanics needed to play here are just that much more, you know, it's much more staggering when you realize that that's how much skill you need to play this game in order to be good and on this very level.
You know, I think it really just comes down to, like, again, like that communication. Like, communication is key in all walks of life, but even more so in esports and just sports in general. Like, a split-second decision could mean a win or a loss.
Right. And so right now, again, we're trying to see if teams are going to load into the games here very soon. But meanwhile, let's talk about tomorrow as well, because tomorrow, plenty of things to look forward to. As we've been mentioning, tomorrow, League of Legends, which unfortunately you won't be here for, but League of Legends, as well as Valorant coming in tomorrow. So pretty much an all-right games second day, if you will, with Super Smash as well.
Well, what are you looking forward to when it comes to League, other than Teamfight Tactics?
Heartsteel. The new I know it got nerfed in ARAM, but I mean I've been playing a lot of ARAM at the very least to get my knowledge of the game. I'm getting thrown off here, but no. So I mean you play a lot of ARAM.
Really? Not even Rift, bro?
I can't play Rift. I don't know how. If you teach me. But League of Legends, no. League of Legends and Valorant, I know how to play. But League of Legends and Valorant.
See, I'm more excited about how people play on Pearl, because I know a lot of people dislike that map for Valorant.
Well, Pearl made a couple of changes as well. So Pearl didn't.
Okay, but still.
But still, the map itself, right? At least, but next season as well, when we get to season 6 for that competitive side, when we get to the next competitive season, at the very least, we won't see Bind and we won't see Breeze. So that would be very
Goodbye
interesting.
to Breeze. Thank you.
Goodbye to Breeze as they make changes to Breeze, by the way, later on. But I mean,
will miss Bind, though.
Hey,
but
Harbor is involved as well. So Harbor, some people like to play him. Some people think he's not that great to play. We saw the meta in a little bit of a change when Harbor came out.
You know, Chamber still has a very special place in my heart.
Well, I mean, to some. But Chamber's kind of annoying when Tour de Force comes out. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, bro. You got to do what you got to do. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yes. Sometimes. Now we saw the raise jump with the Bucky during that montage as well. That was pretty nice. But anyways, yeah, cool. League of Legends coming up tomorrow. Then believe that'll be in the morning time, and then when we get to the afternoon time, that's when we get to our league finals plus, as well as the Valorant matchup as well, which will be between Punahou and Iolani. So an all ILH matchup, if you will. That goes to a best 2 out of 3 there too. So we could be seeing Game 3, and I know some of those teams landed up being in the Hawaii Esports, the last tournament that I got to see them in at the very least, the Hawaii Esports Alliance tournament, that the Valorant Open that they've had, and Punahou and Iolani both looking like good teams. Fee Hunters, I believe, was a Punahou team that went all the way to the semifinals in this case as well. So they're a pretty good team. So glad to see them back in action coming up tomorrow as well. And speaking of, there's another tournament coming up here in HBU Esports Arena that we can mention as well for that with the HEA Valorant Open Championship coming there on Saturday too. So you don't want to miss that out at 11 o'clock next week Saturday for the HEA Valorant Open Championship. And so we go along the schedule here. So League of Legends again was your first one. First match is your first half, and then your second half, of course, Valorant. But in between, you saw earlier on the Olelo side as well as here on stream that the Lunch and Learn came up for the the topic on Hawaii esports and career pathways, brought to you by Dr. Sky Kaviloa of the UH Esports program, as well as JJ Nonquil of the Hawaii Executive Collective. But now tomorrow, some more important people come in during the Lunch and Learn, as it's all about cyberbullying prevention. Again, Laura Dye, Special Agent from the Homeland Security Investigation Cybercrimes, comes here. John Kaneko, Acting Detective with Honolulu Police Department Cybercrime Unit, here as well. And Andrew Maddock, Lieutenant at the Honolulu Police Department. All three of them, so all Honolulu Police Department, but all part of our first responders coming here as well, talking about that cyberbullying prevention. So glad to have them down here tomorrow. And you can see behind me that there's a lot of people still around here, even if Super Smash is over, still plenty of people interested on what's going on in this case.
I think it's, it's all about the aloha spirit, as they say,
And actually, let's go right into the game here. We're going to jump right in to this game. There it is. And we got Eva Mackay, one on the blue side.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean from right the get-go. This initial start sets the tone, because you see the advantage going over to Eva Mackay, and they're desperately trying to get to the other side. A lot of mid-air battle, and this is what I mean. Aiming a little bit too high, and that's what I say about the physics of this game. You have to strategize, work with your teammates as best as you can, because you do have to aim it correctly into the goal.
Yeah, and you're not going to see anything here for the first few minutes of this, or few seconds of this game, because unless that start is super, super good for you, it's really not going to happen until both sides really get their 100 boost off. For right now, it looks, that might be a big miss for them. That might be Kailua Intermediate's time to go in on it. Unfortunately, Eva Mackay clears that out right away. We'll take it back to the corner. Tries to set a goal. It's a wide open goal off the top. And it's going to be a reset here, and it's going to be a clear way.
Dangerously close. Kailua Intermediate desperately trying to make it. Will they make it?
Crossbar, no. What?
So
what? Another chance?
Close. A little bit too high.
Yeah, not going to happen in this case. Eva Mackay, Kailua Intermediate with a great couple of advantages. Unfortunately, not going to happen this time around. Another shot off just the left side, but it is cleared away from Kailua Intermediate. So, so far, so good for both sides, but at least the pressure coming from Kailua Intermediate at the very get-go.
A little bit of a standoff here, but no, they're going to try to seize an opportunity. Open
goal,
and
scores!
There's a score for Eva Mackay, 1-0. And this is what I mean. This is these split-second decisions where you have to play offense, you have to play defense. And we're going to watch that replay. Great offensive maneuvers from Eva Mackay. Kailua Intermediate just could not play defense fast enough.
Water Drops coming out with an excellent dribble. Here comes the start and a kickoff here. Once again, Kailua Intermediate winning the battle for this one so far. And we'll take it out. Drift Demon trying to bring this back down to the middle. Does so. Two people miss. It's a wide open net and another quick score. Eva Mackay up 2-0.
Man, that's what I mean by these really fast, right from the gates. Eva Mackay saw an opportunity, they capitalized, and they scored. Yeah. Now, Kailua Intermediate, you got to make up 2 points just to tie up the game. And balls go straight up into the air advantage towards Kailua Intermediate. Great defense from Eva Mackay. And right now, we're going to see a little bit of defense for Kailua Intermediate. Eva Mackay trying to go the offensive, but a little bit of a tussle. The ball is steering ever so closely to Eva Mackay. Great defense from them. Can Kailua Intermediate capitalize on the mistake, I believe, from Eva Mackay using the boosters? And again, these back and forwards are just not working into Kailua Intermediate's favor. They're desperately trying.
Yeah, and right now they're trying their best. And Kailua Intermediate, had so many opportunities at the beginning there. There's a big one, but it's going to cross over and no goal there. Nobody was there to take advantage of it, but that ball was right across in the open net area where somebody could have flown up and really gotten it. So really nothing there anyways. But here comes again Eva Mackay. Good save, man, and saves it for Kailua Intermediate.
Defense from Kailua Intermediate here. And you did try to see Eva Mackay do that reverse. That's a long shot goal. Unfortunately, doesn't really hit the mark there. And they're going to try capitalize on this opportunity. But Eva Mackay going to get right back onto the defensive. No one home for Kailua Intermediate. There we go. Nice side swipe from Kailua. And they're going to be going back at it again. Nice boost. No one home from Eva Mackay. Can he make it in time? Yes, he will. Yeah, and we're gonna get a little bit more game audio.
Yeah,
here.
so they have the opportunity. Kailua Intermediate's making a lot of their opportunities right now. They just can't find the net. Eva Mackay doing something similar here, but they are finding the net. Right, you saw the very first play where they got the dribble off.
Really nice dribble from the side of Eva Mackay.
Oh, Water Drops almost had that, but just a little bit too far to the right here. We're gonna see if they can get it off, but no, it's gonna be Drift Demon catching it. D-Mom catching it right now. D-Mom catching it, but still
really nice defense. Like these counters. the ability to do these split-second counters from both sides is absolutely amazing, especially when we saw in that last tussle, Evan Mackay and Kailua Intermediate were back and forth with these hits. And look at them now, trying to skirmish it on the middle field. Will they score
Wide
another?
open.
And wow, nobody home from the side of Kailua Intermediate, and Evan Mackay will score another goal, 3-0.
And 3-0. Evan Mackay looking really good right now to advance on their way. It is, by the way, best 4 of 7. So got to win 4 of these matches in total, win a total of 20 minutes here to win it all. So got to win the first of 4.
A minute and 30 left.
A minute and 30 left in this one. Kailua Intermediate really needs to hammer this home. And now, look, 2 in goal already. Need to defend this out. Will do so. There's the arm right there. Can you get another follow-up is the question. There's the touch. It's going to be kept right here. Waterdrop's just going to freestyle this up. Keeps it in the middle of the fly. Yes!
Now this is what it means to communicate with your teammates. We saw that mid-air dribble from Water Droplet, and his teammate Drift Demon just comes in for the sweep.
Good sweep up there, and again, you being able to keep it up there in the process, being able to keep it all the way upstairs is the point there. And Evan Mackay looks like they are better at the upstairs game, at the flying game, than Kailua Intermediate right now is, which is showing right now, trying to go another dribble mat in there to counter out so far, but now you're down to the final 60. Oh, and a shot here from downtown, off the top corner, off the top rope, and gets it. Mute scores, and it's a 5-0 lead for Evan Mackay.
Really good work here from Evan Mackay. You saw that initial hit into that second from Moostex, and that is, 5-0. But with a minute left to go, I don't think Kailua Intermediate can come back from this. It's surely an uphill battle, but from the initial hit,
we've seen crazier.
We have seen crazier, and nothing's impossible, but certainly is difficult.
Yeah, but right now with Evan Mackay just playing, so they're able to play so aggressive because they're up 5-0, right? You can just keep pounding away at the goals here off the side. It could have been a bounce-off shot, but disrupted by Kailua right away. Look and see if Kailua can get a
Looks
flipper
like
set
Evan
here.
Mackay's
No.
gonna try
Wide open.
defense, wide open, and wow, what a great save from Evan Mackay here. Gonna go try go back on the offensive. Kailua Intermediate is desperately trying to get a point on the board with 30 seconds remaining. Can they do it? And Evan Mackay just trying to add insult to injury, getting another goal, trying to do anything they can. And it's not even about scoring a goal, it's just about preventing a goal.
I think that was Drift Demon that had a chance to try to score here with only 15 seconds left to go. Trying to put this into perspective here. They're just trying to score out. But remember, time doesn't end, and this is really going to matter here in this case, but time doesn't stop at 1 second until the ball hits the ground again. So right now they're going to try to keep this up, score another one. Has the opportunity to from the top rope. No, off the left side. It would have been 6-0, but Evan Mackay still able to pull away with the first win, 5-0, and that is game 1. Need to win 4 out of 7.
And so, these plays from Evan Mackay are actually pretty interesting because you have to realize, especially that earlier sweep from one teammate to another and to scoring that goal, this is great communication on the side.
Absolutely great communication. And you look at the rest of the board as well for Evan Mackay. I mean, you had a total of 5 goals, 1 for Water Drops, 2 for Drift Demon, and 2 from Mutes as well. So that works out in their favor. And all their scores as well, 402, 406, 402, 400, and then 336 as well on their score side. I mean, their scores looking very good all across the board. And you talk about communication, right? 4 shots for Water Drops, 3 shots for Drift Demon, 2 shots for Mute. That is just showing that they are rotating very well. They're able to play aggressive, and then they're able to stop a lot because they already have 2 saves on their board as well.
Not only that, but the switch from offense to defense and the ability to counter anything that Kailua Intermediate goes up again. It just proved that their adaptability, their ability to, man, okay, I missed a shot, time to play back into the defensive. When is the right time to go back? When is the right time to switch sides? And they're doing exactly that.
Right, and this is what we were talking about, right? Rotation is the name of this game. You have to be able to rotate out, and if all of your teammates have that potential to rotate, that's your best shot at winning it here. So now it looks like we're going to jump back in here in just a second between both sides. But again, Evan Mackay up 1-0 to start up this game. So they have advantage going into this best-of-7 series. But, I mean, for right now, as it stands, Evan Mackay needs to, or rather, Kailua Intermediate really need to find a way to beat this aggression from Evan Mackay because they're rotating well, they're shooting well. I mean, their communication is so good right now. So for Kailua Intermediate, your job to stop the aggression, your kickoff is mainly going to win that for you.
And I think in the vast majority of the kickoffs, Evan Mackay did gain that advantage very easily, except for the last one where Kailua Intermediate played that a little bit better, and they were able to get that advantage really early on. But in the end, it still wasn't enough to make up that 5-0 deficit. But I think from the kickoff, if Kailua Intermediate can get that little bit of, like, that slight edge in the beginning, that can really work out for them because, the long con is, of course, scoring more goals. But, when you're stepping off from the right place, that's going to put the odds infinitely more into your favor.
Right, and we saw that. I mean, even in regular like soccer as well, right? You see this. The more aggressive the team is, the better chances you're going to get at scoring a goal. Same thing here, right? Even if it's a 3v3 scenario, it's not like they're so far back, right? All three are going to be pushed up the side, and you've got enough advantage to push on your own. So same thing here. If you're aggressive on the side of Eva Mackay, I mean, right now it is working out for you. Keep doing that. For Kailua, you need to find a way to beat the aggression. The only way to do that right now, the best words that I can give, the best defense is the best offense. And that's the way that's going to win that, because if you can defend all these great shots that we saw, I mean, right, we saw one shot, I think it was that 4-0 or 5-0, one from the top, that ball stayed up for a couple of seconds before it finally shot down into the net. So this is where best defense is the best offense here, and here we go into the game. Remember, kickoff is key here from the very get-go.
Looks like
Eva Mackay's going to run this down the middle.
Instantly, great defense from Kailua Intermediate right off the bat. And Eva Mackay automatically on the offense, but great use from Kailua Intermediate. Can they get it to the other field in time? Eva Mackay back on the defense. Will they make it? And great defense from Eva Mackay. They're going to make it back over to get that side.
Waterdrop with a great backward save there. And again, needed to flip backwards in order to find a way to get that save here. But Eva Mackay needed to play defense on their own. Is able to clear it out for right now. Now Madden goes on the aggressive side. Here's where the shots go. And so Matt then tries to get their shot off, but faces a 3-on-1 scenario, which really doesn't help you out from the corner. Now Madden has a chance here. Not again. They miss. So it's still on this blue side, and again, this aggression we were talking about. You need to be aggressive if you're Kailua, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're keeping the ball on the blue side of the field, and right now their only chance here is Eva Mackay's first shot and getting a goal in this game. There's a quick dribble, air dribble from Waterdrops. A very impressive goal. It's 1-0.
We saw Kailua Intermediate try to get back in time, and we did see, one of them get up into the air, but what a dribble into the goal, ricocheting off of that side panel, and that is a great 1-0, especially in minute end.
It's called that's freestyle 101.
And the kickoff, Eva Mackay, got the initial hit, but Kailua Intermediate was able to time it just correctly enough where they were able to get a really nice counter.
Oh, a little bit of a
miscommunication. Into the
miscommunication.
goal, doesn't quite hit the mark yet. They're going to try to bring it back to the side of Kailua Intermediate, playing a lot of defense, but Eva Mackay just right there on their tail.
It's a little bit of a miscommunication there because two of them went up, but they kind of got blocked off, so it's a good thing neither missed there. Good defense off the back end.
Really get it, though.
Yeah.
Great defense from Kailua Intermediate.
So good defense off the back end, so now Kailua can take advantage of it if they can get it out, but right now the two for Eva Mackay pushing it in. Waterdrop's just playing with them right now, and it's just going to take it right in. This is going to take it on a little stroll in, and Eva Mackay is up 2-0. And watch this, I mean, just backs him up, plays this a little slowly, and finally just gets them all over him, and Eva Mackay up 2-0.
I mean, that is just a lot of game sense in terms of timing, in terms of execution, because he timed that so well. He waited for Kailua Intermediate to come up, push, overextend just a little bit, and then immediately ricochet off of that hit.
So Eva Mackay now 7 straight unanswered here for them, including last game as well, where they went up 5-0. Good pass there, back off the top of the corner. Not going to happen anyways. Tries to leave off Madden. Best shot at getting it here. Gets it to the blue side. Trying to get it down to the middle, and nothing there. It's just going to be Waterdrops.
You need to place it a little bit slower because, it's not about a rush of who goes into where. It's about, like, okay, where do I want to position? Where do you want to go? And they're going to bring it back over to Kailua Intermediate. And a lot of this, in terms of roster, there's a lot of back and forth to which side. But we're seeing a little bit of airtime, way more airtime than we saw in the last game. That's from both sides. I mean, great defense here from Kailua Intermediate as they bring it back over to the side of Eva Mackay. But Eva Mackay fights right back with the aggression.
Yeah, and it's back on their side. Good save there from Hello Milos. But right now, as it stands again, Eva Mackay knowing that they can play aggressive here to get the win. And Waterdrops has been phenomenal in this game thus far. Another shot not going to happen. Misses on that one. But now it's going to come back to the blue side. Oh, demolition though. Madden hits Drift Demon. So that puts it in a 3v2 situation. Here's where Kailua can take advantage for a couple of seconds. Won't happen though. Waterdrop off the ceiling. Looking for the ceiling dribble. Can he get it down?
And
off the wall? No. But no.
Oh, that is such an unfortunate timing opportunity because I think he just aimed a little bit too high.
Waterdrops again!
And that is 3-0 for Eva Mackay into Kailua Intermediate. These are just high mechanics plays that we are seeing. Kailua Intermediate just can't seem to compete. They're constantly, getting the timing a little bit too late or a little bit too early. And Evan Mackay seeing these holes in their strategy and capitalizing right off of that. And we say kickoff number 4. Evan Mackay again getting the advantage.
You could put Water Drops' clips inside of that coaching montage. You would not be able to tell. You would not be able to tell. Water Drops is putting on, that's 3 goals already. Look at his score, 646. We're still got 2 minutes left to play. I mean, this is insane right now. 3 goals on 5 shots, a 60% goal shooting efficiency here from this player from Evan Mackay. And right now, up 3-0. There's the first shot off from Kailua Intermediate, just off the top row.
Really risky from Evan Mackay to leave that goal right open. And unfortunately, Kailua just didn't really get the trajectory right, and that ball didn't go in. But that could have been a really good goal for them.
But here, it's a long-range shot here off the right wall, but this is going to be defended out. No, it's a miss on the defense side, but they are able to get it back up into the air. 5 squares going to go ahead and go up, or rather just square in the generation. But now it's Madden that's going to try to go. Unfortunately, Evan Mackay right there to defend it out. Drift Demon's going to try to pass this down the middle. He's going to find anything. It's up in the air. There goes Water Drops. Doesn't have enough boost to get up there.
1 minute on the clock. 3.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, no, clear. Opportunity, and Kailua absolutely slammed the door on that.
Yep, they cleared out right away, and that's a good clear from them. Anyways, 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Water Drops is just going to hit this off the wall for right now. Best opportunity here for Madden to try to hit this. Not going to happen. Cleared out by Mutes. Got a and they want to end this right now. I mean, it's 35 seconds left to go. Evan Mackay doesn't really have to do anything but defense here to win out their second game here with only 30 seconds left to go. Water Drops wants to try to dribble this all the way off the wall. Tries to get it in, Madden shuts that down right away. Still plenty of opportunity here, but they decide not to take that for right now.
They don't even need to do anything. They just have to play defense. They're already up 3-0. And it's just a matter of stalling. Stall. And that would have been a really good goal if they managed to dribble that in. But it's not even about, making it a goal in that point. You just have to make sure that it's...
Water Drops was too far off. Last chance here. This ball is going to go up on the wall here. Do they want to keep playing this? Yes, they do. Around the turn, they try to lift it up. That's not going to happen. Evan Mackay now up 2 games, none.
So 2-0 in terms of games. They need 2 more to go. And again, these kickoffs are really in favor of Evan Mackay, and they're really playing off of that so incredibly well, getting so aggressive in the beginning just to force Kailua into an immediate defense. And they're because of that, they're unable to respond as quickly as they would like to if they had won the kickoff, simply because I have to play defense all this time from the immediate kickoff. And it's just like, man, what do I even do?
Yeah, and by the way, your MVP of that match, of that game, I should say, was Water Drops. I mean, if you're looking at the score, by the way, if you're looking at the score entirely on our end, 718 points, I believe, for Water Drops in that game alone, your MVP. The next person down below on the same team was Drift Demon at 130. I mean, 600-point.
Shots?
Yeah.
6 shots, you better believe he's MVP.
A 50, and still 3 goals there. That's a 50% shot opportunity there. That's a 50% efficiency you've got, which is huge if you can make those goals. And right now, in that opportunity that they've had, they went up 3-0. So again, 8 straight unanswered goals for the team out of Evan Mackay. So now Kailua, again, stop the aggression. If you can find a way just to demo Water Drops every single play, that's your best shot at winning this. Right now, Evan Mackay goes in, and we will see the kickoff happen, and let's see if they can get the kickoff. So Kailua's off to a great start here off the corner, which they might not clear because Water Drops misses it for the first start. Here's your pass. Water Drops looking for a backwards save here, which they will. They get a goal. Open opportunity off the left side. Madden gets the shot. No save opportunity there.
That was a opportunity from Kailua, but they're back on the aggressive side, forcing Evan Mackay into a defensive position.
But this is what we saw earlier on too, right? Kailua was aggressive early on, but then Evan Mackay took advantage of a mistake and was able to score here with 2 on the corner.
But, now Evan Mackay's back on the aggressive side. We've seen their capability to do this, and they have an open goal. Can Kailua capitalize, and they won't. Looks like a missed shot up in the air. Evan Mackay trying to recoup everyone, kind of a mess here. And it's a lot of, take it slow, and then another goal opportunity, and collision prevents the goal completely.
That was and that was a great save on its own because Madden actually had to bring that on its own. But Water Drops off the corner, scores another one. But the best thing about that save was Madden had to basically shoot it towards his own goal and hope that it hits off the wall, which it did. But unfortunately, after that, it was the rest of the team. And here's where communication comes into play. The rest of the team then follows up, hits it off the corner, and then it's Waterdrops that's able to score the 4th straight goal for this team.
Kickoff number 2
Evan Mackay.
looks like it's pretty dead even between the two teams, and now it's Evan Mackay back on the offensive. Really nice defense coming out from Kailua Intermediate here. They were prepared for that. They saw it and they seized, and they're trying to, do something. Really nice air battle coming out from Kailua Intermediate. Can Evan Mackay defend? And yes, they will. But it's a matter of, can Kailua Intermediate press forward and keep on pushing?
And now 1-0 to score with 3.5 minutes left to go. Can they get a push at all here? Kailua again, 9 straight unanswered for Evan Mackay. So Kailua looking for any answer whatsoever, and especially a 1-0 scenario. Your best shot at getting it right now. Vanta able to get it through 2 on a block, but is not able to get it through Waterdrops. As we know, Waterdrops basically the star of this game here. Off the wall, looking for the dribble. Not going to happen on the reset so far. Vanta trying to clear it. Yes, well, it's cleared for right now, and it will be cleared off the wall here. So good clear off the wall, down to midfield. Kailua International again, or Kailua Intermediate, sorry, sitting on the back foot here for Evan Mackay. Right, sitting on the back foot of Evan Mackay right now, because Evan Mackay is just putting on such a show right now. Oh!
What?
That was an own goal.
Just happened.
I believe that was an own goal. Waterdrops intended to hit this off the corner, but I think an unfortunate thing happened off of, oh, that's just unfortunate.
Like I said, I think that was just a miscalculation on the side of Kailua Intermediate. And Evan Mackay immediately seizing the opportunity from the kickoff to get an advantage. And
yeah,
it's a bit of a standoff. It's a little bit of a standoff because it's like, what do you really do in the situation where, you just scored your own goal and you're trying to get another one? And Kailua Intermediate is really good at playing defense, in my opinion, especially when Evan Mackay is on the aggression.
If you're Kailua, you can't afford a standoff right now. You need to score 2 here in the last 2.5. You've had your opportunities, but weren't able to capitalize on it. And now your best opportunity at a dribble here, but it's cleared out. Waterdrop has it there. Square had the shot lined up on the dribble, but unfortunately Waterdrop, star of the show right now, clearing that out right now.
I mean, you really have to hand it to Waterdrops here. He's putting on an MVP performance left and right. He is the showmaker. He is the playmaker.
And again, the best players here can rotate all over the place, and Waterdrops scores
like I said,
again.
3-0. 2 minutes left on the clock and up 3-0. And Kailua Intermediate, they really got to answer to that, man. Like, you can't be letting, all 3 of your members be on the goal, and all of a sudden Kailua Intermediate it's suddenly up down 3-0.
I want to say something real quick. One of our photographers, Alec, take notes for UH and HBU. Yeah, okay. This kid's a star right now. I mean, 3-0 already. He's got pretty much every goal on the board for the last 2 games here. I mean, this Evan Mackay Waterdrops is doing so well right now, and Kailua just has no answer. And this is just the one person. If you're trying to find an answer for all 3 as a team, it's not working for you right now. And a very open goal, and Jeff Demon scores yet again.
Woo!
11 straight unanswered.
Now that was just way too close to comfort. Like, Kailua Intermediate tried to defend that, but they just didn't get the angle right, and it resulted in another goal for Evan Mackay.
12 straight unanswered goals. Kailua's not scored a single one in this entire series. So right now, Kailua, again, just need to try to catch up here. They need to be a lot more aggressive and need to find an answer for everybody on this team, especially Waterdrops. If you can stop Waterdrops, I mean, at this point, you might want to even go for the demo game on Waterdrops if you can find them.
I mean, look at how well Evan Mackay is just moving together. They are, if one person counters and they're back on the defensive, everyone moves back on the offensive. And, Kailua Intermediate, that was really close for them, but Evan Mackay makes it just in the nick of time.
Who was the savior, though? Who saved it?
The one.
The only.
Waterdrops,
yep. This team is doing so well, and like I keep saying, rotation is the key of this game, and they are rotating so well, and they know the skills on both sides.
That would have been such a good goal for Kailua Intermediate. Unfortunately, just didn't drop fast enough. And 1 minute on the clock, 4-0. Evan Mackay just has to play defensive. They don't need any show-making plays. They don't need any fancy moves or bright lights. And here we go, 5-0. Muse just gonna score again. We already talked about they don't need no shining lights, they don't need no bells and whistles, and here they are showing them what's up.
Oh no, if you see the chat in the top left corner, by the way.
I'm the boogeyman.
Waterdrop's saying, I'm the boogeyman. Oh boy. The chat going on here is just, wow. But on their own. 5-0. 5-0. Again, 13 straight goals for Evan Mackay. Make it 14. What a shot. I'm going to watch that one more time, by the way, because this is an impressive shot. If you don't know what happens here, Drift Demon passes it to Water Drops right on the dime. That was perfect. That was
Kailua didn't even have any time to react. That
No.
timing was just so impeccable, and this is what I mean by communication. Water Drop, what rank are you?
The rank check. Oh, boy.
Rank check.
Supersonic champion? Who knows?
I mean, with these plays remaining, 30 seconds, come on. They don't even need to do anything. They
Like
just
I
gotta
said,
stall for 30 seconds.
if you're in college right now, you're taking notes for the Hawaii talent right now. Water Drops is
You have to
definitely on that
remember,
list.
these kids are in middle school. Water Drops is in middle school.
Well, see, the University of Hawaii football team at one point offered a scholarship to a 5th grader. So, I mean, middle school kids can get offered scholarships here, too, if it all intents and purposes. For a Rocket League team as well, this is pretty impressive. 7 seconds left to go on the clock. Can Kailua score their goal before that? They have it on the blue side of the field, trying to block it out. It will not hit the ground just yet. It's in the corner, trying to get a goal. No, it will hit the ground. And Eva Mackay winning 6-0 in game number 3, 1 game away from headed to the championship.
I mean, look at Water Drop's MVP performance, and you really have to hand it off to his teammates, because not only are they supporting Water Drops, they're helping him make his plays. Like, yes, he's the one scoring the goals, but who's there to back him up and make him happen?
Yeah,
his teammates.
Yeah, and go back to all the stats there. 4 goals on 5 shots for Water Drops, and 80% efficiency, if you will, on shots. And all of these games, by the way, has not been below 50% on efficiencies from goals to shots. I mean, that's just impressive on its own. So now Kailua on the brink of being eliminated in this tournament here, needs to win the next 4. And that is such an uphill climb against
That
this team.
is, it's not impossible, but it is a difficult battle. And, I think Evan Mackay, they are so aggressive in the way that they play. And these like I said earlier, these split-second decisions of when to go back and play defense is actually working out in their favor. And like you said, the best defense might be the best offense, and that's exactly what Evan Mackay is doing.
Yeah,
when they play defense, they're playing offense.
Yeah, and they're rotating so well. I mean, you see Water Drops on the rotation there, and they're able to flip that back. You saw that pass going on from Mute on, or I believe it was Drift Demon on to Water Drops at the same time to score their 6th goal. That pass on the dime just shows you what a rotation can do and what communication can do for their team. And right now, it is looking so good for them that they can just pull this off and pull away here with a sweep if they can get there. But first and foremost, you still got to play game number 4.
And we will see in game number 4 what really happens. Of course, the winner of this goes up against the first seed. So we will see what happens as we head into game number 4. This one for all the Mamba for Evan Mackay. Can Kailua Intermediate back it up? And for the kickoff, looks like Kailua Intermediate off to a very good start. But almost a goal straight from the get-go. Drift Demon, 1-0, 5 seconds into the match.
Wow. And that's just good rotation there again. Right off the gate, they knew that they can get it to the side. As soon as it drives to the side, that ball can go right in, and Drift Demon is right there with that 100 boost from the corner just to slide it right in.
That's just good game sense.
Yeah, that's great game sense. And look, and now Kailua's going to try to do the same, but Water Drops with yet another save on the record here, and they're just going to be able to push this one out. Madden tries their best to block it and tries to keep it on the blue zone. Unfortunately, right now, it's just passes to make sure that they can get anywhere close, but Drift Demon ending that dream right away.
Kailua Intermediate really needs to play better defense, in my opinion, because Evan Mackay is just going to keep on coming. They are the force that is unstoppable, and Kailua just has to be the unmovable rock right now, and they might be able to seize an opportunity quick. A little bit
That's a huge clear. It's Water Drops.
And that is a clear. Great defense from Kailua. They're going to bring it back to the other side, and Evan Mackay trying to find another goal. Again, it's about 4 minutes left on the clock. It's not as much of a of a stomp as we saw earlier. Yeah, so maybe Kailua Intermediate is playing a little bit slower at a trying to match Evan Mackay's pace.
Yeah, great saves in chat for that one from Madden, I believe it was, that just absolutely saved the potential of a 2-0 lead there. But 3 minutes and 50, you can see Kailua really focusing on defense to try to make sure that they can push into aggression. Here's their best opportunity to get it off to the side. But again, it's Water Drops that ends that dream right away. And Water Drops is just absolutely on a tear right now because he's clearing, he's saving, he's shooting, he's scoring. He's doing it all right now. Water Drops is going to try to dribble this in with the fake out, and now it's 2-0.
What a play from Water Drops.
Bumps his own teammate, too, while you're at it.
Yeah, that's all three. You see all 3 of Kailua's members in the goal trying to play defense. defense, and Water Drops just immediately schmooze past them.
Yeah, and Water Drops right now is just putting on the show. There's another side pass. Is Drift Demon going to be there? No. Drift Demon is beaten out by Hello Mileage, so right now it comes back to the orange side of Kailua's side for right now. Evan now on the pressure side. They have Drift Demon. The pass. Oh, no,
and
it's a shot.
Another goal.
It is a shot, and it's 3-0 Evan Mackay. Wow.
That from halfway across the field?
It went from stopping it in its tracks to a shot. And that's how good this Evan Mackay team is. And Water Drop saying now he is the boogeyman. This chat is just going off here for Evan Mackay. Right
I
now.
mean, I feel like these kickoffs are starting to be a lot more equal, but you know, it's kind of a too little too late.
This chat!
And,
oh
my gosh, Kailua Intermediate just
First
scored.
Of all, watch this, because this is so impressive. Off the corner, mind you, and then bounces off the wall and finds the correct angle to roll that right in. That's
You saw Evan Mackay mutes trying to find the correct angle to hit it, but misses the mark. So that's 3-1. That's what they need right now. This is the momentum.
Their first goal after 17 straight from Evan Mackay. Their first out of 17 straight from them, and that is a great goal. That's how you build momentum if you're Kailua Intermediate. You want to play the defense. You want to play off that kickoff and see if you can get that aggression. Drift Demon wants to make the lead 3 again, and it cannot be saved. We're back to a 3-goal lead.
I mean, you saw Kailua Intermediate, you know, try to save that, but unfortunately the angle was just not right enough, and that shot just makes it in. The timing on that could have been a bit better from Kailua Intermediate, but it's a bit unfortunate. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Oh!
And an immediate goal from Hello!
And what was the word you used at the start? Kickoff.
Kickoff.
Watch. Drift Demon gets blocked by 2. The double pinch out. A 2-1 pinch to get it in, and now the lead cut to 2. And again, the first time we've seen goals scored in a game by Kailua Intermediate here after, like, I believe the scoring line right now is 19 to 2 right now in terms of goals overall in all 4 games thus far. So Kailua Intermediate needing 2 more, and that can change up entirely here. Plenty
Looks
of time
like
left
Kailua
on the
Intermediate
clock.
might score another goal here. Yes, they will. 4-3.
Good communication. This is what happens here. So
Look
they
at
go
how
out,
aggressive they play into
So they
that.
go out. Water Drops is right there to block, but Square is also there to clear it out. And unfortunately, it bounces off of Mutes at the same time. So Mute is there to try to clear. At the same time, a misstep there, and Square's allowed to go in for that last goal. So it's 1 goal differential now.
See, this is what I mean about matching the aggression. Kailua Intermediate is really ramping up the energy, and that first goal really gave them the momentum
Off
to
the wall
go
pinch.
forward.
Can he
And
go
will
for it?
they sit? Another
Maybe.
one!
No.
And so close. Evan Mackay finds the defense at the last second, and they are on the way to the goal of Kailua Intermediate. Can Kailua Intermediate come back on the defense? We will see right now. Water Drops, but no, gets blocked immediately by Kailua Intermediate. Will they be able to bring it back? Yes, they will, around the corner, and can they bring it? 4-3 with 2 minutes left. They have the opportunity, they have the timing, and it's a matter of can they do it?
Right, and so Evan Mackay, their Water Drops almost did what we call the ground pinch there. Almost did it off from the air on the ground to get it all here. Tries to get it out. They're on the orange side. Now they're on to Kailua Intermediate side. Can they get it up? Water Drops off the wall. Can they get that last touch? No, won't happen. Matic clears it. Wait, but Water Drops is right there. No, Matic clearing it again. Mute's on the backside. Here trying to get it all 3 of the orange forward. Drift Demon there. Good save. Oh, no!
So close!
Oh, no! That is an unfortunate flip. I think it's Madden. Watch the flip here. Oh, it just lands on the backside of his car. It lands underneath and it angles back inside of the goal. That would have been one of the best saves in this game so far if that had cleared out.
But look at the scoreline, 5-3. They really need to push this into a potential overtime. And with 1:30, they could easily score 2 goals, especially with that kickoff pinch earlier that we saw for that second goal of the game. And they are in position to defend. They are ready for Evan Mackay, and they are back on the defense, ready to score a goal. Can they make it? They're going to miss the opportunity, and Kailua Intermediate trying to do the side doesn't really make it in time, and Evan Mackay trying to dribble and off the edge, and they're not going to do it.
If that was off the wall and not off the corner, that's huge. That is a goal scored there for Evan Mackay. I mean,
Kailua Intermediate really stepping up their game with the last minute remaining. You have 60 seconds, and it's make or break time. You have to score 2, or else Kailua Intermediate will be eliminated, and Evan Mackay trying their best to absolutely defend, but Kailua is bringing the heat off the wall.
Oh, he got bumped.
There's
got
the
bumped. He would've been
dribble.
fine.
Can he make it off the corner? And Evan Mackay there just to save it in the nick of time.
He got bumped off the wall there, so that misstepped his timing there. That mistimed is huge for that bump, and so not off the ceiling just yet. 5-3 scoreline, just trying to find a way in. Water
30
drops on the
seconds remaining.
dribble. Yes!
Oh,
that pretty much signs, seals, delivers it. Unless you can score 3 in 28 seconds. Evan Mackay right now looking their way to the championship.
now Evan Mackay just has the upper hand. They just have to defend for 30 seconds, and, you know, it's a hard ask to score 3 goals in 28 seconds, especially with the kickoff. Unless they get those 5-second goals like we saw with the double pinch earlier, that's not going to happen. And right here, Evan Mackay just playing defense. That's all they need to do. That's the name of the game right now. And Kailua Intermediate desperately trying to find an opening, and Evan Mackay just not going to bring it.
Well, 15 seconds left. I mean, Kailua Intermediate needing to score 3 goals in the first 15 seconds. That could be good for them, but it's not. Rather, I'm sorry, that was Evan Mackay shooting it. So that is a 7-3 lead. And again, if it wasn't signed, sealed, delivered before, now it pretty much is. 11 seconds left to go, and this is
I mean,
Evan Mackay advance.
that last goal was really the nail in the coffin for, you know, Evan Mackay here. And they're trying to do the double pinch method, Kailua Intermediate, but it just doesn't work out for them this time.
Yeah, so
5 seconds left on the clock. Evan Mackay just going to add insult to injury, trying to go for another goal, but it doesn't even matter with the last second.
No, they're going to try this. They're going to try for the last second goal here. Water Drops needed to collect that a little bit more, but that is all said and done. Evan Mackay wins the series 4-0 after a 7-3 final. They advance on into the championship. And look at Evan Mackay sitting there like the evil doctor, staring at the camera.
These kids are in middle school. In middle school. Stop it.
Just the evil doctor look, just sitting there, just like
I offer you a trade. You give me Rocket League skills. I give you a show.
yes. And that was exactly what the trade happened, and that's a show. But again, Evan Mackay advancing on. We don't know who their opponent is just yet. 1 versus 5 coming up here in a little while between, I believe, if we go back here to our list here, it's Kalakaua Rocket League Dream Team from Kalakaua Middle School taking on Kailua Intermediate. So 2 Kailua Intermediate teams in here, 1 versus 5, our next matchup as well, if we can get that on. But for right now, they will be meeting Evan Mackay, who looks like a threat, especially with Water Drops on the team.
Oh my gosh, Water Drops continuously has made constant MVP plays. Every single game that they had played in this entire series, Water Drops has scored the most goals. And it is just, you know, it is amazing to see how much of an asset he is to his team and to his, you know, his teammates there to support him as well.
And to their credit as well, I mean, the goal efficiency there, I didn't see the score at the end, but the goal efficiency there from Water Drops, absolutely phenomenal. And almost at the end as well, we saw the ceiling shots. We saw almost a flip reset as well. We almost saw a air-to-ground pinch. I mean, the amount of skills here, it almost looked like collegiate or pro-sided skills there from this team. And right now we're going to see if we can get an interview here, and we absolutely will, coming in from the Evan Mackay side. And so for your team as well, advancing on into the championship game for your team, how does that feel?
I don't know, dog. Winning.
You good? Okay, cool.
Are you good? Okay, so it looks like they're good now. So, yeah, we can hear you. And then, again, going into the championship game now, how are you guys feeling after such a great performance for you guys?
We're feeling good.
Feeling good? Feeling good? That's good.
So what were comms like on your side? Like, was there a lot of communication? Was there a lot of, like, hey, you know, back me up? Like, what was that like for you?
There was some communication, not much.
Yeah. So and then going into the matchup there. I mean, how confident were you guys going into this matchup, thinking that you guys were going to advance on the championship, and how confident are you guys going in trying to win this all?
We were confident because most players aren't that good.
So I wish the best of luck to you, man. You know, your team is showing MVP performances with the aggression, and so how did you feel going into that, especially going up, you know, 4-0 into the series? Does it feel like? How excited does it make you feel? Are you confident in your abilities going up against Kalakaua Middle?
Yeah.
Oh, just one word, just straight up answers. Just the straight up answers, just the straight up confidence. I like that. Again, good job, man, and appreciate it. Appreciate your time here, and good job and good luck in the championship game.
Thank you.
All right, and that was player from Evan Mackay there, so a good job overall to them. And so right now, again, Evan Mackay on a great streak for right now. They are up 4-0. They go win the series, I should say, 4-0 over this team from Kailua Intermediate. But Kailua Intermediate not done and out just yet. They still have one team to play. And this is the number 5 seed that's coming in, but now they go up against Kalakaua Middle School, or Kalakaua Rocket League here, coming up in a little while. Evan Mackay looking like they're going to just log off for a second. So right now it looks like it's still going to be the second playoff coming up here. And yes, Kalakaua is in against Kailua for right now. So we will see what the teams and sides will look like coming up. But for right now, I mean, if that game was anything to go off of, Kalakaua is going to have a challenge if they play against Evan Mackay. And so we'll get things down here in just a little while as, again, you can see behind us, right, everybody's scrambling around. Everybody's making sure that everybody's on the correct side as well. So basically a lot said here, and this is just, again, this is just semifinals. Imagine what finals is going to be like if we saw that performance from Kailua.
I mean, if they play just as well as they did in the semifinals and the finals, I think they're about to win the series.
Yeah, I'm sorry, not from Kailua, from Evan Mackay. If Evan Mackay puts on that performance on the championship, I'm excited to see what this 1 versus 5 is going to be.
I mean, if Water Drops puts on that play like he did, we're going to see a show.
Right, we're going to see such a show. I mean, a 1 versus 2 as well. And so we're going to go ahead and see the teams are loading up here. But in the meanwhile, we are looking like we're going to load up a coach's montage for you. So we're going to take that. And when we come back, it'll be our second matchup, Kalakaua versus Kailua, game number 2 of our semifinals coming up right after the break. Welcome back inside the booth, everybody. Keegan alongside Eugen with you here as we get set for game number 2. Our previous game, 2 versus 3. This game going to be 1 versus 5 for you, as it'll be Kalakaua Dream Team, as they're known, taking on Kailua Intermediate Team C. So Kalakaua comes in as the number 1 seed. Kailua Intermediate coming in as the 5 seed. And right now, this is Eva Makai's game to watch here. As Eva Makai, again, you saw that just now, 4-0 earlier on. We saw the coaches montage. A few of them looked pretty similar to what we just saw. A few of the plays there looks very similar to what we saw from the Eva Makai team. So now it's these two teams' turn, and if the number 2 seed was Eva Makai, with the number 1 seed being Kalakaua Middle, there might be something special here too.
You know, if we saw similar plays to what we saw with Eva Makai in Kalakaua Middle School, we could have an exciting championship match, especially if we see the same amount of skills, because, you know, we saw the performance of Water Drops, right, in the last match from Eva Makai. If Kalakaua has one of their own.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, as it stands for right now, we'll see if we'll see if their sides are ready to play here in just a little while. Meanwhile, we actually have a thing going on with Kailua, as they have a coach from Vanta in call with them. So it's basically the coaching going on already. And we saw that coaching montage going on from them earlier when you saw the players being coached up, when you saw them in their calls on their full teams as well as their one-on-one. So Vanta coaches with the Kailua team right now. So that Vanta coaching proving oh so great, especially here in this Vanta League semifinals right now.
And, of course, you know, a coach makes all the difference, and we see it in regular sports, and now we're seeing it in esports. So hopefully we can see what these kids are really made of.
And, you know, a coach can make a huge difference, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we see it in, there's so many good named coaches out in League of Legends, especially, like, professional side. Like, there's a lot of named coaches, like, in the Korean circuit as well as for, you know, Korea circuit as well as U.S. that are well-known. But when that coach's name comes up, it usually isn't a good light. And when the Vanta coaches come up, that means that their coaching right now is pretty dang good.
And they mean business, and so we're about to see it really go down.
Yeah, we're about to see a really good bout go down. Again, Dream Team of Kalakaua from Kalakaua Middle School taking on Kailua Intermediate C, 1 versus 5 here in just a couple of moments. You saw the teams getting set up there in the meanwhile. And again, don't forget, folks, that we saw a championship earlier on. And if you're excited at what you're seeing so far, and I think we are as well, the Spring 2023 Championships is open for registration right now. So the season for Spring season is open, so we want to remind you, go ahead and check that out. Sign up your teams now as the season starts on January 30th. So a full month after New Year's, but January 30th, the start for the new Vanta 2023 spring season. So check that out there. But in the meanwhile, again, while the team's set up here, it looks like for both of these teams right now, Kailua Intermediate C team right now trying to avenge their team from Team A. So it might have to be a little bit more aggressive if you're the side of Kailua Intermediate C for right now, because this team needs to show up for this matchup, especially if they want to get one of these two Kailua teams into the championship round.
I think the main thing is, like, you know, you saw the performance, and Kailua, you know, they already saw, like, one team, so they could probably, you know, apply a lot of the same concept that they learned from the Eva Makai match. And if, you know, the same thing goes for Kalakaua. If Kalakaua, you know, makes it to the championship series, it can be like, okay, you know what, we learned from the Kailua match, and, you know, both teams can learn from both of their games. And it's a lot of like, okay, you're seeing the results live, you're, you know, strategizing on very short notice, so it's, you know, it's a matter of who can adapt faster.
Right, and we saw both of the teams, right? I mean, we're going to see both Kailua teams in both of the matches, so they were watching each other as we go along here. So the Kailua Team A won't get another opportunity to play, but for Kailua Team C, they saw what Kailua A played, and now they have their coach with them as well. So this should help them out in the long run to get everything going. And in the meanwhile, you have them setting up for this game against a number 1 seed. I mean, that in itself is a little bit of an uphill climb when you think about it. You take on a number 1 seed as a number 5. That's already a challenge as it is. But now you're going to get the side of Kailua Intermediate C. I mean, if the way that this works out right now, I mean, Kailua has all the coaching they want, but now it comes down to mechanics, right? It comes down to the mechanics, it comes down to the rotations, it comes down to everything they learned up to this point.
And I think the most important thing is, like, will we see the same amount of concepts that we saw in the Kailua against Eva Makai side? Or, you know, is it going to be a little bit different? Are we going to see something different?
Yeah, and so Kalakaua actually, too, they also have the coach on their side as well. So both of the coaches in here really on either side. So again, it shows you really the power of Vanta coaching going on right now on both ends. So yeah, I mean that's. Kalakaua is the one with the coach right now. But again, Vanta coaching, when you join this league, the Vanta coaching here really steps up the game. And we saw that back in the last game as well, that they really just showed off. They really just showed up with the coach as well, coach supporting them. And when a coach supports you, that's such a huge thing, other than your mentors, other than your teachers. When the coach is with you, that's a big step for you in terms of momentum, and a big terms for you in terms of energy that you want to upkeep with the rest of your team.
I think the main thing now is, like, I'm ready to get into it. I don't know about you.
We're almost ready to get into game as well. Again, Kalakaua and Kailua Intermediate C looking almost ready to go here in the meantime. But as we get ready to go, another reminder here that for both sides, for both days, I should say, this will be the second to the last game, or last series that we'll see. The first series that we'll see is coming up here is the second of the semifinals. Next will be the championship game between the side of Eva Mackay versus the winner of this one. Then we head to tomorrow, where we will have both of the semifinals, or we will then go to the semifinals of the League of Legends tournament that's going on tomorrow, with a few teams there that we'll see, and then followed by the championship game afterwards, and then the Punahou Iolani show match. Meanwhile, for the League of Legends side, New Valley Middle School, #1 and #2 seed, Hawaii Baptist Academy, #3, and Eva Mackay Middle School as your #5 seed going in to this League of Legends tournament. So plenty of schools left to see here, as well as Punahou and Iolani High School versus high school matchup, if you will. And again, you go back to that Valorant matchup where both teams were inside of the Hawaii Esports Alliance tournament, and HEA, by the way, sponsor here for this tournament, as well as for the Vanta League itself. So we see that Punahou versus Iolani side, and Punahou and Iolani both really impressive teams, and we'll see what they can pull out of the hat here going into that show match, because it is December, it's playoff season, as all Decembers usually are for esports, and then it'll go into May as well. So it is playoff season all the way through in any esports you see, especially on the school side. So right now, I mean, it's all systems go in terms for esports, and you see the teams getting set up, ready to go here. I know some teams really playing on the controller system. I think it's very rare that you'll see somebody play on mouse and keyboard. From the looks of it, though, I think some might be playing with a mouse and keyboard here.
I mean, it's
Rocket
all
League.
about preference, right?
It's all about preference, but I think a lot of players in the Rocket League scene really like the controllers. But I mean, if you can play with a keyboard and mouse on Rocket League, more props to you, because that
well,
is
I
hard
mean,
to do.
I kind of think of it like Apex, and Apex there's like a decent amount of like controller versus keyboard and mouse players. So, in some aspects, I think there are advantages to one set of peripherals versus another. But in the end, I truly believe that's like preference. If you feel way more comfortable and you can play better on one specific peripheral, then why not change it? Like, why change it?
Right, and so I mean, again, it's all really up to preference here, but really controller. I mean, mainly the preference of Rocket League players. But like you said, it could very well come down to who likes controller, who likes the keyboard and mouse. So we'll see if what these teams play. I know I see one Kailua team member right now playing on mouse and keyboard. I know some of the others playing on controller right now. You can tell because all the keyboards and the mouse have been pushed back so that they have their room for the controllers up on their tables, as well, or rather on their desk side. So here we go, and we see some of the. It's pretty interesting as well, because I know middle school as well. You have your coaches, right? Kalakaua has their coach, Power Vanta coaching going on right now, but Kailua Intermediate, some of the parents as well as the mentors up here cheering them on, ready to go, and such is with middle school and high school sports as well, right? Or esports at the same time. Kailua taking, and you can see it on your screen right now, Kailua taking a little bit of a picture, if you will, ready to go there for them. So, it's their principal that's there. So, hello to the principal of Kailua for checking the esports team out right now. So, they're just taking a photo all together. They're same thing for Kalakaua. They're all ready to go here. Just checking. RTO's just checking, making sure that they are ready and logged in and almost in game here. But shows that when the middle school support is there, this can turn into a very exciting game.
I think it's just a matter of, like I said, it's the same concepts that we talked about during the Eva Mackay against Kailua Intermediate A team. It's like, who has more communication, who has more, drive to do it. And, like, it's a lot of excitement that has to be done.
Yeah, a lot of backside work has to be done. A lot of the behind the scenes areas, right? I mean, this production doesn't go on with a few of our production side, and as well as some of the sponsors at the same time too. These kids don't get to play without the leagues. These kids don't get to play without the support of the school itself, as well as some of the mentors and the parents too. So pretty much it's a great support line here. And once again, a big thank you to some of the sponsors as well, especially Hawaiian Telcom, your presenting sponsor for the Vanta League here in Hawaii. But it looks like teams are almost lined up and ready to go here again. Kalakaua Dream Team taking on the side of Kailua Intermediate School Team C as 1 versus 5, your basic aspects here in the seating wise, and just loading up and almost ready to go here. Looks like we are almost set to go here as our observer, just trying to make sure that everybody is in lobby and just set to go. Same thing though with the keys to the game here for both sides. I mean, rotation is going to be key, right? Rotation and making sure that this number 1 seed, if they are the number 1 seed, like we were saying, against the number 2 seed, from what we saw from Eva Mackay and Water Drops, the same thing can be said for the number 1 seed, who's going to be the star and who's going to be the ones to basically make that better rotation out. That's what these teams' keys are really going to need to be.
And if you have a spotlight player like we saw with Eva Mackay, you really want to play around him. But at the same time, a star player can only do so much as an individual in a team game.
Right, and it really essentially is a team game, right? And it's a lot of these esports nowadays are really team games, really, except for the fighting games. I think the only exception really is the fighting games, right? Even the Super Smash ones have a little bit of a team aspect to it as terms of the lineups, but you still have the team aspect, right? Overwatch, League of Legends, I mean, Valorant, same thing with Rocket League, all of them team aspects. But now we're going to jump right into game here. Kalakaua versus Kailua kickoff here. Everybody's going to go for it off the get-go except for the 2 goalie starts here. Noxie on the side of Kailua. There's already an opening demolition there onto Kalakaua, which is going to be big for Kailua if they want to make a play, but Kailua decides not to for right now, and they're just going to try to clear, but the goal is wide open.
Great goal here from Kalakaua. Like, that opening was really wide, but Kailua, really had an opportunity, to defend that, but I think they just mistimed it a little bit too late.
And so what's interesting about the usernames here, too, is that Kalakaua's got all their just Kalakaua usernames, right? Just the numbers on the side of it. Meanwhile, for Kailua, we're getting a notice of who's who here. So Noxie's going to try to play up here. Not going to happen off the corner. Decides not to, seeing that was already beaten with the ball up in the air. Meanwhile, for Kalakaua, just trying to push this up to the side. Can they get up there? No, it'll just go to the side of the wall here, trying to get the shot off. Will they get it? Yes, they will. Kalakaua
so that is 2 goals in the first 30 seconds? Now, this is a great start if I've ever seen one. So I think Evan Mackay, if they're watching, they got a little bit of competition. They got to really strategize around, man, we have to go up against this potentially.
Yeah, 34 seconds, already 2 goals in. Kickoff yet again, this time a one-on-one situation. 2 in the back, 1 on the corners, and another shot in, and make that 3 goals in 37 seconds as Kalakaua scores yet again.
Like, we saw this in the last match against Kailua Intermediate and Evan Mackay. We saw that initial kickoff, and we saw a goal scored from that. So I think, Kalakaua is taking notes from that game.
Yeah, they're taking notice, and they want to show that they can be just as aggressive as well going into a championship game. And Kalakaua is going to go right at Kailua, though good clear from Kailua. Sent it back to the blue side. As Noxie will try to bring this one up from the corner. Noxie's been in the corner a lot here, trying to make sure that they've got a pass opportunity. They won't get it this time, and it's actually sent backwards. Kalakaua's got a free open shot. Will not happen. Good rotation back for the goal side at the very least, but with 4 minutes left to go, 3-0, a big scoreline to catch up within this last 4 minutes here, trying to carry that up, and it looks like it will be cleared off in the meantime.
Looks like Kailua is having a little bit of trouble getting it to the other side, and Kalakaua is, back on the aggressive, trying to, capitalize on that mistake and that little, change of pace. And they're going to pick up the tempo right back up. Kailua trying to get it back to the other side here. Will they make it? Kalakaua is kind of scrambling to get back, though, so Kailua could, really see the opportunity, and unfortunately they might miss it.
Yeah, it just gets cleared right away, but actually Kalakaua gets a shot off here. Clear off, but it wasn't from the goalie side. It was Noxie that gets the clear off here. But a wide open net and a wide open shot opportunity, and Kalakaua goes up 4.
And the main thing you have to realize is that, Kalakaua is really seizing the opportunities where the tempo is a lot slower, and Kailua just can't seem to get back up.
So right now, again, Kalakaua just going on tempo right now. They are going at their own tempo, and by a score of 4-0. it is already good for them so far. So Kailua really going to have to make the best of what they've got here, especially down 4 in a 3-minute situation. He's going to try to clear this one out, but still stays alongside them.
Ooh, great shot from Kailua Intermediate.
Yeah,
They're,
great.
Really sideswipe, but Kalakaua had the position
wow.
to bet, and they
Through
score
two.
anyway off of that.
Yeah, through 2 defenders, mind you, and that's just a straight line drive shot that you want. Good dribble, and again, good communication, good pass off the back wall and in through 2 players. So Kalakaua going up 5-0. We're not even halfway through. Remember, the highest score from the last series, 7 goals. This time, we're already at 5. There's still plenty of time.
3 minutes on the clock. Kalakaua just has to play defense the entire time, make sure that Kailua doesn't even score. And now, this is an uphill battle for Kailua Intermediate. They have to capitalize on some sort of opportunity, and they really want to play more aggressively because they're forced into this position.
Well, there's a start for you. I mean, Kailua gets rid of Kalakaua, or gets rid of a Kalakaua player. So right now, I mean, as it stands, they're trying to get the shot off, tries to go for the double touch off the top, not going to happen. Third touch off the top again. So 3 shot opportunities, not going to happen. So good miss. I mean, if you're Kailua, good misses there, good back pass. That was a back pass, so that's not too bad. So your back pass, it's like soccer, right? You're passing it back to your goalie, letting him shoot out to try to kick it out, which is not a bad thing either. Kalakaua leaves themselves open. Good push around though to start, and now it's going to be a wall game here, trying to clear it off the wall, trying to get it around the corner, trying to get a bump of some kind. Will not happen. Again, it looks like it's going to be cleared out yet again from this Kalakaua team, but a different interesting story here. Kailua just pressuring them all along just this corner.
I think the really interesting thing here is that, a lot of the fighting
Open
is,
shot, yes!
And Kailua gets on the board 5-1. That loss of tempo and that loss of momentum in that corner when it was going back and forth between the 2 schools, that's really the thing that, in my opinion, Kailua capitalized on, because they noticed its change of pace, they noticed its slower tempo, and Kalakaua, unfortunately, was not able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I guess that's your win con, right? If Kailua can stop the momentum that is Kalakaua right now, and you can find a way, they just stopped them in that corner, and that's exactly what gave them a chance there. And Noxie tries, the shot goes just a little too high, a couple of feet off.
I mean, you have to give it to Kalakaua right now. They're playing great defense against Kailua, and Kailua might miss the mark, and really?
But a second chance here, not going to happen. It's cleared out by Noxie. Had the chance.
Kalakaua missing another shot, and Kailua is able to capitalize on that. They bring it back over to the side of Kalakaua, and they're trying to look for a goal opportunity here. Will they make it? And unfortunately, a teammate was just not there to capitalize. And we are going right back over to the side of Kailua. And it's a lot of back and forth. They really need to group together and make some hard decisions. With 1 minute remaining, 5-1. This is another goal scored for Kalakaua. Opportunity seized.
They just bounced them over. I mean, it was just, that's pretty much straight up what it was. Is they just grounded it, bounced it over, and nobody was expecting it. They were expecting it to go higher up in the air, maybe just a little bit, but not enough reaction time to get it. So a good bounce and a good shot there. 6-1. They're up by 5. So with less than a minute left to go now, I mean, they scored 5. We weren't even 3 minutes in. They stopped them, and a 1-1 since then. But that 5-0 really hurts you at the very beginning.
I mean, being down 5 goals is certainly an uphill battle. With 45 seconds left, there's not a lot of time. There's not a lot of opportunity to be serving and tying it up. And Kalakaua looking for another goal, and they get it!
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit of a miss hit there from the side of Kailua, because they had the chance to save this. Unfortunately, I think it just, the flip just happened just a little bit too quickly. The second up, so they had 2 chances at the flip there. Flip just goes a little too quickly for Kailua to try to defend that. So now 38 seconds left. They're up 7-1, if you will. And the meme here, the Brazil score right now. But with 30 seconds left to go, trying to see if they can cancel that out or try to get any goals, because right now, I mean, this is the first goal we've seen from Kailua in the very first game on either side, so that's a good start for them. Unfortunately, you just got to stop the high-powered offense that is Kalakaua, and Poppy wants to shoot, but misses the
great
opportunity.
defense from Kalakaua right there. Kailua Intermediate was so close to scoring a goal, and unfortunately, they just did not have enough time, and, 7, 6, 5, and not enough time. I don't know if Kailua can try to get another point on the board here, and that's it. Kalakaua wins the first
so
net.
Kalakaua doing the things there that they are called the Dream Team. I mean, They're called the Dream Team to start there, so Kalakaua doing an excellent job from the very get-go there to score up 7-1. But it's not to say it's over yet. That's only game number 1 in the books, right? And so you look at the final stats, and for one of the teammates, again, they're all numbered at this point, but Kalakaua's one of the teammates, 5 goals on 6 shots. A great efficiency there. Can't do the math in my head, unfortunately. When our math major, Henry, comes tomorrow, he'll be able to do that percentages in his head. But 5 out of 6 shots on the efficiency, that's, well, just short of 100%, so that's pretty dang good.
I mean, you have to really give it to Kalakaua. Like, they're capitalizing on these opportunities, and to score that many goals in the first half is just a feat of its own. And they're making a lot of these last-minute plays. They're making a lot of these split-second decisions, and they're really working out their favor. Yeah, and they're rotating well, they're shooting well, and again, it's hard. I mean, just hard to tell by numbers, but the players themselves as individuals working as a team together makes this a really good scenario here for Kalakaua in game number 1. So it looks like teams are ready to go here. Back to DFH Stadium we will go in just a couple of seconds. But again, Kalakaua and Kalakaua looking pretty good. The Dream Team living up to their name right now. 7-1 in the very first game, but at least Kailua doesn't go unanswered in that matchup. So now we go down to DFH Stadium here. We're on kickoff, one-on-one situation. They cross it up, but Kailua's got advantage with the ball up in the air. Can they take advantage of it? No, they clear it out. And looks like Kalakaua is going to be forced to play defense here because Kailua is just immediately aggressive. Will they be able to get it back? Yes, they do, but it's a kind of a large ask as Kailua immediately answers this aggression. And this is what Kailua needs. They need to answer Kalakaua with the same amount of aggression, with the same amount of energy that they've been showing in that first match, especially to answer that 3-goal deficit in the beginning. They cannot let it happen again, especially if they want to have a chance of making it back into the series. And as we see the ball go onto the side of Kailua Intermediate, Kalakaua doesn't really seem to be capitalizing on these opportunities. In fact, it's more like Kailua's free game right now. Yeah, I mean, Kailua is putting on the pressure to them, but to Kalakaua's credit as well, Kalakaua's managing this pretty well, and they're playing their own game, right? Keeping it in the corner, making sure that they're all pressured. And look, they all have to rotate. You saw all 3 of them in the same position at the same time, and if that misses, it's all over. And now Noxie's got a shot on, but again, good rotation from Kalakaua to bring that back. I mean, this is what they need. This is the type of thing that you have to do. You have to force Kalakaua into, an uncomfortable position. You have to bring them out of their comfort zone, and that's another goal shot, attempted by Kailua, and Kalakaua is able to answer that immediately. It looks like they're going to try and make a goal of their own, push into the corner, and that was a really dangerous situation for Kailua as they almost scored a goal. And Kalakaua is just going to try and play defense again. But they knew they could cross that because nobody was in the vicinity. So they knew they could cross that without worry. It's just as long as it doesn't roll in, you're fine. So right now, I mean, Kailua playing this very well defensively. It's just now here's your biggest challenge to stop this. But it's going to be Kalakaua that scores on. I mean, but that's almost 2 minutes in. It's nothing like the first game. And Kailua really bringing their A game right now. And they're changing it up a bit because, 3 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock for the first goal. Like that, that's already an improvement from the last game. Yeah, it's already much better than the last game. Great kickoff for Kailua. That's a great kickoff for them, but unfortunately it doesn't line up with anything going for them. So right now, as it stands, with only 3 minutes left to go on the clock, I mean, somehow, some way, Kailua's got to find a way to put this pressure off of them right now because Kalakaua's now just going to lift this one up. It's cleared away, but if nobody was there, if that shot goes a little bit more to the right, no one's there in the vicinity to score. See, now you have to micromanage your boost. I think that's like, it's not about offense or defense now. It's about how do I micromanage my boost? Like, how do I, answer this? Because I think both teams are trying their best to bring their A game and trying to communicate with each other. And now it's like, okay, like you're clearly getting a lot more aggressive, and how do I answer this aggression? Yeah, I mean, you're clearly doing well for yourself right now for Kailua because 2.5, you still have an opportunity to tie. And look, you scored a goal in the last one, so if you can score that goal again with tying it up 1-1, that puts so much more pressure on Kalakaua as a team as a whole to put the pressure back onto them, and that's what you want to do. A very open net for Kailua, not able to take advantage of it, had a chance, but I mean, those are the missed opportunities that might be able to cost you the game. No one home. Ooh, great counter from the side of Kalakaua, and they're going to try and capitalize on that. Kailua answering with their own form of aggression, and I think right now you really have to see, like, what do you even do? Like, this is an incredibly close game. 1 2-0. Kalakaua, and they're going to look for another goal opportunity, immediately countered by Kalakaua as they try to race back to the other side. Open goal, no one home, and Kalakaua going to go 2-0.
So the Kalakaua player there had to do one of two things. He turned all the way around, and then not only that, has to follow this up because he knows that if he doesn't, it's cleared, and scores it alongside the top of his car, and what a goal there, 2-0. And if you're looking at the last game, that's all they basically would need to win if Kailua scores one. But again, Kailua, I mean, we've seen come up with some surprise. We saw come up with a surprise goal in that last one to prevent them. They got to prevent them going down 2-0. They got to score 2 very quickly.
I mean, 2-0. This is still a very, very close game. But with a minute, a little bit over a minute left on the clock, this is a hard ass. And if it's any time to pull out the stops, now's the time.
Yeah, now's the time. I mean, all systems got to be go here. Open net here, got to be saved. Good save by Noxie to clear that one out on the low end, so nothing high so far. And I think what we've noticed here, too, is a lot of the shots haven't been up in the air, right? A lot of the shots have been just maybe one jumps, and that's about it. Another one.
Ooh, that's a great defense from Kailua here. But with 1 minute left on the clock, less than a minute now, you got to try and make something happen. And Kalakaua misses the angle slightly with a third goal in mind, so now is the time to just go back. And Kalakaua's main concern right now is to play defense, and that's exactly what they do. Kailua unable to score a goal of their own, and they might be looking for a third goal. Nobody home, open net, and that is 3-0 for Kalakaua.
Yeah, Kalakaua here, I mean, a great shot overall. Goes there, and again, with Kailua not rotating back there, they would just leave the goal wide open. As soon as the strategy should be, as soon as the goal is wide open, right? You always need somebody back there just in case something happens.
See, Kailua keeps winning these kickoffs with 30 seconds remaining, and with the 3-goal gap, they really have to make something happen, and they tried so desperately to defend that, but it's still on their side. Lots of things happening in the air. Can Kailua capitalize? Kalakaua getting on the aggression and trying to get back on the defense, and these 10 seconds left. This is the time.
What a great, that's a long-range shot. It doesn't have enough juice? No, it's off the top. I mean, it had too much juice, if you will, and nobody's going to get to that one in the meantime anyway. So another win here for Kalakaua. Final score, I believe 3-0, but a good score line for Kailua. You're lessening the deficit, right? The last deficit was 7-1. It was a 6-goal differential. Now you've got it down to 3. So Kailua's got their win conditions set for them. They know that all they have to do is play a little bit more defensively, and if they can land a few of these shots, then they can at least get themselves ahead in the goal department. And if they can play that defense well again, like they just did, if they can score 3 or 4 and get it to overtime maybe, then that'll work out in their favor.
I mean, they're getting these small strides back to, equilibrium, and I think that's more important for them than really, because, like I said, instead of a 5-goal, 6-goal deficit, they halved it into 3.
Yeah.
And that's already improvement. So, being down 2 sets, it is 100% comebackable, and I think that's the most important thing right now is getting the momentum, getting the mental energy back, and trying to capitalize on that going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, the way it's set in stone as well, you take a look at the way that Kailua played there. I mean, Kailua didn't really get a lot of shots off. They only had, they did get a couple of shots off, though. I believe they got 6 off total during that game, which means it's not like they're not shooting. They're just not finding the opportunities to score, and they're not getting those shots off in the right places. Now, if they can find a way to push the ball into the net, that if you can do that 3 times in a game and your defense shows up like it did in the last game, you're probably going to win a lot more. And if you rotate, we saw a couple of goals there where it was open net completely. You do not want that happening. So got to get the rotations off.
All right, here's the kickoff. Pretty even so far, and wow, Kailua immediately going on the offensive towards that goal. Kalakaua trying to counter, but wow, Kailua is really bringing the heat this time. They're full steam ahead into the aggressive play, pushing it into the corner and trying to make something happen. Can they do it? This is a really good opportunity, and unfortunately, Kalakaua makes it in just the nick of time for that defense.
And so, you talk about aggressiveness here. What I like about this from Kailua is they're trying to match the intensiveness that Kalakaua put them on game number 1 and game number 2. Unfortunately, now they have that rotation, which is good. So now, if you're going to match that aggressiveness, you need to be able to follow up with it. And so this pass needs to be big, and the shot needs to be even bigger.
And they had a shot opportunity there, unfortunately missed, as all 3 members of Kalakaua were at the goal ready to defend. And it's just a matter of, positioning. positioning is really, really key here because you had 2 shot opportunities for the side of Kailua, and unfortunately the position was not good enough.
Block.
And speaking of positioning, let's go. Kalakaua just made it into that perfect opportunity, and Kailua was simply not prepared.
I mean, what a block there from that player of Kalakaua. I mean, it was in the perfect position to do so. Has the hit, follows it up with a block right after that. And then that's such a good shot there from Kalakaua to make sure that they go up 1-0. Now again, Kailua's defense needs to come up big, and they need to find their shot opportunities. Remember, they had 6 in the last game. If they can find a goal here at the very least, that'll put them in a great position to start this off.
I think the main thing right now is like, oh my gosh.
That's not going to happen, though. 2-0 already, and again, another push-up scenario. If you're going to play, and this is just a little bit of a miscalculation, if you will, because Kailua, it puts it over the head of the one of their players, so then that allows Kalakaua to just go in with a free opportunity of their own.
I mean, did you see that positioning? Kalakaua instantly capitalized that, and now they're going to be way more aggressive in that kickoff. Kailua Intermediate deciding to put 2 of its members in the forefront compared to only 1 from the side of Kalakaua, and it doesn't seem to be working out for them.
No, it doesn't seem to be working out for now. But again, Kailua's thing is they don't want, if they can make baby steps to get the deficit lower and lower here, they may not be able to get it down to 2 at the very least, but if they can hold it down to this 2-0 lead right now, if they can go to game 3 with that mindset that we are whittling at them game by game, that's so huge for them. So they can survive this next 3 minutes and get a goal of their own, that'd be big, but it's a free opportunity here.
Oh, that was so close for the side of Kalakaua.
Oh, but the follow-up is there.
And they just immediately answer back.
Right, and so you see, right, one card's going to go out, and one car's going to back up. Meanwhile, the other one is just right behind him. The other one rotating back. So in case any of them pinched out or got another hit, Kalakaua has another follow-up there to get that score. So for right now, Kalakaua's rotations are good right now. If you're Kailua, if you're holding up for defense right now, you need more shots on goal. It's just not happening.
Oh my God, that's what a long shot, but Kailua makes it just in the nick of time to defend, and Kalakaua trying to match the aggressiveness, doesn't really find the opportunity here. And this is a Kalakaua that we saw in the first match. Up 3-0 in the first couple minutes, and they're just immediately going to be answering back. Kailua trying their best to defend, but what do you do against this onslaught? They're looking for another goal opportunity and immediately be defended.
Well, and you can see from Kalakaua's point of view, right, Kailua was going aggressive with you from the very get-go. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to match it. Kalakaua showing them what aggression looks like and how it's being played. And so far, you were seeing that rotations are perfect. They're right now just making sure that they've got the opportunities to score, and they are taking every opportunity they get. But this is going to score. Noxie scores this, and in a very interesting way, mind you. Watch what happens here. They've got Noxie there, and it's going to bounce off a car while trying to block the shot. And instead, for Kalakaua, that block shot lands up being a goal for Kailua instead.
I mean, you see Kalakaua try to make it in time, but too little, too late doesn't make it in time.
Yeah, just too little, too late there for them. So down to 2 minutes and 11 seconds left to go, where Kailua needs 2 here. And yes, you score a second goal here for Kailua, but in the series, but you need another one. And now everybody's up in the air. Free opportunity, great save from Poppy right there to bring this down. Now 1v1 dribble scenario here for Poppy, not going to happen. Back off the wall.
Now this is what Kailua needs. They have an opportunity there. You know, they're putting Kalakaua on their heels here, and they're going to be forcing them into a very uncomfortable position, like in game 2. And they score another goal. Now this is what we're here about.
Yes, and you can see the guys from Kailua right now. You can see them. They are excited. And they're even in the esports events, right, they're high-fiving each other left and right, to the left and right of each other. They know that they now have an opportunity to bring this all the way back. It's not a dire situation anymore. A minute 44, you can make up 1 goal here if you keep it up like you've been doing in the last 2 minutes here.
Not only that, but they have an opportunity to seize the lead from Kalakaua and, you know, perhaps take this game, making it 2-1 instead of 2-0. And they're really showing it up, but oh, what a shot.
That's what you call the change-up scenario here. Watch what happens. Kalakaua's team is just going to just gently lift this one up, and they thought that they were going to go for the hard hit. Unfortunately, the jump catches the little slowdown catches them off guard, and so just 1 jump isn't enough to get it up there in time. So that change-up scenario makes this now a 2-point game, and now when I said it's not dire, now it's pretty dire to score 2 here in a minute and a half left.
See, we saw an opportunity earlier, and wow, Kalakaua immediately rotates on that defense. And this is what it means to finally show up. Kailua had an opportunity to score. Can they make it in time? It's a little bit of a standstill. And Kalakaua forced into a run position, and what a save from the side of Kalakawa. Kailua Intermediate just did not seize the opportunity in time. 1 minute remaining.
I can see Kalakawa's coach on the side of my eye here. He's breathing a sigh of relief right now, or one of the mentors there, breathing a sigh of relief on that side, because right now, I mean, that was so close. You saw it bouncing up and down. You really never want that happening right
Kailua could have seized the opportunity. They just didn't do it in time, and Kalakawa just defended it right at the last second.
That was so close, though. 35 seconds left to go. Can they get it out of position right now? If you're Kailua, your goal here is to get it back on Kalakawa half. That's what you need to do.
30
get
seconds on the clock. It's a tough ask. They have to do it, and now is the time. The angle is just about right, but they make it just in the nick of time. And they're going to try to go for a second opportunity. The angle just isn't right. And Kailua back on the defense.
Yeah, you need to push this to the blue side. Now you really don't have enough time. So now this is where desperation situation happens. Somebody needs to make the biggest hit of their games here, because right now, I mean, Kailua needs to score this now or never. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's too slow of a roll here, and it's not going to happen on a 0-second goal anyway. So Kalakawa now wins this game 4-2 and are up in the series 3-0, meaning Kalakawa Dream Team now 1 game away from series point, or they are on series point, 1 game away from taking the series and moving on to the championship.
See, we still have to talk about Kailua's, performance, because they lessened the deficit even more, 4-2. So, in the next match, we could see their strategy change up a bit, and we saw the aggression just ramp up 10 times in that last match.
And we look at the stats from the last game, right? You look at Kalakawa, they had 6 shots on goal. Kailua had 3 total, one of which one shot really doesn't count because it went off of a Kailua team player, or rather Kalakawa player, so Kailua really doesn't get the shot credit there. But you take a look at the opportunities that Kailua had. The best thing I can say about Kailua right now is for those 2 goals, they did not force an opportunity. For one of their goals out of the 2 from the block shot, they waited for an opportunity. That was their best opportunity to get a shot, and so far they waited for that. But now Kalakawa notices that, and they played the aggressor right after that, going back up from up 1 to up 2 right after that. So Kalakawa's noticing everything, and with their coach at hand as well, telling them that they know that they need to play aggressor just a little bit more. So right now, as we go along into the next match, Kailua just needs to hold on, take a breath. Just because you're down 3 doesn't mean you're out yet. You still got 4 games to win out if you want to here. Just wait for the opportunities to come with you. If you can wait for the opportunities and take them, you don't have to force anything, and you get the goals you want.
And so we're headed into Game 4. Let's see if Kailua makes it happen. Again, an even kickoff. Looks like Kalakawa is going to be the first to reach the ball after it, and Kailua is going to be playing a bit of defense.
Yeah, and right now, and an early shot here.
My
We
Lord.
talk about the aggression. Watch this from Kalakawa. I mean, up in the air, and it's going to be a very good pass here. It's a ceiling pass to one of them. One gets it all the way up so that nobody from Kailua can reach it. That's what Kalakawa just dives right in, gets the pass off, technically a pass.
I mean, in that position, like, what do you even do again? If you're Kailua,
You
what
can't
do
do
you even
anything because
exactly?
you need to be up in the air. You need to be up in the air, and that's risk somebody missing it.
And, Kalakawa tried to score, and Kailua immediately answered back. And they're just going to answer right back to that with the aggression already on their side again. And can Kalakawa make that show-making play? Not quite, bouncing off the top. They're going to try to go for it again, and Kailua looks like they're going to be immediately on the defense with all 3 of their members on their side of the field. Kalakawa just trying to get advantage where they can, and Kailua's not letting that happen.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Kailua is doing a good job here of making sure that Kalakawa is trying to force shots. Unfortunately, Kalakawa, with that first goal, was setting the tone already. So now what Kailua has to do is try to replicate that, and if Poppy can go off the wall here to get something out, Kailua's got a chance at getting a goal here to tie it up.
And Kalakawa, you really have to hand it to their defense right now. They are doing such a good job, and they're just not letting anything from Kailua come through.
See, and now that's an opportunity you got to go. This is your goal button. 2 of them were on that shot here. So now Poppy wants to go for this. Unfortunately, they rotate too fast. If Kailua can find a way not to force the opportunity, but like I said, wait for them. Wait for 2 of their people to come up for a shot. Then you can take a 2-on-1 advantage to move forward. For Kailua, right now you're only down a goal. Don't worry. Don't fret. You've got 3.5 left. Just wait for an opportunity to come, and then all systems go.
Ooh, that angle was a little bit too high from the side of Kalakawa, and yet Kailua was able to answer back immediately with the defense.
Yeah, I mean, a good defense so far. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go on the clock. And now, look, Kailua's got them on the pressure, and they've got them off the corner. Good pass down the middle. Nobody's there. Lands on top of Poppy, but In the meanwhile, now there is somebody inside of goal here. That's a good demo. Kalakawa's now down a person. Here's your system to go here with one person down for the next 3 seconds. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get it off because that demo happens
2
on
minutes
side.
in. 2 minutes in, it's only 1-0. Kailua can 100% come back from this. And they're, again, they're on their side, and they're just trying to play defense as best as they can. But Kalakawa is just not letting him take a breather. There are no breaks here.
There's a chance. Yes!
And that is all tied up 1-1.
Poppy scores. That's what you needed, right? Don't force an opportunity. That's a perfect pass situation here. Noxie with a great pass to Poppy right away. 2 hits from Noxie, 1 to Poppy, and Poppy just drills it in right away. A perfect opportunity and the first tie of a scenario here for Kailua. This is your chance to bring this home and for Kailua to take a point away. One more goal and they're in the lead.
Really even kickoff from that. Kalakaua getting a little bit of an advantage, but they're actually going to be in a little bit of a rough spot here. Kailua automatically on the defensive. They are ready to answer Kalakaua, and this is really what they need. And they're trying so desperately to outscale Kalakaua. They're trying to play by their rules now. And looks like that might happen. No, they aim a little bit too high. That's a collision automatically for the side of Kalakaua and Kailua.
If you're going to lose a player for Kailua, the best thing there was to clear. That was the best thing for them right now. So Kalakaua now, your key here is to beat this aggression that Kailua is having. Now they have the momentum. Now they have the energy. Kalakaua now needs to counter this out and just play their game at this point, because Kalakaua in the first 3 games played their game and it worked out fine.
They have a
Now
score
they're playing
opportunity
Kailua's
here,
tempo.
and unfortunately Kalakaua just makes it in the nick of time. Now this is what we need. We talked about lessening the deficit over the past 4 games, and this is what's happening. This is Kailua bouncing back from the other games.
They've whittled it down so much that now they're at the equalizer. They found the strategy to win. So Kailua's game was to basically take 3 games to put this out, but now they have an equation to do so, and that's just to stop forcing opportunities and just wait for the perfect time to go. And you saw that pass earlier. That was the time to go, and now
Kalakaua gonna miss the shot though off of that bounce.
If they can find a way to get this in, they're on blue side. Now Kalakaua's now playing to Kailua's tempo. This is the best thing for them right now.
Exactly, and now Kailua is just automatically making Kalakaua play in a very uncomfortable position. Here they go in the air, and looks like it's going to go automatically back to the side of Kailua. Can they capitalize on that? They're trying to get back with 1 minute remaining. Can they go into overtime? And here it is. Kailua is going to be advancing forward, and Kalakaua doing nothing to defend it. They're going to be bouncing out into the corner, dribble up in the air. Can they score off of this opportunity? Looks like they can, and Kailua is rushing back to the defense, making sure that Kalakaua does not have any opportunity to go on the offense.
Okay, Kailua is going a little bit too high horsepower now. You still got 40 seconds, and if you can keep this at a tie, you can still go for it. And look, they're bumping around each other. You don't want that right now in this scenario. You want to be able to play with each other.
Kailua tried to score, and that's great defense from Kalakaua. 30 seconds remaining.
Again, you don't have to force anything. You can take this to overtime and still have that extra time to play. It's not about 0 seconds. It's about making sure that this still stays equalized, because Kalakaua, we know, can score fast.
Kalakaua wants this to go into their favor, and they're so close to a goal, and Kalakaua makes it just in the nick of time. Can they capitalize that? Kailua on the defense. 5 seconds left. Can they do it? They can make something happen here. In the air, everyone's up. Trying to run toward the end. Can they do it? And no, just doesn't make the distance. We are in overtime.
If that goes in the air any further, it's in. It was so close. Just about maybe 2 feet off.
In overtime. First goal takes it all. If Kailua makes it, they go to another game, and if Kalakaua makes it, they just eliminate Kailua straight up. So this is for all the marbles here.
This is golden goal opportunity. Kalakaua can get this. It's cleared. They can breathe. They can breathe for right now. Again, dire situation, but now it's both sides that are dire. This is golden goal here.
30
has a chance.
seconds into overtime. Neither team is letting go. Can they make it?
Yes!
And yes, they will!
What in overtime? 33 seconds of overtime. But again, for the side of Kailua, you do not need to force opportunities. They finally figured it out. They figured out that you don't need to force it. And Kalakaua just trying to play their tempo. You play their own tempo. You wait for an opportunity like that to come, and they played that to perfection right at the end. This series is not over yet.
All right, so we talked about lessening deficit, and now Kailua on the board in the first game of this series, 3-1. So now Kalakaua doesn't have their backs quite up against the wall yet, but now they are up and coming. They have the momentum, they have this tempo, and they have this motivation to go into the 5th game.
Kailua's got the equivalent right now of the Rocky theme going on right up the stairs. Just they've got to make it all the way up the stairs. They're at the bottom of the staircase right now, but they started jogging up just a little bit. Now they still have a little bit of a climb left to go, but they can hear the music. They can hear the trumpets going off, ready to go up the staircase in Philadelphia right now. They are waiting for this waiting for the chance to get there. And so, like we said, the lessening the deficit, right? It went down from 6, went down to 3, went down to 2, and now they won a game here. This is a 1 versus 5 matchup, but now this is seeming like Kailua's got it in the driver's seat here. So Kalakaua, key here for them, play their tempo and make sure that they're not taking up any chances that they've got. They had 6 shots earlier. They didn't have as many shots as they did in this game around because Kailua was playing their game. So play your own game, Kalakaua, and you've got this game.
Now, see, Kailua is really, playing the underdog right now, going up against Kalakaua as the bottom seed against the top seed. But, this just proves that you can't always count the underdog as we head into game number 5.
So 5th game, there's the kickoff from the very get-go. Pretty much goes to the side. It's going to be Kalakaua that starts off on the ball on their side of the floor here. Noxie's going to go and try to play up. This is looking like a lot more confidence on the side of Kailua because now they've got Kalakaua on the back end here to start. Now Kalakaua is going to have a 1-on-2 situation here, so pretty much it's going to be cleared. But Poppy's doing a wonderful job here as a midfielder, as a rotator. You're looking
really good
just as a midfielder, just to clear.
I mean, now Kalakaua is playing a lot more nervously. This aggression
Here's a
that
chance,
we
though,
saw
one-on-one.
in the early game, we're not seeing it here, though. And Kailua in the driver's seat, they are almost doing roles reversed here. They are the ones showing a lot more aggression, and Kalakaua is forced to play defense.
Right, and so Kalakaua is forced on the back end here, but now Kailua's on the back end, so here's Kalakaua where they shine. If they can get it to the orange side of the floor right in front of the box, this is where their highest shot percentage is. And just as I say that, right on the box they score.
First goal of the 5th game. But we've seen this before. It's only a minute in. There's plenty more opportunities for Kailua to bounce right back and score a goal. Just because you're down 1 goal in the first minute means absolutely nothing. You can always come back to it.
Right, and we saw this, right? Kalakaua was the first one to score in this situation, but then Kailua came back 2 goals on their own in their very next game they played. They got it. So right now, you're looking at Kailua just taking a breath. They're down 1. It's not that bad of a scenario for Kalakaua right now. If you can score that second, gain some momentum, and put it back on your end. And right now, as long as Kalakaua can bring this into the orange box,
Kalakaua looking for another shot opportunity, but they miss it. And now they're kind of, rushing back onto the offensive. Can Kailua do it? And no, Kalakaua just in the nick of time. That's a collision there. Can they make it? It's so close.
You couldn't see it through the smoke. It went off the crossbar.
I mean,
I've
still,
hit
that's
that one
an
too many
amazing shot
times.
opportunity. They have another one again. Can they do it? And yes, they will! Kailua tying it up 1-1 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the board.
Poppy does an excellent job here. Watch what happens again. Not forcing it. You don't have to force a second shot. Notices that the 2 guys aren't really going for the ball, so all they have to do is wait for it to come back down and be the first one to that ball. Be the first one at that opportunity to score. And now they're tied 1-1.
Doesn't look as confident as before, especially on the kickoff. We saw the aggressiveness come out in the beginning, and now they're playing a lot more nervously than they were before. And this is really Kailua's opportunity to capitalize. They know that the tempo's lower. They know that, Kalakaua has their backs up against the wall, and this is their opportunity to shine.
Right, and so right now, but what Kalakaua is doing is that they know that their highest percentage shot, and they know that most of their shots come from the box. If they can get in that box, that'd be great for them. But now look at the pressure that Kailua is putting on them. They've kept this ball a majority of this game on the orange side. So now look, the ball's in the box. Here's your best shot at getting it because they know their high shot opportunity is there. But Kailua now knows they need to keep somebody in the box the whole time.
Dangerously close, and if one of them was in the air, that would have been great. But Kailua makes it just in the nick of time to be defending, and they're trying their hardest to make sure that Kailua stops their momentum, and they are going forward full steam ahead, and Kailua is right there to answer them.
See, and right now, Kalakaua knows that they don't have to force it. That's almost an impossible shot from that side. So now all they have to do is push this in. But 2 people going for it isn't ideal. You want to have somebody in the midfield here, and now somebody's forced all the way back. If Kailua had a longer shot range, that would have just gone in.
I mean, really, the matter is, you have to start playing smart. It's not about being aggressive versus defensive. You have to make these moves in advance. And that would have been so good. But Kalakaua makes the just in the nick of time. They're going to go back onto their side of the field. But Kailua regains control of the ball. But it doesn't matter. 3 members of Kalakaua are back there to answer the call. And Kailua, the one low ranger trying to do the best that he can, but it's going to go back onto the side of Kailua, and they're going to try go for it.
What Kalakaua's doing right now is they're piling the box here. They're putting 2 in a row here. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, that's an own goal. That doesn't count for anything else. That was an own goal touch there from Kailua here. I mean, just a little bit of a miscue, if you will, from Kailua. That's the shot. But because I think because it was Noxie that just bumps it right in by an unfortunate circumstance, thinking it was going to go hit the wall, but that wasn't the case. So just an unfortunate miscue. But a minute and 42
whoa! We had an immediate pinch. That was super close.
But a minute and 42 seconds left to go. Kalakaua now can breathe a sigh of relief that they have that 1 goal lead in the final minute and a half here. Kailua is the one that needs to play aggressive to try to score this one.
I mean, Kailua had 2 shot opportunities, and they kind of miscalculated it just a little bit. So it's a matter of what can you do now. Still 2-1, incredibly close. A minute is easily doable, and oh man, that was so close. But Kalakaua is really aggressive in their defense, and they're doing exceptionally well.
So Kalakaua is playing their own tempo right now. They know they don't have to go 2 at a time here. They've got somebody in the box. They've got somebody in midfield. They've got somebody forward. Now they know that they can clear this out pretty easily. But a little bit of a miscue there. They got a hit on each side. Fortunately, though, Kailua doesn't take advantage for right now with a minute left to go in game.
A minute is all it takes, and anything can happen. It's just a matter of Kailua has to want it enough that they got to go full steam ahead. And Kalakaua is doing everything in their power to make sure that doesn't happen. And another goal scored by Kalakaua.
That could very well be the dagger right there. I mean, Kailua's needed to make up 2 goals here in 43 seconds. Needed to play very aggressively. And look, Kalakaua, again, like I said, never try to force it. You've always got the right opportunities to wait. Kalakaua did exactly that. They waited for the miss. They waited for it to come back down in the right angle, and they got the shot up. Perfect play from Kalakaua there.
2 goals in 35 seconds, that is a hard ask.
But it's not impossible.
It is not impossible.
Because we've seen Kailua shoot in these premier situations
30 seconds
here.
remaining.
But Kalakaua now, all you need to do, your key here, just stop them. Just don't let them play their own game here. Don't let them get that momentum here to score in the final seconds.
I mean,
if you can score here, this would be great.
To go and
Okay, another misfortunate situation. You saw that. But up in the air, gets this hit, but the next hit is what's important because this doesn't go in. This one goes in by the defender.
I mean, that's really that's kind of the nail in the coffin right there.
Unfortunately, it might be.
So I think we have our winner for the next semifinal.
Oh, I mean, there have been crazier things, but yeah, you might be right here. 8 seconds left to go right now. Goal wide open here, and Kalakaua just going to make sure that this game is already in the books. 5-1 now the score here with just 5 seconds on the clock.
I mean, I think, I never want to say it too soon, but I think that's the nail in the coffin. Another goal with 5 seconds left. It's like, it's basically impossible at that point.
Yeah, the letter signed at this point to send Kalakaua up. They got a little bit of sweat after that game number 4, but Kalakaua able to take advantage of all the opportunities they were given. Ball will not touch the ground just yet. Kailua may be looking for another in-air goal, but it will not happen. Kalakaua scores game number 4 and scores their way to a championship round in a little while.
See, we saw Evan Mackay, and we saw Kalakaua in the first couple games. So Evan Mackay against Kalakaua, that is going to be a match.
That's going to be a match on his own. That's going to be a great match of a great caliber, too, because right now, I mean, as it stands, the way that this is looking up, a 1 versus 2, and you love to see when it's a 1 versus 2 scenario, right? The top 2 seeds going at it against each other. And credit all to Kailua there for putting up a fight against the number 1 seed as well. They put up a show, especially in game number 4, when it came down to the fact that they needed to win they needed to get it to overtime. Not only that, to win in overtime and get that golden goal in game number 4. That puts pressure on you, especially if you're in 0-3 situation. Kailua put on a show, but yes, Kalakaua at the end took a breath. They knew that they needed to play their own game, play their own tempo, wait for the opportunities. Don't force anything. You don't need to go 2 at a time. You don't need to go 3 at a time. 2 at a time, maybe, but if you're in a good shot situation, but go on rotations, go on your own timing. And right now for Kalakaua, that's their key to going up against Evan Mackay to win it all.
And I think right now, Evan Mackay, you really have to watch all of the games and, pick out the weaknesses and pick out the strengths and play in accordance to those.
And look, for Eva Mackay as well, I mean, they played a lot of shots up in the air. We didn't really see that from Kalakaua, only because a lot of the game, they didn't really have to play up in the air. We did see them hit a few air shots. Specifically, we saw that one pass up from the ceiling, and then they were able to score off that. If they're able to find more opportunities like that without, say, a water drops going right at them, then Kalakaua has a chance of winning this. But right now, it's just trading blows. And so far, I mean, the amount of goals that have been scored by the winning team in each of the series is going to look like this is a very good offensive and defensive game overall. I'm expecting maybe a low score, but we will see in the end here. And it looks like you can see in our background right now as Eugen backs up, we're going to have an interview from the winning team of the Dream Team here from Kalakaua. So we want to welcome in one of the players here, and congratulations on a win for you guys. And tell me, a win for you guys heading to the championship, how does your team feel?
I think we're feeling right now like we're a bit nervous for Eva Mackay since we've seen how they play, but we're feeling good overall. Yeah.
In game number 4, a little bit of a scary scenario there where you guys did lose in overtime, but you came all the way back to game number 5. Tell me what the comms were like for you guys going in between each of the game 4 and game 5.
We were rushing for defense because they keep they keep pushing us to our goals, so that's putting us to a dangerous situation. So yeah.
So, and I mean, right now for you guys, I mean, for you guys right now, you've got one more game left to play here, one more best-of-7 series left to go here, in a best of 4 out of 7. And for right now, I mean, for you guys, and for you as a player for right now, what does that mean for you? And tell the folks at home, because I mean, you guys are playing on your school names, right? Yeah. You guys are playing on your like Kalakaua 3, Kalakaua 27. Yeah. But what is your actual in-game name? Like, just to tell the people at home.
So like my personal one?
Oh, just your in-game name if you have like an IGN of some sort other than just Kalakaua.
Oh, we don't have one.
Oh, you don't have one. Oh, that's interesting. So none of the players on the side of Kalakaua have an IGN, like besides the one that they play on the school side.
Yeah, no.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. So, but if you see if you can choose one. See if you can choose one on the spot. Maybe choose one on the spot. See, you want to come up with something cool now, or gotta think about it a little bit.
Technically, my online one is Nightmare Flares.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. All right. And so, I mean,
no, I don't really have.
All right. Well, anyways, you got one more series left to play up against Eva Mackay. I know you guys saw them before this matchup. Tell me, what you guys think your keys are to going into this championship game?
So basically, we're mainly focusing on defense for the series of 7 for the championship, but we're also trying to do some offense to do some counterattacks.
All right, well, there's your keys from the player themselves, and so good luck to you guys in the championship game. Eva Mackay versus Kalakaua coming up next, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. And so a great matchup for you, number 1 versus number 2, coming up yet again. And in this scenario with the top 2 teams, and top 2 teams scoring very highly, this is going to be a game that everybody is going to want to watch and sit down for.
I mean, you saw blowout performances in the first few games from both teams, from Kalakaua Middle and Eva Mackay. So I think the main thing is, who comes out on top? Who has the slight edge? Because you saw both teams have, like, in my personal opinion, Eva Mackay has water drops, that standout player, but, Kalakaua has that, that team coherency, that team, skill level. And I think that's like the main driving force. It's like what is more important.
Yeah, and so right now we're going to give the winning team of the side of Kalakaua just a little bit of a break because Eva Mackay had a little bit of their share as well from that last series. So we'll give them a little bit of a break, and so will we. We'll take a break here as well. When we come back, it will be the championship matchup. Kalakaua Dream Team, Eva Mackay. We are set for a 1 versus 2 Rocket League Middle School Vanta League final. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social-emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
Let's say we're playing defense here, right? We're on blue team. And the ball's coming at me from, say, this side of the field, right?
Yep.
Right there. Now, where do you think is the best spot to be defending this from? It could be anywhere on the side.
Probably more like on the net. Right?
Okay, yep. You bring your left arm over like this, and then your right arm is kind of horizontal across, and you pull towards your chest, and it kind of stretches out your whole upper arm and your shoulder.
I'm back. I'm defending.
Trying to get a demo here. Really good pass, Nolan. This is gonna be a tough save. Ooh, good shot, Lauren. That was tough. That was a good play, yeah. It's tough.
You want challenge?
Go for a reset.
It's a setup a little bit. Harry, to you?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Didn't
I'm
see
back.
that coming.
Oh, back to me?
Nice job. Get there, Nolan.
Oh, yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Well done, Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Very well done. Good
Yes, sir.
safety there, Thorn. It seems like when you're playing, you say a lot of the right things, which is really good. Just practice doing it a bit more, right? The more you do it, the better. You can't really, unless you're talking like 100 miles an hour, you can't really talk too much to flood comms. The more info you're giving your teammates is usually the best thing you can do.
Welcome back inside the booth, everybody. Keegan alongside Eugen here with you for the finals of the Middle School Rocket League for the Vanta League here in fall 2022. And remember, spring 2023 around the corner as well. You want to make sure you sign up for that. Go on to Vanta League sites. And if you're already here, I mean, you're already in the semifinals. I'm assuming you're going to be signing up anyway. So make sure you guys go sign up for the spring 2023. Remember, middle school, high school competitions as well. Don't want to miss out on that. Again, that season starts off on January 30th. Once again, teams are ready to go here in number 1 versus number 2. Number 1 on your left side of your screen, number 2 on your right side of the screen. So the dream team out of Kalakaua Middle School taking on the Eva Mackay team, and both of these teams raring to go here as we get set up back on DFH Stadium. And the way we saw these two teams play the last time, I mean, this is going to be a very, very good game coming up.
I mean, we saw them go against Kailua in, their initial matches. So I think the main thing is, how do they fare against each other? We saw how skilled they are. We saw how aggressive that they play. So I think right now it just comes down to who edges out in the end.
And look, the Dr. Evil pose going on right now one more time. They know that they're on camera. They know that they are ready to go here. They know that we're showing them. And they have all the poise ready to go here in this game. And so the championship game, the championship series underway. And the kickoff headed on to Eva Mackay's side for right now. They're going to try to take their opportunities here, and this is going to be a lot more fast-paced. We didn't see this between both of the games with Kailua, but right now this is going to be a very, very fast-paced game.
I mean, we talked about how Water Drops is such a highlight player for Eva Mackay, and so how is he going to fare against that team synergy that we saw from Kalakaua?
Well, Kalakaua's going to try to go off their own, but they bump off one right now, so a 2-on-1 situation. Kalakaua goes off the rails for just a little while. Mute's going to go on the wall, see if he can get anything going there. Not for right now. Tries a shot just wide. Off the
and
left
it's not
side.
a blowout like we saw in the other games. Kalakaua and Eva Mackay are just duking it out back and forth, and there's no clear-cut winner. The defense from both of these sides is absolutely amazing.
But Eva Mackay's got a big chance here. That's off the ceiling. Can they get it in? A pass? No, saved.
Wow, Kalakaua to defend it just at the right moment, and looks like Eva Mackay might try to score here, but they're going to try not seal the deal.
Again, these two teams very talented, very well done on the air shots here, but maybe it might come down to low goals. Who knows at this point? Mute's going to take it all the way up to the wall for right now. It's a very clear area.
Either side.
Oh, it's a miss too, though.
That's a mistake. Oh, my gosh.
Miscue, though, they cleared for right now, which is good for them. Kalakawa's just going to go for the pinch here. Not going to happen for right now. Clears that out in the meantime. And right now, I mean, as it stands for Evan Mackay, it looks like Kalakawa's got pace for them right now. Evan Mackay looking to see if they can get off on the better end. Shot will go just a little wide to the left.
Super close shot from Evan Mackay here, but Kalakawa's
pass
making
opportunity?
it. Can
No,
they
no
make
one's
it?
there.
And, oh, if the teammate was there just in the nick of time, they could have made a goal. But, you know, Kalakawa saw the mistake, and they were there to defend it.
And Evan Mackay is playing these shots like they did back in Kailua. Not a bad thing situation. But
Ooh, and
Kalakawa
can we
can
see a
score
goal?
these.
Yes, we will.
Wow! Mute scores that, and it's a very interesting situation. It was a direct pass right to Mute and almost got bumped out of the way. And one of the Kalakawa players just was in the wrong direction, could not back up in time, and Evan Mackay's got a 1-0 lead.
So this is the next kickoff, and this is really, you know, do or die time because we see wow, really nice kickoff for the side of Evan Mackay here. Kalakawa forced to defend, and we're going to see another goal opportunity, and looks like, you know, Evan Mackay, you know, the team wasn't really there to back it up and misses the shot in the air.
Well, right now looking for the air opportunities, and we might see these teams go for a flip reset, might go for anything in the air, but it might come down to low goals as well. We didn't really see this, but here they come right off the side of the goal, and Evan Mackay take a 2-0 lead, and this was wide open for a couple of seconds here. And what a bump there from Water Drops as well to clear out the potential goalie for that round.
I mean, you saw members of Kalakawa try to match up against it, but he was already in the air. There was nothing that you could do.
Yeah, but also, again, the potential goalie got knocked out of the way there, so you really had no shot at trying to get that back. Now Kalakawa's got to go on the offensive here. They're on the back foot to start this match with halfway through down 2. And what a shot!
Is a super good up. Wow.
What a shot in the air. Perfect opportunity. Perfect pass from Water Drops, who just freestyles upstairs. And then Thick is just going to go right in past all 3 defenders.
You saw Kalakawa, you know, try to intercept that, but they just did not make it in time. A slight miscalculation, mistiming on their part.
The freestyle from Evan Mackay, though. I mean, what more can you say about
And they still
Water
win
Drops?
the kickoff. Kalakawa sent 2 members forward against Evan Mackay in that kickoff, and Evan Mackay still won.
Well, at this point, the kickoff's not even going to matter. Water Drops from the top rope. Oh, my goodness. Water Drops had this all the way up in the air, almost at the ceiling, and is able to dunk this down to make this a 4-0 game with 2:25 on the clock.
I mean, this is a performance that we saw in their first game against Kailua. This is a standout performance that Water Drop is really making the show making.
It really might come down to this very first game. And right now, Evan Mackay showing off right now. Kalakawa may need to adjust here coming up into game number 2. For right now, though, Kalakawa's just trying to make sure that they can get any goal possible to get the momentum in for right now as they try to just clear out what they've got, especially on their side of the field.
Kalakawa really got to step up their game here. You know, it's not a good look, especially because of the fact that they're just getting goals left and right. 4 goals with 2 minutes left on the clock. You know, it's not impossible to come back from it, but it's a hard ask.
A goal per 30 seconds is what they would need here in order to even force overtime. Water Drops from the wall, looking
Great
for a flip
dribble.
reset. Has the flip reset, but can't get it all the way through. And it gets a push there as well to the right
Can
side.
his
Can they get
teammates
another
make it in?
opportunity?
The angle just isn't right.
Oh, no. It just stayed to the right of the goal. They had the chance there, but no dice.
Oh, they're going to try go for it again. Kalakawa
It's gonna be clear,
answers
though.
with a great defense.
Yeah, it's going to be clear. They had the right angle for them right there, but 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And it's not looking pretty here for Evan Mackay, or for Kalakawa to score. And a low goal opportunity. Thick again gets the hat trick for Evan Mackay. That's a 5-0 lead.
5-0.
Yeah, oh, interesting chat there. Producer's noticing it as well, like, what the heck?
But anyways,
it's on
5-0.
screen now.
Kalakawa's down so much, and we talked about this, you know, in previous matches, trying to get the ricochet off of it. Kalakawa looks like they're going to defend pretty well. Evan Mackay back on the defense. Kalakawa's trying to make something happen. Looks like they're not going to. Evan Mackay gets 2 defenders up just in the nick of time, and they're going to try to capitalize on that, going towards Kalakawa's goal.
What Evan Mackay is doing, though, is they are setting the tempo very well right now. Evan Mackay is just pushing forward and finding opportunities. And look, their air game just superior right now. They almost dribbled that through 3 defenders, and now Thick is going to go up again, maybe for the 4-bagger. No, Water Drops tries. Good save. Good block there, and Kalakawa clears.
I mean, Evan Mackay had an opportunity to score their 6th goal of the first game, but unfortunately the timing and the positioning just wasn't in their favor.
Right now they're going to push in. Again, Evan Mackay looking for goal number 6 here. Already, I believe Thick has a hat trick, which they do, looking for just to clear at this point. And right now, I mean, for Kalakaua, it's not a lot of shot opportunities. Yes, you've got it in the box, but the air superiority that is Eva Mackay right now is putting them on the back end. So for right now, Kalakaua's just got to find a way to beat them in the air game, maybe just take on the low game. That one was really close, but with 10 seconds left to go, it's not looking very good here for Eva Mackay, or for Kalakaua to make the comeback here. In fact, it pretty much will not happen. Eva Mackay is going to take this all the way down to the way of zeros on the clock, and that will end game number 1 with Eva Mackay going up in the series 1-0.
I mean, you really have to hand it to Eva Mackay. Like, they showed up and they really played aggressive from the get-go. Right out the gates, we saw these goals left and right. And, you know, in the first minute and a half, it was pretty dead even. And then once Eva Mackay got the ball rolling, they sent it.
Here's what you should know about the stats here from this last game. 12 shots to nothing. Eva Mackay had 12 shots. Kalakaua had 0. The defense of Eva Mackay right now on the air superiority side, the air game that they have right now is absolutely shutting down what Kalakaua is trying to provide. Again, not a single shot on the side of Kalakaua. Again, no goals there. Their only stat line from this entire game was a save. That was their only stat line for all of Kalakaua's players. So right now for Kalakaua, try to make sure that you're playing your own tempo, right? Make sure that Eva Mackay is, and if you have to, play the low game right now, because right now Eva Mackay is showing that they can play up in the air and that no one is going to stop them in the air right now.
Well, I think the main issue for Kalakaua is that, you know, they were expecting heat and, you know, Eva Mackay brought it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Eva Mackay again, putting on a great series there. 12 shots total, 5 goals, 5 out of 12. Really good efficiency there on this team. And they showed it. A lot of their goals came up in the air, right? A lot of the dunk scenarios, especially from water drops. Thick Chunk is getting getting the hat trick as well. It's looking very good for the side of Eva Mackay right now. But here we go with the next match as Kalakaua needing to make up. But for Kalakaua here, the basic thing is it's no longer 5-0. We're back down to a 0-0 game.
Now, the thing is that I think Kalakaua, you know, is trying to get into the groove because they went up against Kailua really, really well. Lots of momentum there. And they're now they're up against Eva Mackay, who's a completely new game for them.
Yeah, this is a completely new series for them as Eva Mackay. Now they've got, Kalakaua had water drops there in for a little while. Thick wants to take the dribble out, but it's not going to happen for right now. Takes it back to midfield. Water drops wants to push this up for right now. We'll give them a little bit of a dribble. They run into each other, but that could be good for them. Can they get the air shot? Ooh. Yes! The bump, the shots, the hit, and it scores for Eva Mackay.
Eva Mackay just played that so beautifully. Every part of that play. I mean, you saw Kalakaua's defenders try to intercept that, but to no avail. You know, Eva Mackay really putting out all the stops here.
Textbook no because of the bump, but a goal nonetheless. I mean, you don't have to take it right out of the textbook there. That was perfectly played from Eva Mackay. Miscredited by the bump there. But now Water Drops puts it in a perfect position. One more shot upstairs, not going to happen, but all 3 now forward, and now they're just going to rush all the way back.
Now, I think the main thing is, like, you know, Kalakaua, you have to answer back, and Eva Mackay is, you know, trying to boost their confidence, trying to get, you know, as far ahead in the game as they can. And Kalakaua, you know, really can't let that happen. You know, you already lost the first game with such a large deficit. You really can't afford to make the same mistake twice.
Well, let's see. I mean, Thick is going to try to roll this one in on the dribble. Kalakaua able to save it. So the low game's trying to be played also as well by Eva Mackay. Kalakaua's going to try to bring this out back to midfield here, but to no avail. Water Drops looking for some kind of area, but does not have the boost to do so. Kalakaua going to go way up in the air for the save there, and that is fine because they keep it at a 1-0 deficit. No one in goal for the side of Eva Mackay right now. This could be their opportunity, but it's going to be Water Drops that clears it out.
Now, Kalakaua is playing very, very defensively. They're not trying to be as aggressive as Eva Mackay is. You know, they get the ball back to the side of Eva Mackay, and Kalakaua doesn't seem to be capitalizing on it. It's almost as if they're playing a little bit too timidly, and Eva Mackay is noticing that.
Oh, Mute could go for a dribble here. Doesn't have the power to do so. If that had a little more boost, could have been able to dribble it out, but no dice there. As Eva Mackay now back on the defensive end. Kalakaua gets it back into the corner, but can they get this hit? Yes, they will, even though they bump each other out, which would be a good signal for them. But it's not going to happen in this case. Ball back to midfield right now. This game being played really at midfield for both of these teams. It's just who's got the air superiority in the end. Right now, Eva Mackay showing, and they missed that ball, but it's going to be safe.
Really nice interception from Eva Mackay on that last shot. But it's, you know, it's a matter of, like, Kalakaua can only defend for so long. You have to start going scoring goals. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here. Evan Mackay trying to make another goal. Kalakaua really needs to go back and defend, and here it is. Here's the opportunity. Kalakaua has 2 defenders up into the center field. They're trying to get a lot of airtime, but to no avail. There's not a lot happening.
And the best thing for Evan Mackay right now, you're not letting up another goal here, although that's a demo, so it's a 3-on-2 situation now. So for only a couple of seconds, but Kalakaua had the opportunity there, just misses out on that. That's going to be a block shot, long-ranged pass there at the very least, a long-range shot. And we'll go off just a little bit to the right side.
3 people on the side of Evan Mackay there, all up in that corner. You know, that's an interesting position because you have 3 people just ready to, you know, turn around at a moment's notice. And here it is. Here's Kalakaua trying to get back into the aggressiveness. The ball is up in the air. Can they do it? Missed shot from the top, and they bring it back. And unfortunately, Evan Mackay sees this, and they're going to go directly on the offensive.
If that ball had rolled onto the car just a little bit more, if it had rolled on there, could have just jumped up and maybe lifted up over everybody. Not going to happen. The shot from way downtown. Great save on the top rope corner from Kalakaua to keep this game at a 1-0.
Back up in the air. Can Evan Mackay capitalize? They're going to miss the opportunity, just not being, you know, in the air, not getting that timing off. And Kalakaua is trying their absolute best to defend it, you know, stopping the onslaught that is Evan Mackay. And looks like they're going to bring it back to center field, and, you know, we'll see what would happen from here.
Waterdrops is going to try to take this all the way up. Oh, Waterdrops on the wall. Be careful. 50 boost looking for anything. No, Kalakaua was able to snipe that away from him. With less than a minute left to go, though, Kalakaua really needing a goal here, and their best shot percentage was in the box. Can they push it to the box is the question without Evan Mackay stopping them in that middle. We will see with about 45 seconds remaining on the clock.
You know, Kalakaua has an opportunity to try and make something happen. You know, an 0-1
Oh,
lead.
no one's there!
That might be it! And yes, that is Evan Mackay there to seal the deal, trying to dash the hopes and dreams of Kalakaua. Evan Mackay really trying to push it forward.
What a shot there, and again, another unexpected shot coming out from Evan Mackay there, but that's Kalakaua on the back end, on the back foot because of that unexpected shot. So now they're down 2 with 37 seconds left to go. This kickoff and this shot needs to be big here. Unfortunately, Waterdrops is always going to be in the vicinity of a ball here.
30 seconds remaining, 0-2. Evan Mackay trying to, you know, just play defense right now.
Oh, this is an opportunity. No one's there.
Something.
Oh. You
we
had
might
the
see a
chance
goal,
to,
and it was
what a
so
save!
close. Evan Mackay makes it just in the nick of time. Can they capitalize? It's still on their side, and no. Evan Mackay able to get it back to center field, and on Kalakaua's side, 10 seconds on the clock and remaining. Can something happen? I don't think it will. And looks like
what a stop there, and that's going to be another goal. What a jump shot right there. And Nick's got his, what, the 4th goal in 2 games here. I mean, what a shot here.
I mean, insult to injury, up 3-0. Evan Mackay really pulling out all the stops here.
But that's the positioning. That is Evan Mackay right now, and Evan Mackay knows that they can win in the air, and that's exactly what's happening. If you're positioned well and go up in the air well, you're bound to win this game. And that's just going to do it here. Evan Mackay, 3-0 in this game. So Kalakaua shut out of 1, shut out of number 2. And right now, Kalakaua needing to find an answer here in game number 3 coming up here. And yet, again, you look at the stats, right, on both ends for their side, and a total of 7 shots for the team of Evan Mackay. Meanwhile, only 2 shots being made or being taken by Kalakaua in the meantime. So the differential here on a 7-2, excuse me, was it's not the greatest scenario for Kalakaua, but you got to find a way to find more shots. You got to find more opportunities. You don't have to force any. You got to make sure that you're inside that, at least try to keep that pressure inside of Evan Mackay's side.
And I think the main thing is, like, you know, as Kalakaua, like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, it was looking really hopeful for the first bit, you know, 1-0, but then, you know, Evan Mackay just ramped it up, adding into his injury excessively, you know, with that last goal to 3-0 with 3 seconds left on the clock. Like, that is a showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a showstopper, especially when you're only down 1-0. Okay, we're only down 1. When that second goal hits, your heart just drops a little bit more because you know that you have to make up 2 now with so much time, with only a little bit of time remaining on the clock. Now is the chance here. Does Kalakaua find a way? Can Kalakaua learn what they have done, what Eva Mackay has done in the first 2 games. That's what you need to figure out. If air superiority isn't going to win you this game, what can you do to get around that? And you need to find opportunities to win out here as we head into kickoff for game number 3.
Game number 3, Eva Mackay immediately wins the kickoff, and we're going to see them try to capitalize on that. And Kalakaua is again forced into this corner, forced to defend, and Eva Mackay, oh my gosh, that would have been so good. But Kalakaua, reads the play well, and they are there to defend it. And Eva Mackay back on the defensive.
Water drops is insane. I mean, freestyling from the wrong position and still finding a way to hit that ball in the correct direction. I mean, this is insane the way Eva Mackay is playing right now with only 4.5 minutes left to go here. Kalakaua is just trying to clear this, but Water Drop's trying to take this on all on his own. The pass to Thick, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for Eva Mackay here in game number 3. Again, perfectly executed. Kalakaua passed it forward, but right there, Water Drops to Thick makes this a perfect pass scenario in the first 36 seconds of gameplay.
I think the main thing now is Kalakaua really has to step it back into the game. Being down 2-0 in the series is not the worst, and especially with these kickoffs, they're pretty equal. Now it's a matter of who can capitalize off of that equalness.
Already a minute in here.
Eva Mackay trying to make another goal, and Kalakaua there right to defend it.
Yeah, and they can't find a way to get in, right? I mean, Eva Mackay now getting shut out for a little while, but this is what the name of the game was for Kalakaua. Can you score that equalizer? Can you score that one to give yourselves a chance at this game? And right now, Eva Mackay is just putting too much pressure on for Kalakaua to even handle.
Kalakaua is always being forced to play on the defensive end, and Eva Mackay is just this onslaught that keeps on coming, and they will not stop. It's all gas, no break for them as they're shoved into this corner here, and Eva Mackay trying to make something happen. Kalakaua desperately trying to defend away from their field back to the middle, and Eva Mackay is just this wall that will not stop, and that might be a goal. So close off the left side of the goal. They're going to try and have another opportunity, and a little bit too high, but You're there to back him up, saying, I got you, homie.
I do not believe what just happened. Water Drops puts this in the air, and then it's not a shot, it's a pass. So one Kalakaua member goes up way too early. It's a pass to Mute. What a play, and that just shows the teamwork from Eva Mackay is showing up in this game right now.
I mean, not only that, up 2-0, 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and they're going to try and get it right off the gate, but that was so close for Kalakaua. And they're going to try go off. It's Eva Mackay again on a rampage, trying to go in, and no, Eva Mackay back again, and that would have been so close, trying to go up in the air, and looks like they're not going to make something happen. Kalakaua going to be forcing them into going back into center field, and they're going to try and make something happen.
Water Drops, good to go for the dribble here, looking for the flip reset, has it. Won't get it though, won't get it off. 2-0. I mean, the way Water Drops right now, going from the opposite way here, bump game going on right now. They're just bumping all over the place, and now it's going to be another goal here from Thick. The bump game, bumper cars being played during that middle of that. And so Kalakaua just mistiming everything right now. And so Thick's just going to go right in. 3 people on the same side of the field. Not good when your goal is not covered.
I mean, 3-0 with, 2 minutes and 49 seconds left on the clock. Kalakaua really has to, step it up, or else they could potentially be seeing 3-0 in this series. And they're going to try to go for another goal, and Kalakaua's there ready to defend it, but looks like Eva Mackay is not going to stop. They're going to go up into the air, trying to get it. Can they intercept? Yes, they will, being forced into the corner. And Eva Mackay's going and still going, and Kalakaua trying their best to defend, but no, Eva Mackay keeps on coming one after another. And they're going to try to do the long goal. Will they make it? No one home. And no, the angle is just not good enough.
Just a bit outside onto the right side, but nonetheless a good try from Kalakaua. Every one of the members there to push that in. Eva Mackay says it's a team game. It's going to bring all 3 of their players forward to push that all in. Look at the coordination here. Every single one of them up in the air, and all of them pushing in that goal, making it 4-0.
Oh man, this is really an uphill battle for Kalakaua, and they really got to step it up, because I mean, they're winning, or they're losing. They lost that kickoff, but they've been winning or equalizing the kickoff.
Again. Can he get
oh
from the
my
top
God,
rope?
Eva Mackay about to score a goal. That's so close, and Kalakaua just able to defend it, and a little bit of a mistake from Eva Mackay. They had another goal opportunity, but looks like Kalakaua is going to capitalize on that missed opportunity, and they're going to go straight for Eva Mackay's goal.
Water Drops from the top rope. You can never be too careful with that guy. It's unbelievable. From the ceiling to the wall to everything right now.
2v1, can they make it? And it's so close. Looks like Kalakaua is going to rebound it all the way back.
I mean, right now, they're just having fun right now for the side of Eva Mackay right now. They're up 4-0. They have nothing to really worry about unless Kalakaua goes on a tear for right now. I mean, this is just going to be an interesting way. Kalakaua needing to find a way to pretty much adjust here between games 3 and 4.
Looks like Eva Mackay going to try to go for the chop opportunity, misses the aerial completely, and they're going to try to shove it back into the corner. And Kalakaua Middle School being forced into a really, really bad position, and they are just in a bad spot overall. A minute left on the clock just about, and Eva Mackay is on the rampage, headed in.
A minute left to go, and they got to find a way, to score basically a goal per 15 seconds, which it's really tough. But again, crazier things have happened. Nothing is impossible. But the way Eva Mackay right now, they're playing for the ups. Here comes Water Drops yet again, trying to carry this all the way to the goal. Has the flip reset and carries that all the way in. Oh my God.
Look at that dribble.
The flip reset right there to get it in. I don't believe this. Are we sure this is middle school?
I mean, you hate to see it, especially from center field, to make a goal like that with that much airtime. Like, that's insane.
That carry looked like something out of a pro league. I don't think this is middle school. Again, Water Drops top row. I don't believe what's going on. Water Drops again, watch this, has the carry all the way up. And that has the freestyle, almost hits it, but doesn't even need the second hit anyways.
I mean, you saw Kalakaua scramble for that last goal trying to defend it, but, when you're not prepared for it, what can you really do? And that, the answer to that is nothing. And Kalakaua, I think, they're scrambling right now to try and defend against Water. They almost made a 7th goal, but a little bit too high off of the top crossbar. And Kalakaua Middle School scrambling to defend right now against Eva Mackay, but Eva Mackay's right back to answer.
I'm speechless. 20 seconds left to go, and the way this is looking right now, Water Drops just to show up one more time for the top rope. Yes! The freestyle, a 7-0. Water Drops has scored the last 3 for them, and this is just unreal from the top rope. Yet again, using all the boosts to make sure that they can spin, they can twirl, they can score, and it's a 7-0 lead for Eva Mackay. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I hate to, see it over before it's done, but with 10 seconds left and to make up 7 goals, that is just...
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
So it looks like game number 3 is going to go over to Eva Mackay here. And Kalakaua still with no points on the board.
Yeah, zeros again for Kalakaua Middle School. Again, they're in dire straits here, needing to get another 4, needing to basically reverse sweep. Meanwhile, Eva Mackay sitting there, Dr. Evil, if you will, sitting in the chairs right now because they're just like plotting something. And right now, 3-0 on the scoreline right now for Eva Mackay, just sitting here looking like they've got this in the bag. And why not? At this point, right, Water Drops unstoppable right now. We saw so many shots. Top rope, flip reset. Again, I have to ask, is this middle school? Is this a middle school team? Because Eva Mackay is playing like this is like collegiate right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if it went up against some of the high schoolers and won.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went up against a collegiate team and won. There are some collegiate teams out there that they can beat.
Oy.
No, I kid you not. The way Water Drops and the rest of the team are playing right now, there's so much good teamwork going on. There's so much good communication right now. If this is middle school, I am scared of what they're going to look like come high school or college. I am scared. Because we could have a Hawaii, like Water Drops and some of the other teammates as well, Mute, as well as just that team alone, this whole Eva Mackay team could very well make their own team in college if they go to the same college, and they could be scary.
And looks like we're going to head into game number 4. Eva Mackay is in the driver's seat trying to close out this series, and Kalakaua trying to have the Cinderella story, and immediately Eva Mackay got to score a goal.
Again, this teamwork, it's unreal. Thick passes it right to Water Drops, back in to Thick, who then bounces it in. So it's a pass, bounce in.
Kalakaua wasn't even prepared for that.
No.
What do you even expect in the first 5 seconds?
How do you even prepare for that? That's the biggest thing. How do you prepare for a shot like that?
And looks like Eva Mackay is trying to go for another goal
Water
straight
Drops,
up. Can
top
Kalakaua
rope.
do it? Oh
my gosh.
Goodness gracious. Nobody home.
13 seconds,
you got
look what the
past
score
3
is.
defenders and almost a picture-perfect shot.
13 seconds, look what the score is. This is unreal.
You really have to feel for Kalakaua because, they're trying, but, what do you do against
Again,
Eva
it's not like
Mackay?
Kalakaua was a bad team. We saw this against their team their matchup of Kailua. It's just that Eva Mackay, the air superiority of Water Drops right now, and their teamwork is just putting them over the edge.
I mean, Kalakaua is trying their best to defend, and Eva Mackay is just, all gas, no brakes with the aggression with this offense, and their offense is incredible. You've seen these air plays, you've seen these flips, especially the dribbles from Water Drop. They are almost unstoppable.
Bro, right now, 2-0 scoreline, trying to get another shot off. Water Drops tried, not going to be there. Mute misses it. Back down to the rest of the team. It's going to be Kalakaua that comes back here. Tries to get a goal of their own. They're going to bump somebody out of the way. That was, I believe, Thick that gets bumped out of the way, but it's not going to matter when the rest of the team comes back to the corner here and looking for another shot. Water Drops. Oh, it's up in the air. I mean, this could be anybody's, but right now, this looks like they're just going to reset right now.
First aerial, but I mean, his teammate's there. And Eva Mackay is really using these missed opportunities.
Oh, the bounce. They can get this.
And
no water.
will they be able to do it? Oh, no. Kalakaua,
right
sees that, and they just go straight ahead for it.
Water Drops was way too far back for that as well, so it couldn't really go up for an aerial shot in the meantime. But 3.5 minutes left to go. I mean, right now for Kalakaua, they need to get something off the top rope. Can they get the drop shot in? No, not going to happen anyways. Water Drops is going to let this reset for right now, and it will be a clear coming out from Kalakaua.
Eva Mackay really trying to make something happen, but Kalakaua is kind of amping up their defense right now. They're being like, hey, don't come into our house and don't be doing this. But this could all change really quickly. Looks like Kalakaua got there first, and Eva Mackay is there to answer immediately, and that's another goal for them.
So Mute carries this thing in. It's a good two-man block here from Kalakaua. Unfortunately, everybody's nowhere near the goal. So at that point, all Mute needs to do is just carry this in with one, but needs a second hit just in case to make sure it goes over. And Eva Mackay up 3-0, just like the series score. I mean, what a game this is from Eva Mackay right now. What a game.
I mean, once again, the ball is dangerously close to the to Kalakaua's goal, and Eva Mackay is just going straight for it.
Yeah, they're making him pay for it right now. It's going to go all the way back to the orange side. Waiting for the boost there for just a little while here. Kalakaua's going to find a shot opportunity, but no. Thick's got it all the way downtown, but somebody is there. Didn't pop up first for a little while, but somebody is there to defend it on the goal side. And meanwhile, Mute's going to come right in. There's a pass off to the wall, and it's not going to happen. Another clear-out game. But for Kalakaua right now, this is just a game of clearing. And right now, you need to be doing a lot more than just clearing. You need to be scoring and shooting because the shot numbers right now for Kalakaua are pretty low.
And man, you really have to look at Eva Mackay just chilling. They're getting cocky at this point. Look at the BM from these are middle schoolers.
Doing the turtle spin. Oh boy. Oh boy. Water Drops coming in. Trying to get up the shot from the side. Now you got to prove that turtle shell spin was worth it, but doesn't really need to after that point here. Kalakaua now trying to find a shot of their own. Cannot find it. No one in position to do so. Off the wall. Nothing there for right now. They try to push it in, but now Kalakaua more on the offensive side, if anything. Now they've got a little bit of momentum, but can they clear it is the question. Mute is going to clear. Water Drops is going to go upstairs for it, and that's already an easy clear here for Kalakaua. Or for Eva Mackay, excuse me.
I mean, you saw that little bump. Kalakaua's
Wait, no one's there. No one's home.
Oh my gosh.
So Thick is able to block it, then is able to carry this all the way home. And look, nobody home, nobody there to take care of hospitality in the goal there. So Eva Mackay able to score in very easily, and it's a 4-0 game with a minute 40 left. And Eva Mackay a minute 40 away from winning the cup.
I mean, these are the decisions that we made, and oh my gosh, Eva Mackay getting a really strong field advantage from the get-go, and they're trying to capitalize on that. Kalakaua able to make up some of the distance, but it's not enough as Eva Mackay is right there at their doorstep.
Right now, I mean, Kalakaua needs it's all systems go here. If this ball is in the blue zone, you're wasting the time to try and get this into Eva Mackay's goal, because right now you just need to not be clearing. You need to be going for a lot of high percentage shots here. Off the wall, Kalakaua tries. Off the right side, no, good block. It's a double block by both Think and Water Drops. And right now, I mean, Kalakaua just being shut the door on right now, because right now they've scored no goals here in all 4 games.
1 minute remaining, and that's 1 minute that Eva Mackay has to defend, and they are your champions.
Right now, I mean, 50 seconds left to go. It's not looking the greatest here for Kalakaua. They need to make up 4 goals, basically a goal per 15 seconds. Now that's dwindling away as we speak here. Thick's going to go up, and yet another good passing play. This is textbook, not what we've seen throughout the rest of the game, but this is textbook. Kalakaua passes it off the wall, so Thick is able to take advantage of this. And while it wasn't a pass necessarily from his teammate, it was a good prediction line there from Eva Mackay.
And you really have to hand it to them. This teamwork and this synergy is absolutely amazing.
Oh, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. I'm telling you, this team looks like they could go against the collegiate team the way they're playing right now.
Absolutely. I am very inclined to agree. And they almost scored another goal. Had 2 defenders from Colorado and not been there. 30 seconds remaining.
So right now, Water Drops clearing that out, and yet another save for them. There is more shots than was lost in previous games here for the side of Kalakaua. Unfortunately, none of them have gone in. 15 seconds left to go, and now Eva Mackay basically just counting the ticks away to score the school's second Vanta League championship here in the final 7 seconds of play. They're just going to see if they can get a last-second goal here. It will get cleared out for right now, seeing if anybody can get it, but the ball will roll away from them, and it won't. It hits the corner, so there's a chance. Water Drops doing this again. Can you get there for the shot?
Oh my
no!
God!
Oh my gosh, but it does not matter anyways. Eva Mackay wins the series 4-0 and are your Vanta League Middle School champions of fall 2022. An amazing series from this team of Eva Mackay, who scores, and the school, by the way, scores their second Vanta League Cup for this weekend. They have 1 left for the sweep.
You really have to hand it to them. They had a standout performance, MVP performances left and right, and their synergy is off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unreal game from this side. I mean, this is an unreal game from the team for right now, as we'll get an interview here in a second. For right now, it's just an unbelievable series for right now. And this is, or rather, not unbelievable series. This is an unbelievable team that we just saw, and I will say this over and over again. I have seen a lot of I've seen pro play and I've seen collegiate teams play. Maybe not pro play yet, but Eva Mackay looks like a team that they can play against a collegiate team right now because that's the skill level they are at.
I mean, you see some of these plays, some of them are textbook, some of them are completely freestyle, and others are just, absolutely amazing to watch, especially the aggressiveness, when to pull back, when to make these split-second turns, and they're great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're making split-second decisions. They know the blocks. They know the prediction lines. And look, in a 1 versus 2 scenario, I don't think some of us realized that this was going to be a 4-0 situation. Right now, as it stands, this series was just an Eva Mackay showcase as we now bring in one of the players here from the winning side of Eva Mackay. And first of all, your in-game name.
Huh?
Your in-game name. Go say your in-game.
Thick Chungus.
Oh, well, Thick is here with us, and one of the great things. I mean, your team looks so good, and I keep saying it. You guys could take on a collegiate team, if you will. Would you be confident in taking up a collegiate team?
We're not even close to being as good as them.
Oh wow! Well, there's some humbleness there, but there was a lot of things going on. You guys, it looked like you guys were super confident going into this game. Tell me, what were your comms like all throughout that game? You having fun, or just like it was super serious throughout the whole thing?
I would say it was fun most of the time.
Do you see yourself doing this in high school?
Maybe.
Maybe. Is there any other games besides Rocket League that you're pretty interested in? Besides Rocket League, any other games that you're looking into? Maybe.
No.
Or is it just Rocket League?
Mainly Rocket League. I actually play it competitively.
Yeah, and so, I mean, your teammates, I mean, talk to me about them because, I mean, you have, the full thing, right? Mutin as well as Water Drops there as well. You guys put on a show. Tell me, how much does this mean to you guys, for all the work you put in, all the practice, how much does this mean to you guys to win this cup in here in this competition?
This means a lot to all of us. I must say, this is, amazing,
Yeah, and you guys are going to lift up that trophy at the end of the day. Now, I mean, Eva Mackay's won 2 of them. Your school's looking very good coming up in one more game tomorrow as well. I mean, your school's got to be pretty, and you got to be pretty proud of your school for getting already 2 cups here, looking for a 3rd coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a great competition and a great time for you guys right now, winning in the fall 2022. So now spring 23 coming up in a little while. How confident are you guys that you could repeat this performance going into the next semester?
I feel decently confident.
Decently confident, not all too confident?
Do you think it's going to be the same roster? Probably.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe. And so then maybe we'll see you guys back here as we get along here. So once again, that is Thick joining us. And again, congratulations. We'll see you in the closing ceremonies in a couple of moments. All right, congratulations. Great job. And so a good job once again to the whole entire crew of Eva Mackay here as they basically put on a show for us. And what a way to go out. Eva Mackay, 2 of 3 completed. Both Eva Mackay schools now getting a cup for them to put in the trophy case. Can they get a 3rd coming up in League of Legends tomorrow?
Oh boy, I really hope so. I mean, to get the triple crown, that's the dream, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a dream for any school right now, right? If you can get your school in 3 of the games to get a triple crown, I mean it's not going to be a 4 crown because there's no 4 games here. But look, I mean if Eva Mackay performs the way that they have, they are the number 5 seed in tomorrow's League of Legends tournament. But that's not to say that that number 5 can't outperform anyways. And besides, there's a new patch that's out too for League of Legends, so a newer patch. So maybe you perform a little bit better in that.
I mean, you really have to give it to the Eva Mackay Esports program because they've really built themselves a notable and, prestigious program. You look at the performance from Smash, you look at the performance from Rocket League, and they've really built a name for themselves.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, so now the middle school has something to watch out for, especially if your name is Eva Mackay. If you're anywhere in the Eva Mackay program, you now have a target on your back. We're going to take to a short break, and in the meantime, we will head on over to the closing ceremonies coming up inside of the conference room. So if you're in here in the HPU Esports Arena, head on over to the conference room in the back where the lunch and learn was to head on over so we can get our trophies out to basically what is the Eva Mackay Middle School on both Smash and Rocket League. Want to thank KTAD for our side at the very least, for this side. Before we head over to the closing ceremony, thank you to our production crew, Colton, as well as KTAD for observing, and KTAD coming in for casting one game, and the rest of the game, my partner. Always great to have you on, Eugene.
And it's great to be back, Egan.
Great to be back with you as well. We're here at the HPU Sports Arena. Coming up next, the closing ceremonies. You do not want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, inside of the conference room here inside of the HPU Esports Arena. My name's Keegan. Again, I'm acting as your host, and some of the casters you saw out there as well. But first and foremost, want to thank everybody here for this event. Want to thank all the sponsors as well as the presenting sponsor, Hawaiian Telcom, who will be presenting the trophies as well as this entire league at the same time. So congratulations out, or rather a thank you out to all of the sponsors and Olelo for broadcasting this side inside of the conference room as well. And so now we get down to the trophy ceremony as well as our closing ceremony. First, we're going to hand out some medals, and this will be the second place medals. Earlier today in the first half, you saw the Super Smash Bros. Tournament go down, and the medals as well as the trophy are going to go to the same school, in fact, because these the three teams from Eva Mackay Middle School in the Super Smash Bros. Tournament landed up in here. So first and foremost, in second place here was the number 4 seed, which landed up being the Eva Mackay Middle School Super Smash Bros. Team number 1, who will be receiving second place medals. So guys, come on up. So the fall 2022 second place or runners up here for the Super Smash teams are going to be the Eva Mackay Middle School team number 1, landed up as the 4 seed, but was able to earlier today take down Windward Nazarene Academy Blue Storm seed number 1. So this team lining up with the silver medals, and a congratulations to them on a job well done here in fall 2022. All right, guys. Congratulations, good job. And now we welcome in the number 1 team of fall 2022. This team landed up as the 2nd seed overall, and I believe it was only 1 player here for this side. But from Eva Mackay Middle School Super Smash Bros. Team 17, come on up for your trophy as well as the medal. Where's the coach? Is there a coach? There's the coach. And the coach gets the trophy, as well as the rest of the team gets the trophy in the end. So Eva Mackay, the first trophy of fall 2022 to Eva Mackay Middle School. All right, and congratulations to you guys. And now we get down to the second half of games that were held earlier today as well. This was the Rocket League side, so we had the high school side already. But for the middle school side, this one, or rather, actually, Rocket League only had the middle school side, but we do have theirs as the high school side for Super Smash Bros. Basically online line, so I'm assuming we're going to be sending the, I'm looking at Ed right now, we're basically sending it through the mail and hoping it arrives before Christmas. Yes, thanks to FedEx. Hopefully it arrives before Christmas. That would be the hope. It'd be good Christmas gifts for those on Maui as well. But first place and second place will get their medals and their trophies there. But in the meantime, we will go through what we do have at both of the teams here. For the middle school side, we'll start with our second place team for Rocket League. And this team landed up as the number 1 seed overall, took down Kailua Intermediate Team C before making their way up to the championship game. So from the number 1 seed, please welcome Team Kalakaua Rocket League, the Dream Team. All right, guys, congratulations. Ed Lallier will hand out your medals right now. And so a job well done all the way up to a second place run here in fall 2022. Not a bad way to end out this semester. So one more time, a round of applause for your second place team here, Kalakaua Middle School. And now for the next one, which is our number 1 seed of the tourney, but started this as the number 2 seed overall. They would go on to sweep both of their series. In fact, they would be putting on an impressive show as well. The entire team from this school, and would get the school's 2nd trophy of the day out of 3 possible for the weekend. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your champions of fall 2022, Eva Mackay Middle School team number 1. We'll also have the coach come on up as well for Evan Mackay. So Sir is walking back one more time. The coach is walking back one more time to get the trophy as well as the medals. But our co-founder, once again, one of the co-founders of Vanta, Ed Lally, handing out the medals. We'll also present the coach and the rest of the team with the trophy. Well done and congratulations. Evan Mackay now gets their second trophy here for the weekend. Congratulations again, Evan Mackay Middle School. In fact, Evan Mackay, straight across the board here, has one more opportunity to win this weekend, which, by the way, you do not want to miss. Coming up tomorrow, League of Legends, as well as a show match for Valorant League of Legends Middle School Finals coming up. In fact, 3 new schools coming in for this matchup here for League of Legends. You have New Valley, who's got the number 1 and 2 seeds. You've got Hawaii Baptist Academy will be making an appearance as well, and Evan Mackay Middle School looking for the triple crown, if you will. Want to thank everybody here for joining us in the Hawaii Pacific Esports Arena. In fact, also thanks to our presenting sponsor, Hawaiian Telcom, also sponsored by Hawaii Esports Alliance, Mobile IT Force, EMP Live Designs, and Olelo. Guys working the camera right now. I want to thank them as well. And thanks to you to everybody for joining us here. Day number 1 is over. Have a safe drive home. And for those watching online as well, have a great rest of your night. Take care, everybody, and aloha.